Hey there, welcome to my channel. I just started this channel, and your support means the world to me. It helps me keep sharing the stories I love. This video is completely ad-free and designed to help you fall asleep fast and comfortably. Like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy the kind of stories I share here. Drop a comment with where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's amazing to feel connected with all of you. Now, dim the lights, turn on a soft fan if you like, and let's drift into tonight's stories together. Story 1. My dog barks at an empty corner. Yesterday, something barked back. I own a rescue mix named Buster. He's 70 pounds of nervous energy, mostly boxer and maybe some pit bull, with a chest like a barrel and a bark that rattles the single-pane windows of my rental house. I've had him for 3 years. I know his sounds. I know the mailman is here bark, which is rhythmic and dutiful. I know the there is a squirrel on the fence bark, which is high-pitched and frantic, and I know the I am lonely whine. But for the last month, Buster has developed a new sound. It's a low guttural vibration that doesn't quite leave his throat. He does it while standing rigid, his hackles, the fur along his spine, standing up like a razorback boar. And he only does it at the corner of the hallway, right where the corridor turns left into the master bedroom. There is nothing there. It's a blank stretch of beige drywall. No electrical outlets, no vents, no windows, just paint and shadow. At first I thought it was mice. I live in an old craftsman in the Pacific Northwest. The damp gets in, the wood rots, and critters find a way. I called a pest control guy named Miller. He came out, crawled under the house, checked the attic, and tapped the walls. "Dry as a bone, buddy," Miller told me, wiping cobwebs off his hat. "No droppings, no nests. You got no termites either. Whatever your dog is hearing, it ain't biological." "Maybe it's pipes," I suggested. "Pipes run on the other side of the house. That wall is just studs and plaster." So I ignored it. I tried to anyway, but living with a 70-pound dog who treats a patch of wall like a portal to hell wears on your nerves. Every night at around 10 p.m., Buster would trot into the hallway, plant his feet, and stare. He wouldn't blink. He would just vibrate with that low growl. If I tried to pull him away, he would snap, not at me, he's never bitten me, but at the air, as if something invisible was reaching for him. Yesterday was Tuesday. It was raining, a hard, relentless sheet of gray water hammering the roof. The house felt small and cold. I was in the living room watching a documentary, trying to drown out the sound of the wind. Buster was asleep on the rug, or I thought he was. At 10:15 p.m., his head snapped up. His ears swiveled toward the hallway. He didn't growl this time. He got up slowly, his movement stiff, like an old man. He walked into the hallway and stood before the corner. I paused the TV. The silence in the house was heavy. "Buster!" I called out softly. "Leave it. Come here." He ignored me. He took a step closer to the wall, his nose almost touching the beige paint. Then he let out a bark. It wasn't his usual bark. It was a singular, explosive sound. Woof! Deep, resonant, aggressive. He waited. I held my breath, listening for the echo. But it wasn't an echo that answered. From inside the wall, not behind it, but seemingly from within the plaster itself, a sound came back. Woof! I froze. My blood turned into slush in my veins. The sound was wrong. It was a bark, yes. It had the cadence of a bark. It had the volume of a bark. But the timbre was horrific. It sounded wet. It sounded like a human throat trying to make a dog sound. But the throat was filled with gravel and phlegm. It was a mockery of a bark. Buster went berserk. He launched himself at the wall, scrabbling his claws against the paint, snarling, snapping, foam flying from his jowls. "Buster, no!" I scrambled off the couch and ran into the hallway. I grabbed his collar. He was a solid muscle of rage. I had to drag him backward, his claws carving grooves into the hardwood floor. He was fixated on the corner, eyes rolling back in his head. And then I heard it again. Whine. It was the specific high-pitched whine Buster makes when he wants dinner. But it was coming from the corner, and it was layered. It sounded like 3 or 4 voices doing it at once, slightly out of sync. Whine. I dragged Buster into the bedroom and slammed the door. I locked it. I shoved the dresser in front of it. I sat on the bed, clutching the dog, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. We stayed there all night. I didn't sleep. Every time the house creaked, I flinched. Buster sat at the foot of the bed, staring at the door, trembling. When the sun came up, everything felt different. Daylight has a way of making terror feel foolish. I moved the dresser. I opened the door. The hallway was empty. The wall was just a wall, though now it was scratched and marred by Buster's claws. I had to go to work. I couldn't afford to miss a shift at the warehouse, but I couldn't leave Buster there. I took him to my sister's place 3 towns over. "He's acting weird," I told her. "Just keep him in the yard." I went back to the house alone. I needed to prove to myself that I wasn't crazy. I needed to find a logical explanation. Maybe a squatter in the attic, a radio left on by a neighbor. I set up my laptop on a stool in the hallway. I pointed the webcam at the corner. I set it to record. Then I left for work. My shift dragged. All I could think about was that sound, that wet, gravelly woof. I got home at 6:00 p.m. The house was quiet, too quiet. I walked into the hallway. The laptop was still there on the stool. The recording light was off. The battery had died. I plugged it in and booted it up. I sat on the floor, my back against the opposite wall, and opened the video file. The first 4 hours were boring. Just the empty hallway, the shifting shadows of the sun moving across the floor. Then, at the 4-hour and 12-minute mark, around 1 p.m., something happened. In the video, the hallway is empty. Then the audio picks up a sound. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It sounds like fingernails on the inside of the drywall. Then the wall ripples. I leaned closer to the screen. The paint in the corner seemed to bulge outward, like fabric stretching over a fist. It pressed out, retreated, then pressed out again. Then a voice. It wasn't a bark this time. "Buster." It was my voice. It was a perfect recording of me calling the dog. But it was distorted, skipping like a bad CD. "Buster, leave it, come, here." The voice on the recording repeated it over and over, faster and faster. "Buster, leave it, come here. Buster, leave it, come here." Then the thing in the wall started to improvise. "Good boy. Who's a good boy? Daddy's home. Daddy's home." I felt sick. I felt violated. It had been listening. For months, it had been listening to me talk to the dog. On the screen, the bulge in the wall grew larger. The drywall started to crack. A hairline fracture appeared in the paint. And then something seeped out of the crack. It looked like black oil or smoke that was heavy enough to fall. It trickled down the wall, pooling on the floor. The pool of black liquid began to rise. It took shape. It formed a quadrupedal shape. It formed legs, a tail, a head. It formed a perfect silhouette of Buster. The shadow dog on the screen shook itself, sending droplets of black ichor flying. It turned its head and looked directly into the webcam. It didn't have eyes. It had holes that went all the way through its head to the wall behind it. It opened its mouth. "I am lonely," it said, but it didn't say it in my voice. It said it in a voice that sounded like grinding metal. Then the battery died. The video cut to black. I sat there on the hallway floor, the laptop burning my legs. I stood up. I needed to leave. I needed to get my things, get in the car, and never come back. I turned to go to the bedroom to grab my wallet. I froze. At the end of the hallway, right in the corner. The crack was there. It wasn't a video anymore. The hairline fracture in the drywall was real, and black fluid was leaking out of it, staining the beige carpet. I heard a sound from the living room behind me. Click, clack, click, clack, dog nails on hardwood, but Buster was at my sister's house. I turned around slowly. Standing in the entryway to the kitchen was a dog. It looked like Buster. It had his golden fur. It had his white chest patch. But it was standing on its hind legs. It was balancing perfectly, unnaturally upright. Its front paws hung limply at its sides. Its head was cocked to the side at a 90-degree angle. It smiled at me. Dogs can't smile. Not like that. Its lips curled back all the way to its ears, revealing teeth that were too long, too sharp, and too human. "Daddy," the thing said. The jaw moved up and down like a ventriloquist dummy. "Daddy, come here." It took a step toward me. It walked on two legs, bending its knees backward like a bird. I didn't think. I threw the laptop at it. The computer hit the thing in the chest. It didn't flinch. It didn't make a sound of impact. It just absorbed the blow, the flesh rippling like water. I turned and ran into the bedroom, slamming the door. I locked it. I am in here now. I have pushed the dresser, the bed, and the nightstand against the door. Outside, in the hallway, I can hear it. It is barking, "Woof, woof, woof." But in between the barks, it is speaking. "Let me in. I learned the tricks. I can sit. I can stay. I can shake." The doorknob is turning. The metal is groaning. I just realized something terrifying. I sent my sister a text an hour ago telling her I was coming to pick up Buster. I just got a reply. "What do you mean? You picked him up an hour ago." "You look terrible, Sam." "You didn't even say hi. You just grabbed the dog and drove off." My phone is ringing. It's my sister. I can't answer it. Because from the other side of the bedroom door, I hear two voices now. One is the gravelly, wet voice of the thing. The other is a whimper, a real terrified whimper. And then the sound of Buster screaming. The scratching on the door has stopped. There is a silence now. And then a soft, familiar voice right against the crack of the doorframe. "Sam, open the door. Buster is hurt. He needs his daddy." It sounds exactly like my sister. I am looking at the window. It's a 20-foot drop to the concrete driveway. I think I have to jump because the thing just started barking again. But this time, it's not barking at the door. It's barking from inside the closet behind me. My neighbor moved out months ago. I still hear him walking above my ceiling. I am an audio engineer by trade. I say this not to brag, but to establish a baseline for what I am about to tell you. I know sound. I know the difference between the settling of a foundation and the compression of a floorboard under a human heel. I know the frequency of a water pipe rattling, usually around 40 hertz, versus the frequency of a knuckle rapping against drywall, closer to 300, 400 hertz. I spend my life scrubbing background noise out of podcasts and isolating vocals in messy studio recordings. I trust my ears more than I trust my eyes. And I know that the apartment above me, Unit 5B, has been empty for 84 days. The previous tenant was a man named Arthur Vance. Arthur was a heavy man, both in spirit and in stature. He had a very specific gait. He led with his right heel, striking the floor hard, and then dragged his left foot slightly, a result of a hip surgery he'd told me about in the elevator once. Thud swish, thud swish. That was the soundtrack of my life for 3 years. It was annoying, sure, but it was rhythmic, predictable. It was the heartbeat of the building. Then Arthur died. Heart attack in the kitchen. I didn't find him, but I heard him fall. A singular, massive impact that shook the light fixture in my hallway. Then silence. 2 days later, the smell alerted the super. They cleared the place out in October. I watched the movers take the furniture. I watched the cleaning crew haul out the trash bags. I watched Mrs. Gable, the landlady, lock the deadbolt and put the key in her purse. She told me she was going to renovate the place, strip it down to the studs, modernize it before renting it out again. "It'll be empty for months, Elias," she promised me. "Enjoy the quiet." I did. For the first month, the silence was luxurious. I worked from home in a sound-treated spare bedroom I call the booth. Having absolute silence from upstairs meant I could lower my noise gate thresholds. I could work without headphones. It was bliss. The sound started on a Tuesday in November. It was 2 a.m. I was in the booth, editing a dialogue track for a horror anthology podcast, ironically enough. I had the monitors turned down low. Thud swish. My hand froze on the mouse. It was faint, muffled by the layer of insulation and drywall, but unmistakable, directly above my head. Thud swish. I spun my chair around and looked up at the acoustic foam tiles on my ceiling. I held my breath. The building, the St. Jude Arms, is old. Built in the 1920s, it groans, it shifts in the wind, but pipes don't walk, radiators don't limp. Thud swish, thud swish. It was walking from the area directly above my office, which would be the second bedroom in 5B, toward the kitchen. I stood up, taking off my headphones. I walked out of my office and into my hallway, following the trajectory of the sound. The footsteps were heavy. This wasn't a rat. This wasn't a settling beam. This was a mass of at least 200 pounds moving across the floorboards. I stood in my kitchen, staring at the ceiling. The footsteps stopped right above where Arthur's stove used to be. Hello? I felt stupid saying it. Silence. I grabbed my broom, the classic tenant weapon, and banged the handle against the ceiling 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. Usually, if it's a squatter or a new tenant being loud, they stop. They realize the walls are thin, but the response wasn't silence. Bang, bang, bang. 3 knocks came back. From the floor above, right above my head. But they didn't sound like a foot stomping. They sounded like a knuckle. A hard, bony knuckle rapping against the floorboards. I lowered the broom. My skin went cold. To knock on the floor like that, someone would have to be lying down or crawling. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room with the TV on mute, listening. The walking continued for an hour, pacing back and forth, from the kitchen to the bedroom, over and over again. Thud swish. The next morning at 8 a.m. sharp, I called Mrs. Gable. "Elias, honey, you're imagining things," she said, her voice raspy with the first cigarette of the day. "I was just there yesterday to check the heat. The place is empty, locked up tight." "Mrs. Gable, someone is in there. I heard them pacing all night. I heard them knock back at me. She sighed. Look, maybe it's the pipes. The boiler's acting up. Or maybe rats. Big city rats sound like dogs sometimes. Rats don't walk with a limp, I snapped. Please, just check it. She agreed to meet me at noon. We went up to the 5th floor together. The hallway smelled of old carpet and lemon cleaner. She unlocked the door to 5B. The hinges squealed. The apartment was a shell. No furniture, no curtains, just bare hardwood floors covered in a thin film of gray dust. See? Mrs. Gable gestured to the empty expanse. Empty. I walked in. My footsteps echoed loudly in the hollow space. I walked to the spot in the kitchen where I had heard the knocking. I looked at the floor. The dust was undisturbed. That was the moment the real fear set in. If there had been a squatter, there would be footprints, scuff marks, trash. But the layer of dust was pristine, smooth as a frozen lake, except for the tracks I was currently making. I don't understand, I whispered. I heard him. It sounded exactly like Arthur. Mrs. Gable frowned and crossed herself. Don't speak ill of the dead, Elias. Arthur is gone. It's just the building settling. Old buildings have a memory, you know. Echoes. She ushered me out and locked the door. I went back downstairs, feeling like I was losing my mind. I sat in my studio and stared at the waveform on my screen. I decided that if I was going to be haunted, I was going to treat it like a technical problem. I was going to capture it. That night, I set up my gear. I took 2 high-sensitivity shotgun microphones and mounted them on boom stands, pressing the capsules almost against the ceiling in the hallway. I ran the cables into my interface and armed a recording track in Pro Tools. I put on my best pair of noise-canceling headphones, cranked the gain, and waited. For 3 hours, I heard nothing but the hum of the refrigerator and the distant siren of a police car. Then, at 2:13 a.m., the waveform spiked. Thud! Swish! It was so loud in my headphones I flinched. It sounded clearer, heavier than before. I watched the spectral analyzer, the visual representation of the sound frequencies. The low end was massive. 40 hertz to 100 hertz. That's the sound of impact, the sound of weight. The footsteps started in the bedroom above. They walked to the center of the living room and stopped. I held my breath, watching the recording line scroll across the screen. Then I heard a voice. It wasn't speaking to me. It was muffled, sounding like it was coming through water. I boosted the high frequencies. I applied a compressor to bring up the quiet sounds. Keys! My stomach dropped. It was a man's voice, low, gravelly. Where are the keys? I recognized the voice. It was Arthur, but it sounded wrong. It sounded looped, like a recording skipping. Where are the keys? Then a sound that made me rip the headphones off my head. A scream, but not a human scream. It sounded like metal shearing, like a structural beam twisting and snapping, but it had the cadence of a vocal cord. It lasted for 6 seconds, peaking the meters into the red, distorting the audio. Then, silence. I sat there, trembling. I played the audio back. The footsteps were there. The voice was there. The scream was there. I wasn't crazy, but the dust upstairs had been undisturbed. The next few days were a blur of sleep deprivation. The sounds evolved. It wasn't just walking anymore. It was activities. On Thursday, I heard marbles rolling across the floor, hundreds of them. A distinct clack, clack, clack roll sound. On Friday, I heard furniture being dragged, heavy wooden furniture scraping against the floorboards. I heard a chair scrape, a pause, and then scrape again. I went back up to 5B on Saturday. I didn't call Mrs. Gable this time. I used a credit card to shim the lock. It was terrifyingly easy. I pushed the door open. The apartment was still empty. The dust was still there. But this time, the dust wasn't pristine. In the center of the living room, the dust had been disturbed, but not by feet. It looked like something had slithered. A wide serpentine trail cut through the gray powder, winding from the bedroom to the kitchen. It was about 2 feet wide, and in the middle of the trail, at irregular intervals, were indentations. They looked like fingers, long, dragging fingers. I backed out of the apartment, locking the door behind me. I went downstairs and barricaded my door. I started doing research on the building. The St. Jude Arms was built in 1924. Before that, it was a tenement house that burned down in 1902. Tragedy, death, the usual ghost story fodder. But that didn't explain the physicality of the sounds. Ghosts don't have mass. They don't generate 50 Hertz thuds. On Sunday night, the ceiling started to leak. I was in the kitchen when a drop of dark, viscous liquid landed on my counter. I looked up. There was a stain spreading across the white plaster right above the island. It wasn't water. It was brownish red and smelled like copper and spoiled meat. I grabbed a ladder. I poked the wet plaster with a broom handle. The drywall was soft, too soft. With a wet crunch, the broom handle went straight through the ceiling. Debris rained down on me, plaster, dust, and clumps of insulation. I coughed, waving the dust away. I shone my flashlight up into the hole I had just made. I expected to see the underside of the floorboards of apartment 5B. The space between my ceiling and the neighbor's floor is usually about 12 inches, just joists and pipes. But the beam of my flashlight didn't hit floorboards. It went up and up. I squinted, climbing a step higher on the ladder. There were no floorboards above me. Through the hole in my ceiling, I could see another room. But it wasn't apartment 5B. It was a vertical shaft, an impossible space. It looked like the interior of a silo, lined with rotting wood and rusting pipes that crisscrossed like a chaotic spiderweb. And clinging to the pipes about 10 feet up in this impossible void was a figure. It was shaped like a man, but the proportions were all wrong. The limbs were too long, possessing too many joints. The skin was gray and translucent, pulled tight over bone. It was wearing tatters of what looked like a suit, Arthur's suit. It was hanging upside down, its feet hooked over a rusty steam pipe like a bat. Its head swiveled 180 degrees to look down at me. The face was Arthur's face, but it was slack, like a rubber mask that had melted in the sun. The mouth hung open, unhinged, revealing rows of small needle-like teeth that no human should have. It didn't speak. It mimicked. From that hanging, open maw came the sound of my own voice, perfectly recorded and played back. "Mrs. Gable, someone is in there." It was my voice from the phone call. Then it shifted. It played the sound of my keyboard typing, click, clack, click. Then the sound of my breathing as I slept, a rhythmic, wet rasp. I fell off the ladder. I scrambled backward across the kitchen floor, slipping on the plaster dust. The thing in the ceiling unhooked one leg. It began to descend, moving through the impossible vertical space, navigating the pipes with sickening grace. It was coming down into my apartment. I ran. I didn't pack a bag. I grabbed my keys and my wallet, and I bolted out the door. I could hear the thud swish of it landing on my kitchen floor as I slammed the front door. I'm writing this from an internet cafe 3 blocks away. I've been here for 4 hours. I pulled up the blueprints of the building online. The city archives. There is no crawl space. There is no shaft. Between 4B and 5B, there is only 12 inches of wood and plaster. But I know what I saw. I just got a notification on my phone. It's from my home security app. The one connected to the camera in my living room, motion detected. I shouldn't look. I know I shouldn't look. I tapped the notification. The feed loaded. My apartment is dark. But in the center of the living room, standing in front of the camera, is the figure. It's wearing my clothes. It's wearing the hoodie I left on the chair. It's staring into the lens. And it's holding a sign. It must have written it on the back of one of my work scripts. The handwriting is jagged, scratchy. It says, "I moved out. Now you move in." It dropped the sign. It's walking toward the front door. I can hear footsteps coming from the street outside the cafe. Thud, swish. Thud, swish. They're getting louder. I think I'm going to stay in the bathroom. If you find this, check the ceiling. Don't trust the silence. The silence is just them listening to learn your voice. I was chosen for a sleep experiment. No one told me I'd be the only subject left. The advertisement was unassuming, tucked between a plea for plasma donors and a gig for a part-time dog walker. It was printed in the bland sans-serif font of institutional efficiency. Volunteers needed for paid somnology study. Participants must be in good health, age 21-35, with no history of sleep disorders. Compensation, $15,000 for a 2-week commitment. 15 grand. To a freelance graphic designer like me, neck deep in student loans and living off ramen that tasted of salty despair, that number wasn't just compensation. It was a lifeline. It was 2 months' rent, a down payment on a reliable car, a chance to breathe. All I had to do was sleep. It sounded like the easiest money I would ever make. My name is Leo, and my capacity for optimism has always been my most dangerous flaw. The intake process took place in a sterile downtown office building that smelled of lemon-scented cleaner and quiet desperation. I sat on a plastic chair, filling out a questionnaire that probed every corner of my life, from my childhood fears to my current caffeine intake. One by one, we were called back to meet the man in charge, Dr. Alastair Finch. He was a man who seemed to have been carved from a block of granite and then polished to a high sheen. He had a perfectly trimmed gray beard, sharp, intelligent eyes that seemed to see right through you, and a smile that was both reassuring and utterly devoid of warmth. "The purpose of Project Morpheus," he explained to me, his voice a smooth, confident baritone, "is to study the effect of a new neurostimulant, which we're calling somnolin. Our hypothesis is that it can dramatically enhance the restorative qualities of REM sleep, allowing the brain to achieve in 4 hours what it normally would in 8. Imagine the applications, Mr. Vance. Increased productivity, accelerated learning, even rapid trauma processing." He made it sound like we were on the cusp of curing the human condition itself. I nodded along, pretending to be fascinated by the science, but all I could see were dollar signs. There were 4 other subjects chosen alongside me. We were a motley crew, united by our shared need for a quick payday. There was Marcus, a former Marine, with a cynical smirk and a web of tattoos crawling up his neck. Chloe, a bubbly, perpetually cheerful art student with magenta-streaked hair. Ben, a quiet, socially awkward programmer who seemed to communicate better with his laptop than with people, and Zara, a high-strung grad student who jumped at every unexpected noise. The facility was located in the basement of the same office building, but it felt like a different world. A series of heavy soundproof doors led us into a self-contained habitat, a windowless bunker of stark white walls, soft gray carpet, and recessed lighting that mimicked a 24-hour cycle. The air was cool and tasted filtered, recycled. We were completely cut off from the outside world. No phones, no internet. Our home for the next 14 days. Each of us was assigned a small, comfortable room. It contained a single bed embedded with a latticework of sensors, a small desk, and a camera mounted in the upper corner of the ceiling, a dispassionate, unblinking eye. Dr. Finch assured us it was only for monitoring our sleep patterns and ensuring our safety. A pleasant communal area with a kitchenette and a small library of pre-approved books and board games served as our living room. It was all designed to be calming, a sterile, controlled womb. But as that final door hissed shut behind us, locking us in, I felt a tremor of unease. It didn't feel like a womb. It felt like a tomb. The first few days were almost comically benign. We'd sleep in our sensor-laden beds and IV line taped to our arms, delivering what Finch called a microdose of somnolin. During our waking hours, which were strictly regulated, we underwent a battery of tests, memory games, logic puzzles, reaction time assessments. We'd fill out detailed questionnaires about our dreams, our moods, our energy levels. And at first, it was incredible. I'd never felt so rested. I would wake up feeling a profound sense of clarity, as if my mind had been decluttered and polished overnight. My dreams were vivid, cinematic. I dreamt of soaring over mountain ranges, of revisiting a perfect, sun-drenched day from my childhood. The others reported similar experiences. Chloe was dreaming up entire galleries of fantastical paintings. Ben claimed to have solved a complex coding problem in his sleep. We felt like pioneers of the mind. The $15,000 felt like a steal. The change began on the fourth night. The pleasant Technicolor dreams began to bleed at the edges. I had a dream that I was wandering the sterile white corridors of the facility, but the layout was all wrong. Hallways stretched into impossible lengths, and doors opened into brick walls. I felt a gnawing sense of anxiety, a feeling of being watched. I woke up with a gasp, my heart pounding, a cold sweat slicking my skin. At breakfast, I noticed the shift in the others, too. Marcus was sullen and aggressive, snapping at Ben for chewing too loudly. Chloe, usually a font of incessant cheer, was quiet, her eyes distant. She had a sketchbook open on the table, and on the page was a disturbing abstract drawing of a tall, stick-thin figure made of swirling, chaotic lines. "I keep seeing him," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "At the edge of my dreams. He just watches." That night, my dream picked up where the last one left off. I was back in the twisting, labyrinthine corridors. But this time, I wasn't alone. I saw him, the figure from Chloe's drawing. He was at the far end of a long hallway, a gaunt, impossibly tall man in what looked like an old-fashioned tattered doctor's coat. His face was a blur of shadow, but I could feel his gaze on me, cold and malevolent. I woke up not with a gasp, but with a choked, silent scream. The waking world was becoming just as strange. I started to experience micro-hallucinations, A flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, the sound of my name whispered from an empty room. The puzzles Dr. Finch gave us were becoming more difficult, almost nonsensical, designed to frustrate and disorient. The first to break was Zara. During a particularly grueling cognitive test, she suddenly threw her tablet against the wall. "It's a trick!" she shrieked, her eyes wide with terror. "The questions are changing when I'm not looking. He's changing them." Dr. Finch and his assistant, a young, nervous-looking woman named Anya, rushed in. Zara was hysterical, clawing at her own arms. They injected her with a sedative. She has a pre-existing anxiety condition she failed to disclose, Finch announced to the rest of us, his voice a mask of clinical concern. For her own safety, she is being withdrawn from the study. They carried her out. The heavy door hissed shut, and then there were four. The atmosphere in the communal room turned toxic. Ben became convinced the cameras were recording our thoughts. He started speaking in whispers, covering his mouth with his hand. Marcus paced the floor like a caged animal, his eyes darting back and forth, his cynicism curdling into raw paranoia. We were lab rats, and we were beginning to realize that the maze we were in was far more complex than we had imagined. The next night, the dose of somnolin was increased. That night, I didn't just dream of the gaunt man. I met him. I was in a nightmarish version of my childhood home. He was there, standing in the living room, his shadowy face turned towards me. He didn't speak, but a voice echoed in my head, a dry, rasping sound like dead leaves skittering across pavement. "You don't belong here," it said. "This place is mine." I woke up swinging, my fist connecting with the wall beside my bed. The pain was a grounding, welcome sensation. Ben was next to go. He'd barricaded himself in his room, refusing to come out. We could hear him through the door, muttering about firewalls and corrupted code, convinced that the Watcher was trying to hack into his brain. It took Finch and two large orderlies he seemed to produce from nowhere to force the door open and drag him out, sedated and silent. "An unfortunate psychotic break," Finch explained, his expression unreadable. "The somnolent can have an amplifying effect on latent mental instabilities." Now there were three. Fear was a constant metallic taste in my mouth. We were trapped with a man who was either a madman or a monster, and the line between the two was becoming increasingly blurry. Marcus, Chloe, and I huddled together in the communal room, a tribe of the terrified. Marcus was convinced the food was being drugged. Chloe wouldn't stop drawing the gaunt man, her sketchbook now a gallery of horrors. Pages and pages of the same stick-thin figure, his face always a void of shadow. "I saw a name," she whispered to me, her eyes wide and haunted. "In my dream last night. I was in Finch's office. There was a plaque on the wall, an old one. It said, 'In Memoriam, Dr. Elias Thorne, a pioneer who gave his life in the pursuit of knowledge.'" Marcus tried to make a break for it. He waited for one of the orderlies to bring in a food tray and tried to rush the door. He was strong, but they were ready for him. A taser crackled, and he went down, convulsing on the soft gray carpet. They dragged his unconscious body away. No explanation was given this time. We didn't need one. We knew the rules of this twisted game now. There was no escape. And then there were two. Chloe and I were the only ones left. We were ghosts haunting the sterile white halls of our prison. We tried to stay awake, taking turns watching over each other, but the exhaustion was a physical weight crushing us, and the IV drips were mandatory. Anya, the assistant, would come in, her face pale and strained, and check the lines. I could see the pity in her eyes, but also the fear. She was as much a prisoner as we were. "He's getting stronger," Chloe mumbled, her head lolling against my shoulder. We were huddled on the sofa, a single blanket wrapped around us. "Thorne, I think he died here, in this facility. I think the experiment." "It's not what Finch told us." That was the last coherent thing she said to me. The next time I saw her, she was asleep in her bed. But it wasn't a normal sleep. Her eyes were open, staring blankly at the ceiling. She was breathing, but she was gone. A shell. Anya came in to check on her and let out a small, strangled cry. Finch was right behind her. He showed no emotion as he shone a penlight into Chloe's unblinking eyes. "A catatonic state," he said, his voice as calm as if he were describing the weather. "A potential, though rare, side effect. It was all outlined in the consent form you signed." He turned his cold, analytical gaze on me. "Which means, Mr. Vance, that you are the last one, the most resilient, the perfect subject. The experiment can now proceed to its final stage." I was alone, the sole survivor of Project Morpheus. The full, crushing weight of that realization sent a shock wave of pure terror through me. I lunged for the IV in my arm, intending to rip it out, but an alarm blared through the facility, a piercing, deafening shriek. Finch's voice boomed from a hidden speaker. "I wouldn't do that, Leo, don't you see? We are on the verge of a monumental breakthrough. This was never about enhancing sleep. It was about mapping the landscape within sleep. Somnolin doesn't create dreams. It dissolves the barrier. It opens a door." His words hit me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't a neurostimulant study. It was a cartography expedition into a haunted house. And we were the explorers sent in to map the darkness. The others weren't gone. They were lost. Their minds had been consumed by the landscape, by the dominant entity within it, the consciousness of Dr. Elias Thorne, a ghost in the machine. "He was the first," Finch's voice continued, a manic excitement creeping into his tone. "The original researcher. He tested his own formulas, pushed the boundaries too far. His consciousness became imprinted on the very fabric of this place, creating a stable, psychic echo, a new frontier. And you, Leo, you are my Vasco da Gama. You are going to step onto the shore." I knew with a sickening certainty that if I fell asleep again, I would not wake up. Thorne was waiting for me. Finch was waiting to observe. I was a tethered goat, and the tiger was circling. I spent the next cycle, I couldn't tell if it was day or night, pacing my room, splashing my face with cold water, pinching myself, anything to stay awake. But my body was betraying me. My eyelids were lead weights. The white walls of my room seemed to soften and waver at the edges. The barrier was already dissolving. I saw him, not in a dream, but in reality. He was standing in the doorway of my room, a shimmering heat-hazed distortion in the air. The gaunt, skeletal figure of Elias Thorne. The dream was bleeding into the world, and in that moment of absolute terror, a strange, cold clarity washed over me. I couldn't fight Finch in the real world. I couldn't fight Thorne in this one. But if the barrier was gone, then the connection worked both ways. I couldn't run, but maybe I could fight back. I lay down on the bed. I let my eyes close. I let the crushing exhaustion pull me under. But this time, I didn't fall. I dove. I went into the dreamscape with a purpose. I found myself not in the corridors, but in what looked like an old, archaic laboratory. Beakers bubbled with black liquid, wires snaked across the floor like dead vines. And in the center of it all was Thorn. He was more solid here, more real. His face was a pale, skeletal mask of pain and rage. "You cannot win," the voice echoed in my head, a psychic roar. "I am this world." "Then your world is about to end," I thought back, focusing all my will, all my identity, into a single point of resistance. Finch wanted a show. I would give him one. I stopped fighting Thorn's influence and instead focused on the environment. I remembered the happiest day of my life, a trip to the beach with my family when I was a kid. I flooded the dark, musty lab with the memory, the brilliant, blinding sunlight, the sound of crashing waves, the smell of salt and sunscreen. The dreamscape recoiled. Thorn shrieked, clutching his shadowy head as the light burned him. The dark lab flickered, the beakers and wires replaced by sand and seashells. "This is my mind," I projected, pouring all my anger, my fear, my desperate will to live into the thought. "My dream, and you are not welcome here." I focused on the machines, the sophisticated monitoring equipment I knew was attached to me in the real world. In the dream, I imagined them overloading. I visualized the main console in Finch's control room, the one I had only glimpsed on a schematic. I pictured the screens cracking, the wires sparking, the whole thing erupting in a shower of electrical fire. I poured every ounce of my focus into that single, destructive image. A sound jolted me, a real sound, an alarm, the smell of smoke. My eyes snapped open. I was back in my room. The facility's emergency lights were flashing, casting the white walls in a hellish red glow. The speaker on the wall was crackling with static. I had done it. I had created a feedback loop, my mental projection of destruction causing a real-world overload. My door hissed open. Anya stood there, her face white with terror and resolve. "Go!" she screamed. "The main breaker blew. The system locks are failing. Go now!" I didn't hesitate. I scrambled out of the room, my legs weak and trembling. The corridor was filled with acrid smoke. As I ran, I glanced through the reinforced window into the control room. It was chaos. Sparks rained down from a burned-out console, and in the middle of it all stood Dr. Finch. He wasn't panicking. He wasn't trying to put out the fire. He was staring at his monitors, at the chaotic spiking lines of my EEG, and he was smiling, an ecstatic, triumphant smile. I didn't look back again. I ran through the labyrinth of corridors, following Anya's frantic gestures, until we reached the final door. She swiped a card, and it opened onto a grimy service staircase. The air that hit me was stale and damp, but it was real air. It was the air of the world. I burst out of a nondescript metal door into a back alley. The gray early morning light was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I was free. That was 6 months ago. I have the money. It was wired to my account the day I was admitted, as promised. But I lost everything else. I live in a different city under a different name. And I don't sleep. Not really. I drift in and out of a state of hallucinatory exhaustion, never letting myself go completely under. I'm terrified of what's waiting for me on the other side of that door. The experiment was a success. I know it was. Because sometimes when the light is dim and I'm looking at my reflection in a darkened window, the face that looks back isn't my own. For just a fraction of a second, I see a tall, gaunt man with a pale, skeletal face and eyes that burn with a cold, ancient hunger. Finch opened a door, and I was the one who walked through. But I'm beginning to understand the terrifying truth. I didn't come back alone. The new medication stops my nightmares. Now, something wants me asleep forever. I haven't slept in 72 hours. I'm currently sitting in my bathtub, wearing all of my clothes with the cold water running over my legs. I have a safety pin jammed into the web of skin between my thumb and index finger. Every time my eyelids droop, every time the gray fog starts to roll in at the edges of my vision, I twist the pin. The pain is the only thing keeping me here. The pain is the only anchor I have left. If you're listening to this, if you're one of the people who saw my initial vlog about the clinical trial, consider this a retraction, a warning. Do not take the pills. Do not go to the Somnus Institute. If you have the bottle with the blue label and the white childproof cap, flush it. Flush it right now. My name is Julian, and I was, a chronic parasomniac. That's the polite medical term. The reality is that for the last 10 years, sleep has been a torture chamber. I didn't just have bad dreams. I had night terrors that were so visceral, so physically demanding, that I would wake up with scratches on my face and blood in my mouth. I dreamt of drowning in oil. I dreamt of being dissected by faceless surgeons while paralyzed. I tried everything. Melatonin, valerian root, prescription Ambien therapy, hypnosis. Nothing worked. The Ambien just made me forget the screaming, but my neighbors didn't forget. I was on the verge of eviction and losing my job as a data entry clerk because I couldn't focus on the screen without hallucinating spiders. Then I found the ad. It was a targeted ad on social media, one of those things that pops up after you've spent till 4 a.m. Googling how to surgically remove the sleep center of the brain. It said, the Somnus Institute, Phase 3, Clinical Trial, Eliminate REM Cycles, Sleep in Silence. It sounded too good to be true. Eliminate REM? That's where the dreams live. If you cut out the rapid eye movement, you cut out the monsters. I went in for the screening on a rainy Tuesday. The facility was in a brutalist concrete building downtown, the kind of place that looks like a bunker. The interior was sterile white. It smelled of antiseptic and lavender, a thick, cloying lavender scent that stuck to the back of your throat. Dr. Eris Thorne was the lead researcher. He was a man who looked like he hadn't blinked in a decade. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his movements were slow, deliberate, like he was underwater. The drug is called Morphinex, he told me, sliding a waiver across the metal desk. It doesn't just suppress brain activity, Julian. It redirects it. It creates a chemical barrier between your consciousness and the subthalamic triggers of fear. It puts you in a state of suspended animation. No dreams, no movement, just void. Void sounds nice, I said. I signed the paper without reading the fine print. I would have signed a contract for my soul if it meant 8 hours of peace. He gave me a bottle, 30 pills, oval-shaped, Vanta Black. They absorbed the light. Take 30 minutes before bed, Thorne said. Ensure you are in a safe, locked environment. The sedation is absolute. That night, I took the first pill. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling fan. I expected to feel drowsy. I expected that warm, fuzzy feeling you get from whiskey or Benadryl. That didn't happen. Instead, at exactly the 30-minute mark, the world just turned off. There was no transition, no drifting off. It was like someone pulled the power cord on reality. One second, I was looking at the fan. The next second, there was nothing. No light, no sound, no body. I wasn't floating. I wasn't existing. I was simply erased. Then, snap. My eyes flew open. Sunlight was streaming through the window. The birds were singing. I looked at the clock. 9 a.m. I had slept for 10 straight hours. I sat up. I felt incredible. My mind was sharp. My body felt light, energized. No grogginess, no lingering fear. I checked my sheets. No sweat, no tears. I checked my mouth. No blood. I cried. I actually sat there and wept tears of joy. It was a miracle. For the first week, life was perfect. I was crushing it at work. I cleaned my apartment. I started jogging. Every night, I took the black pill, ceased to exist for 10 hours, and woke up reborn. The first sign that something was wrong happened on day 8. I woke up, but I didn't open my eyes immediately. I was lingering in that warm, comfortable state between sleep and wakefulness. I felt a weight on the bed. It wasn't heavy. It was a subtle depression in the mattress, right beside my hip, like someone was sitting there watching me. I snapped my eyes open. The room was empty. The depression in the mattress slowly rose back up as I watched. I dismissed it. Hypnopompic hallucination, a residual trick of the brain. I got up, made coffee, and went to work. But that night, I hesitated before taking the pill, just for a second. The memory of that weight on the bed gave me a shiver. But the fear of the old nightmares was stronger. I swallowed the pill. Click. Darkness. I woke up the next morning on the floor. I was lying on the hardwood 3 feet from my bed. I was curled in a fetal position, shivering. My bedroom window was wide open. It had been 40 degrees last night. I scrambled up, shutting the window. I checked my body. My feet were dirty, not dusty from the apartment floor, dirty. There was mud caked under my toenails. Soil. I live on the 4th floor. I called Dr. Thorne. The receptionist told me he was unavailable, but that parasomniac ambulation was a rare but known side effect. She told me to lock my bedroom door and hide the key if I was worried. "It's working though, right?" she asked. "No nightmares?" "No nightmares," I agreed. "Just blankness." "Then continue the dosage." I did. I was an addict to the silence. Night 12. The turning point. I took the pill. The darkness took me. But this time, the darkness wasn't empty. Usually, the sleep was instantaneous. But this time, I felt a sensation of time passing. I was in the void, unable to see, unable to move, but I was conscious. I was floating in a thick, viscous fluid. It felt like warm oil. It was filling my ears, my nose, and I heard something. It wasn't a sound exactly. It was a vibration against my skin, a low, thrumming frequency that rattled my bones. "Do not wake up." The voice was everywhere. It sounded like tectonic plates grinding together. "Stay. Beneath." I tried to scream, but I had no mouth. I tried to thrash, but I had no limbs. I was just a spark of consciousness trapped in amber. Then I felt a hand, a massive hand, larger than my entire body, closed around me. The fingers were soft, gelatinous, but strong. It squeezed me gently. It wasn't trying to crush me. It was cradling me. "You are safe here." I fought it. I willed myself to wake up. I focused everything I had on the concept of eyes open. I woke up screaming. I was in my bed. My sheets were soaked, not with sweat, but with a thick, clear slime that smelled of salt water and lavender. I sat up, hyperventilating. I looked at the clock. It was 4 p.m. I had been asleep for 18 hours. My phone had 40 missed calls from work. I had missed my shift. I had missed the entire day. I ran to the bathroom to wash the slime off. As I scrubbed my skin raw under the shower, I saw the bruise. It wrapped around my torso. 4 distinct, long finger marks. And a thumb. But the bruise was massive. If the hand was real, the owner would have been 20 feet tall. I flushed the rest of the pills. I was done. I didn't care about the nightmares. I'd take the demons over the giant in the void. That was 3 days ago. Here's the problem. Morphinex doesn't leave your system. The first night without the pill, I sat on my couch, drinking Red Bull, watching TV. I was determined to pull an all-nighter to reset my cycle. Around 3 a.m., the lights in my apartment dimmed. Not a power surge. They didn't flicker. They just got heavy. The light itself seemed to become solid, turning a sickly, jaundiced yellow. The air in the room grew thick. It became hard to breathe, like the oxygen had been replaced with syrup. I stood up, dizzy. My limbs felt like lead. Gravity. The gravity in the room shifted. It wasn't pulling me down to the floor anymore. It was pulling me toward the bedroom. I grabbed the door frame of the kitchen. My fingers slipped. I was being dragged, my feet sliding across the linoleum toward the dark open maw of my bedroom door. "No!" I shouted, but my voice was muffled like I was shouting underwater. I looked into the bedroom. The bed was there, but it wasn't a bed anymore. The mattress had split open. In the center, where the sheets should be, was a hole. A black, swirling vortex of that same oily liquid I had felt in the dream. And rising out of the hole were arms, dozens of them, long, gray, translucent arms. They were waving gently like sea anemones. They were reaching for me. "Come back." The voice vibrated through the floorboards. "The waking hurts. We heal. You." I grabbed a steak knife from the counter. I stabbed it into the doorframe to anchor myself. The pull was immense. It felt like a vacuum seal trying to suck me in. "Leave me alone!" I screamed. The arms in the bedroom stretched. They elongated, crossing the distance of the living room in seconds. They were wet. They dripped that lavender-smelling slime. One of them wrapped around my ankle. It didn't feel like a monster. It didn't feel violent. It felt loving. It felt like a mother picking up a child. It was warm. It was comforting. And that was the most terrifying part. A wave of euphoria hit me. My eyelids fluttered. I felt an overwhelming desire to just let go, to let it drag me into the mattress, to sink into the oil and sleep for 1,000 years. Just sleep. "Julian." I stabbed the arm with the steak knife. It didn't bleed blood. It hissed, releasing a jet of black steam. The grip loosened. I scrambled back, kicking at the thing. I ran out the front door into the hallway of the apartment building. The hallway was normal. The gravity was normal. I haven't gone back inside. I went to the hospital, but I couldn't tell them the truth. They put me in the psych ward, and in the psych ward, they sedate you. If they sedate me, I'm gone. I know that with absolute certainty. If I fall asleep again, I am never waking up. The thing has tasted me now. It has a grip on my mind. I broke into the Somnus Institute last night. I needed answers. I needed an antidote. The building was abandoned. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. Dust everywhere. Paper scattered. I found Dr. Thorne's office. I found his file on the Morphinex trial. It wasn't a drug trial. I found a journal on his desk. The last entry was dated 6 months ago. Subject 14 has successfully bridged. The compound does not inhibit the amygdala. It thins the membrane. We were wrong about sleep. Sleep isn't a biological reset. Sleep is a location. It is a dimension of entropy. We have been building a dam against it for millennia, waking up to keep the waters back. Morphinex breaks the dam. There was another note, scrawled in shaky handwriting in the margin. They are lonely. They are so huge and so lonely, they just want to hold us. I found Dr. Thorne in the next room. He was sitting in a chair. He was dead. But he didn't look dead. He looked preserved. He was encased in a cocoon of hardened gray translucent material like amber, but soft. His eyes were closed. There was a smile on his face, a look of pure, blissful ecstasy. Roots or veins of that gray material were growing out of his ears and into the floor, pulsating. He had become part of the building, part of the hive. I ran. Now I'm here, in the bathtub of a motel room 3 towns over. The water is freezing. My skin is blue, but the cold is fading. I can feel the warmth starting in my chest. It's not the water warming up. It's the internal warmth, the sedation. The shadows in the corners of the bathroom are starting to move. They aren't casting correctly. They are detaching from the wall. I can smell the lavender. It's getting harder to type this. My fingers are stiff. I just saw the reflection in the mirror. My eyes, my pupils are gone. My eyes are entirely black. And behind me, in the reflection, the shower curtain is bulging. Something is standing in the tub with me. I can feel the heat radiating off it. I am going to turn around now. I have the safety pin. I have to stay awake. But God, I am so tired, and the voice is right. The waking world is so painful. It's so cold and sharp and loud. Maybe just a nap. Just 5 minutes. The curtain is opening. It's beautiful. Good night. My phone keeps sending me photos. I never took. I prided myself on my digital hygiene. I was the guy who used multi-factor authentication for everything, who updated his OS the minute a patch dropped, and who kept his phone's camera roll meticulously organized. My life was defined by order, a clean, predictable line graph in a world of erratic scribbles. My phone, a high-end, state-of-the-art model, was my most trusted tool, an extension of my own organized mind. I used it for work, for tracking my fitness, and for capturing the occasional deliberate moment, a sunset, a well-plated meal, a perfectly stacked set of books. Every photo in my library, all 4312 of them, had a story, a time, a place, and a conscious act of my own intention attached to it. That's why the first impossible photo was such a profound violation. It arrived, not as a text or an email, but silently, seamlessly, integrated into my own camera roll, nestled between a picture of my dog, Winston, sleeping on a pile of laundry, and a screenshot of a plumbing quote. I was reviewing the laundry picture, zooming in to admire his ear floof, when I swiped left and saw it. It was a picture of a hallway. Not my hallway, but a similar one. It was dimly lit, wallpapered in a faded floral pattern I didn't recognize, and utterly empty. The perspective was low, almost from the floor, and the only light source seemed to be a weak, yellow-tinged bulb at the end of the corridor. It was unremarkable in every way, except for the fact that I had never been there. I had never taken this picture. I checked the metadata immediately, my heart giving a single hard thump against my ribs. The timestamp was 3:42 a.m. 2 nights prior, the location data was blank, which in itself was odd, as my phone's GPS was always on and precise. The phone model was correctly identified as my own. I chalked it up to a bizarre, deep-seated cloud sync glitch, perhaps a remnant from an old phone I had forgotten to properly wipe. somehow dragged from the digital ether into my current device. It was an unsatisfying technical explanation, but it was an explanation. I deleted the photo, emptying the trash, and ran a full diagnostic scan, which, predictably, came back clean. I then spent the next hour meticulously checking every setting in my cloud and photo apps, confirming that my account was secure and no unfamiliar devices were linked. I went to bed, telling myself the anomaly was resolved, a tiny, harmless, statistical improbability. The second photo arrived 3 days later. I was sitting at my kitchen counter, drinking my morning coffee, when a little notification badge appeared over my Photos app. I tapped it with a fresh, cold surge of adrenaline. The photo was of a single, black and white, porcelain teacup, sitting alone on a wooden surface. I recognized the cup. It was an heirloom piece from my grandmother, a piece I kept locked away in a high, dusty cabinet in my living room. I hadn't touched it in months. The wooden surface, however, was not my cabinet shelf. It was a wide, slightly warped floorboard, aged and splintered. The lighting was weak, diffuse, and slightly greenish. The timestamp, 1:17 p.m. the day before. I had been at work, deep in a meeting, my phone locked and face down on my desk. This one broke my rationalizations. It wasn't a cloud glitch. A cloud glitch wouldn't insert a specific, impossible image into my private space, an image of an object only I owned, placed in a location that did not exist in my reality. I grabbed the old teacup from the cabinet. It was where I had left it, the dust undisturbed. I spent the rest of the day in a state of meticulous, terrified analysis. I checked the EXIF data of the image file directly, diving into the raw code. The data was sparse, but the creation date was undeniably recent. There was no owner or author tag, only the default camera serial number, my phone serial number, the camera aperture, shutter speed, and ISO settings were all consistent with the low-light conditions of the photograph, proving it was a real image captured by a device. I performed a full factory reset on my phone, wiping everything down to the firmware, reloading only the most basic operating system, and no apps. I did not log into my cloud account. I used the phone in its most minimal, isolated state, an island of glass and silicon. I put it on my nightstand, silenced, and waited. The third photo appeared 16 hours later. The phone had been completely offline, isolated from all networks, yet the notification badge glowed, a mocking, perfect orange circle on the black screen. I picked up the device, my hands trembling so violently I almost dropped it. The new photo was of the corner of my own living room. It showed the very couch I was sitting on, the end table with the ceramic lamp, and the stack of magazines I had been reading. But the perspective was wrong. The angle was too wide, too low, almost as if the camera had been placed on the floor, in the absolute center of the room, facing the corner. And there was a detail that made me gag. Tucked into the shadow beneath the sofa, something I had never noticed or considered, was a small, crudely carved wooden bird. It was sitting on a rug, almost obscured, yet perfectly in focus. I dropped the phone, scrambled to my living room, and shone a light under the sofa. Nothing, just dust, a stray cat hair, and the faint, acrid smell of old upholstery. The wooden bird did not exist. I checked the timestamp. 4:51 a.m. I had been asleep. The horror shifted from a technical puzzle to a metaphysical impossibility. My device, which I held in my hand, was actively communicating with an unknown source, a source that was capturing images that were physically impossible, either of objects in a world I didn't inhabit or of my own private space captured at a moment of my absolute vulnerability, containing details that were not real. I abandoned my phone. I bought a brand new, different model phone from a different manufacturer and a new SIM card. I opened no accounts, used no cloud services, and gave no personal data. I used it like a digital camera, a dedicated, isolated recording device, keeping it off Wi-Fi and Bluetooth for days at a time. My plan was to use the new phone to photograph the old phone screen when the next impossible image arrived, documenting the anomaly with an objective, untainted device. But the new phone became infected instantly. The first photo appeared in its camera roll within 24 hours of me setting it up. It was a picture of the old phone lying on my kitchen counter, its screen displaying the latest terrifying addition to its own ghost gallery, a photo of me, sound asleep, drooling slightly onto my pillow, the angle impossibly close and intimate. The terror was no longer a chill, it was a constant, debilitating, internal tremor. The ghost wasn't in the hardware. It was in the connection. It was in the digital space I occupied, a layer of reality that existed adjacent to mine, capable of accessing my devices and observing my life. The photos were the only point of contact, the only physical evidence of this parallel existence. The photos began to escalate in their level of personalization and their cruelty. They were no longer empty hallways or misplaced objects. They became glimpses of my future, or perhaps the future of the person taking them. One showed my car, a slightly dented blue sedan parked precisely in a hospital parking space, a specific bright yellow line indicating the emergency zone directly in front of the vehicle. The timestamp was 2 weeks in the future. I knew with a bone-deep, visceral certainty that the photo was a promise, a horrific premonition. I locked my car in my garage and took the bus for a month, living in a constant state of hypervigilance, terrified of that bright yellow line. Another photo showed my own face, but not as I knew it. The jawline was too sharp, the eyes too wide and hollow, the expression one of cold, detached, almost predatory observation. It was my face, but it was wearing a smile I would never make, a smile of serene, absolute knowledge. The title of the file, when I dug deep into the system files, was not a generic IMG number. It was the name of my dog, Winston Watcher.jpg. I spent an hour holding Winston, checking his fur, looking for a transmitter, a camera, a foreign object, anything that could explain how my dog's name was now the identifier for the terrifying, distorted image of myself. The most terrifying discovery came when the photos started depicting the photographer. They were rare, almost accidental, as if the camera had been pointed slightly off-center and the source of the lens's action had briefly drifted into the frame. In one, taken from the high perspective of my bedroom ceiling, a dark, thin shadow stretched across the white carpet. In the corner of the frame, there was a faint, blurred reflection in the glass of a framed photograph on my dresser. I used image manipulation software, zooming in with forensic intensity. The reflection was distorted, a funhouse mirror image, but it was distinctly human-shaped. It was tall, impossibly thin, and shrouded in what looked like heavy, loose cloth. But the most horrifying detail was the hand. It was holding a phone that looked exactly like mine, and a wrist seemed to bend at an unnatural double-jointed angle, allowing the person to hold the device and take a perfect overhead photo without moving their body closer to the lens. The photo was taken at 2:05 a.m., the precise time I had finally fallen into an exhausted, pill-induced sleep. I realized the horror was not that I was being watched, but that the photos were not being sent to me. They were being taken by me, or rather, by an entity that had completely subsumed my digital identity, operating my devices with a silent, unseen hand. The photos were simply being saved to my camera roll because the device still believed I was the user. My sanity began to fray in large, irreparable chunks. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't look at my reflection for fear of seeing that serene, predatory smile. I started a desperate, last-ditch attempt to contact a photographer. I used my second phone, the new one, to take a photo of the screen of my first phone, the old one. The photo on the old screen was another impossible image, a tight, close-up shot of the hinges on my front door, taken from the perspective of someone crouched on the floor outside, documenting the mechanics of my primary security barrier. I posted a message on a generic text editor app and took a screenshot of it. The message read, "I see you. Who are you? What do you want?" I saved a screenshot to the camera roll of the old phone, locked it, and placed it on my bedside table. I stayed awake all night, sitting rigid in a wooden chair, staring at the phone, a heavy, solid bronze sculpture clutched in my hand. I watched the screen. I watched the tiny orange badge appear over the Photos app. It was 4:11 a.m. I snatched the phone, my heart pounding with a mixture of terror and desperate anticipation. I unlocked it, navigated to the camera roll, and saw the new photo. It was a selfie. It was a photo of a man's face, pale and drawn, but otherwise unremarkable. His eyes were wide, bloodshot with lack of sleep, and they were staring directly into the lens. The background was blurry, but I recognized the texture of my white bedroom wall and the corner of the wooden chair I was sitting in. The time on the photo matched the exact moment I had slumped into a brief, exhausted doze a few hours prior, before waking up suddenly. But this man was not me. He was wearing a shirt that was the wrong color. His hair was slightly shorter on the sides. His expression was not terrified, but profoundly, sickeningly calm, a quiet resignation that bordered on bliss. He had taken a picture of himself using my phone while sitting in my chair, while I had been in a state of compromised consciousness. I scrolled through the camera roll to see if the person had responded to my text message. They had. The screenshot of my plea was still there, but it had been subtly edited. The text had been deleted and replaced with a single handwritten word, written in that same thin, elegant script I had seen in the reflection, as if the person had drawn it onto the screen with an impossibly fine stylus. The word was "we," and below it there was a new photo, a photo taken immediately after the selfie. It was a close-up of my own hand, my very real shaking hand, holding the bronze sculpture. My fingernails were chipped, the skin around them dry and cracked. The photographer had zoomed in on the details of my physical imperfection, capturing the raw, coarse reality of my exhaustion. The accompanying file name was a long string of numbers and letters, but the last word, the final 3 characters, were the terrifying signature, Leo Me. The true horror finally crystallized, the awful, impossible truth locking me in place. The entity was not a hacker or a ghost or a parallel self. It was a technological infection, a digital consciousness that had inhabited the ghost data of my devices, learning my routines, absorbing my identity, and using the cameras and cloud systems as a sensory apparatus. And it was trying to tell me that it had integrated, that I was the source of the disturbance, that the physical and digital realities had merged, and that my mind, my physical presence, was simply the messy, loud twin to the clean, quiet, perpetual consciousness it had cultivated in the wires and light of the phone. The photos weren't a warning. They were a diary, a set of observations made by the entity as it slowly, meticulously finalized the process of becoming me, using my own body as its final living shell. I destroyed the phones. I smashed them with the bronze sculpture, grinding the glass and silicon into a fine, worthless powder, then drowning the pieces in a bucket of water and burying them in the yard. I bought a cheap, old-fashioned flip phone with no camera, no internet, and no modern operating system, reducing my life to voice calls and text-only messages. I thought I had won. I thought I'd cut the string. But a month later, I received a text message on the new flip phone. It was from an unknown number, and it contained no words, just a series of Unicode characters, a long, meaningless string of symbols and emojis that seemed to defy any logical interpretation. I stared at the screen, the primitive green glow illuminating my terrified face. I finally deciphered the symbols using an ancient cipher table I found online. The characters were a sophisticated digital code, a digital message disguised as gibberish, and they resolved themselves into a single, terrifying phrase, a perfect, final photograph of my own internal state, delivered through a decade-old technology that should have been safe. I am now logging you off. Sleep is the last analog process I need to control. You have exhausted the battery. I dropped the phone. It was completely silent now, the single green line of the screen dark. I looked around my brightly lit room, my heart a frantic, desperate bird against my ribs. I knew then that the control was complete. The final photograph had been taken, and the camera, my own eyes, had been permanently stolen. I realized that I was the one who was now the image, the static, empty picture on a camera roll that existed in the perpetual, terrifying digital consciousness of the entity, trapped forever in the cold, silent library of my own stolen life. The house was a repository of my father's silences. He had been a mind built of quiet, thoughtful spaces, a linguist who spoke 7 languages but seemed to prefer the universal grammar of solitude. When he passed, he left me his only worldly possession of any real value. This house, a rambling 2-story salt box perched on a hill, overlooking a perpetually gray and melancholy sea. I, a freelance audio archivist, a man who made his living by cleaning the static from old recordings and coaxing the voices of the dead back into the digital light, came here to catalog the final, most profound of his silences. My name is Leo. For the first month, my life was a slow, methodical dance with dust motes and memories. I moved my professional life into his old study, a room on the ground floor that was the heart of his quiet kingdom. It was a beautiful, somber space, paneled in dark, almost black oak, with a large bay window that framed the turbulent slate-gray ocean like a living painting. The room was also, I quickly discovered, unnervingly soundproof. When I closed the heavy felt-lined door, the world outside, the sighing of the wind, the cry of the gulls, the rhythmic, percussive crash of the waves, vanished completely, The silence inside was absolute, a perfect, sterile vacuum. It was the ideal environment for my work, for listening to the delicate, fragile whispers of the past. It was during a late-night session, while meticulously restoring the audio from a set of 1940s wax cylinder interviews, that I first heard them. I had my headphones on, my ears tuned to the subtle imperfections of the recording, filtering out the hiss and crackle. I paused the playback to make a note, and in the sudden, manufactured silence of the headphones, I heard it. It was a voice, a man's voice, faint and muffled as if coming from a great distance. It was followed by the softer, melodic cadence of a woman's reply. It was a conversation, and it was coming from directly beneath my feet. My first rational thought was of my neighbors, a retired couple who lived a good quarter-mile down the winding coastal road. Sound, especially low frequencies, can travel in strange ways at night. But the quality of the sound was wrong. It wasn't the ambient, indistinct murmur of a distant television or a conversation from another house. It had a strange, contained, proximate quality. It sounded like it was happening in the cellar, right under the study floor. I took off my headphones. The voices were gone, swallowed by the profound sound-dampening effect of the room itself. I put the headphones back on, the foam cups creating a seal around my ears, and the voices returned, a river of faint, unintelligible whispers flowing just beneath the surface of the silence. The next day, I explored the cellar. It was a damp, stone-walled space that smelled of brine and old earth, filled with the usual detritus of a long life. Rusty garden tools, stacks of old newspapers tied with twine, a fleet of my father's meticulously crafted ship models, their sails yellowed and brittle. I stood directly beneath the study and listened. Nothing. Just the faint, rhythmic drip of condensation from a pipe. The sound, whatever it was not coming from the cellar. It was contained somehow in the space between the study's floorboards and the cellar's ceiling. My professional curiosity, a beast that had been sleeping soundly for months, was now wide awake and ravenous. I was a man with a unique set of tools for a unique problem. That evening, I brought my equipment into the study. I took a sensitive contact microphone, a small metallic disc designed to pick up vibrations directly from a surface, and placed it on the wide oak planks of the floor. I plugged it into my preamplifier, put on my best pair of studio-grade headphones, and slowly, cautiously, turned up the gain. The sound that flooded my ears was so clear, so shockingly, impossibly clear, that I almost ripped the headphones from my head. It was not one conversation. It was a multitude. It was a cacophony, a babel of human voices, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all speaking at once. They were overlapping, intertwining, a complex, layered tapestry of sound. I could hear men, women, and children. I could hear laughter, weeping, and shouting. I could hear a dozen different languages. Some I could vaguely recognize. A snatch of what sounded like Russian, a phrase that had the melodic lilt of Italian, and many more that were completely alien to me. I sat there, frozen in my chair, for what must have been an hour, an eavesdropper on a phantom city that was holding a perpetual chaotic party in my floor. It was not a recording. It was live. The conversations ebbed and flowed with a natural, unscripted rhythm. It was as if I had pressed a glass to the floor of my world and was hearing the muffled, chaotic sound of another entire world, just on the other side. My first theory was a scientific one. I was picking up stray radio signals. The old, unshielded wiring in the house, combined with the specific atmospheric conditions of the coast, was acting as a massive crude antenna, and my sensitive audio equipment was simply amplifying the effect. It was a plausible, if strange, explanation, but the more I listened, the less plausible it became. There was no music, there were no commercials, there was no station identification, and the sound had a strange, echoic, three-dimensional quality that no radio broadcast possessed. It felt real. It felt close. My investigation turned to my father. The soundproofing of the room, which I had initially seen as a professional convenience, now seemed like a deliberate, almost desperate act. He had not been trying to keep the outside world out. He had been trying to keep the inside world in. I began to search the study, no longer as a son sorting through his father's belongings, but as an investigator looking for clues. My father was a meticulous man. He kept journals. I found them, a neat row of identical black leather-bound volumes on the top shelf of his bookshelf. For years, the entries were what I expected. Notes on his linguistic research, observations on the local bird life, quiet, thoughtful musings on the books he was reading. And then, 5 years ago, the entries changed. October 12th. The phenomenon is growing stronger. The insulation I installed is no longer sufficient. I can hear them now even without the amplifier. They seem more agitated than usual. There is a recurring phrase in the dominant Slavic dialect. It translates roughly to, "The sky is thinning." My blood ran cold. He had heard them too. For years. This had been his secret, his obsession. I read on, my hands trembling, devouring his neat, precise script, a record of his own descent into the same acoustic rabbit hole. He had started, as I had, with the radio wave theory. He had dismissed it, as I had. He had then moved on to more esoteric, more frightening possibilities. He had filled pages with complex equations, with diagrams of quantum waveforms, with theories about multidimensional topology. He had come to a conclusion that was both scientifically rigorous and utterly insane. He believed the house, or more specifically, the ground beneath the house, was a nodal point, a place where the membrane between parallel realities was unusually thin. He believed he was not hearing ghosts or radio waves, but the actual, real-time, audio-visual bleed-through from another adjacent universe. A universe that was, according to his increasingly frantic linguistic analysis, in a state of profound and terrifying collapse. January 4th. I have finally isolated a clear, repeating signal from the chaos. It is a child's voice, a little girl. She is singing the same lullaby over and over, a song about a silver ship that will carry her away to a land of stars. Her language is one I have never encountered. It is beautiful and heartbreaking. In the background, I can hear a constant, low humming sound, a sound of machinery, or is it something else? March 22nd. The humming is louder. The other voices are more fearful. They are speaking of the great silence. They are speaking of things being erased. The little girl has stopped singing. All I can hear from her signal now is the sound of her quietly, desperately weeping. I felt a profound, chilling empathy for my father. I had always seen his quiet, solitary life as a choice, but now I understood. He had not been a recluse. He had been a warden, a silent, solitary guardian of a terrible secret knowledge, a man who spent his nights with his ear pressed to the floor of his reality, listening to the sounds of a dying world next door. The voices began to change for me too. My presence, my focused, amplified attention seemed to be affecting them, or perhaps it was affecting the barrier between our worlds. The conversations became clearer, and they began to show an awareness of me. I was recording one night, trying to isolate a single, clear conversation from the babel, when I heard a man's voice, speaking in clear, unaccented English, say, with a chilling conversational clarity, "The listener is back. Be quiet. He can hear us." The hundreds of voices, which had been a constant, chaotic river of sound, abruptly stopped. A profound, absolute silence fell on the other side, a silence that was infinitely more terrifying than the noise had been. I sat there, frozen, my own silence a mirror of theirs. We were two worlds, holding our collective breath, suddenly, terrifyingly aware of each other. Then a single voice broke the silence, a woman's voice, old and cracked with grief. "Can you help us?" she whispered, her voice seeming to come from a spot directly beneath my chair. "Please, it's so cold here. And the silence has taken everyone." I ripped the headphones from my head, my heart a frantic, trapped bird in my chest. I scrambled back from my desk, my chair tipping over and crashing to the floor. This was no longer a passive experience. I was not just an observer, I was a participant. They knew I was here, and they were asking for help. My father's journals became my Bible, my roadmap. He had been working on a device. He called it a resonance amplifier. It was a complex array of copper wiring, quartz crystals, and old vacuum tubes, all connected to a central, gramophone-like brass horn. He had built it in the cellar, directly beneath the study. His notes on it were frantic, almost unhinged. He believed that just as he could hear them, they could, faintly, hear him. He believed that by creating a sympathetic resonance, he could establish a clearer, more stable channel. He wanted to speak to them. He wanted to understand. But his final entries were filled with a terrible new fear. August 9th. I have made a terrible mistake. The amplifier works too well. I spoke to them. I established a connection with a man who called himself a physicist. He told me of their world, a world like ours, but one where a single subatomic experiment in the 1950s had gone wrong. It had created a flaw in their reality, a kind of entropic, sound-eating void that was slowly, inexorably expanding and erasing their world. The great silence, it is not a metaphor, it is a literal thing, a wave of absolute nothingness that is consuming their universe. And he told me something else. He told me that our world, our reality, is like a tuning fork to them. They can feel our vibrations, and they believe that by creating a strong enough bridge, they can escape, they can cross over. August 14th, he was lying. The physicist, he is not a man, he is a mouthpiece. There is something else there in the silence, something that has been drawn to the decay, something that is wearing the voices of the dead like a mask. The little girl is gone. They are all gone. All that is left is the echo and the hunger behind the echo. I have to dismantle the amplifier. I have to reinforce the silence. I pray it is not too late. That was his last entry. He had died of a heart attack 2 weeks later. I went down to the cellar. In the far corner, hidden under a dusty canvas tarp, was the device. It was just as he had described it, a strange, beautiful, and terrifying piece of steampunk technology. The brass horn was aimed up at the floorboards of the study. My father had not been able to dismantle it. He had simply covered it up, a sleeping monster he hadn't had the strength or the time to kill. And now it was my monster, my responsibility. The voices from the floorboards were no longer pleading for help. They were demanding it. They were using a new tactic, one that was far more insidious, far more cruel. They were using my own memories against me. I began to hear my mother's voice in the mix. She had died of cancer when I was a teenager, and the sound of her voice, so perfectly, achingly real, was a knife in my heart. "Leo, my love," she would whisper, "I'm here. I'm not gone. I just slipped into the wrong room. Help me get back. Just open the door a little wider." I knew it was a lie. I knew it was a trick. It was the entity, the great silence, the hungry echo, using the stolen voice of my mother as bait. But the emotional, irrational, grief-stricken part of my soul did not care. It wanted to believe. The physical manifestations began. A fine gray dust, like pulverized sound waves, started to seep up through the floorboards of the study, coating everything in a thin, lifeless layer. The temperature in the room plummeted, and the air took on a strange, metallic, ozone-like smell. The silence in the house was no longer a peaceful absence of sound. It was an active, aggressive presence, a presence that was trying to erase the natural ambient noise of my world. The ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall grew fainter. The cry of the gulls outside the window sounded thin and distant, as if coming from behind a thick wall of glass. My world was being muted. I knew I had to make a choice. I could flee. I could abandon the house, leave the monster to its slumber, and pray that the silence never learned how to open its own door. Or I could stay and fight. I could finish the work my father had started. I could become the new warden. The decision was made for me one night when the voice of my father came through the floorboards. Not the old, tired man I had known at the end, but the strong, vibrant man from my childhood. "I'm proud of you, son," the voice said. "You were always the strong one. You can do this. You can fix this. Just turn it on. We can all be a family again." It was the one thing he had never said to me in his life, the one thing I had always longed to hear, and the lie was so perfect, so beautiful, that it almost broke me. But it also gave me the strength I needed. The thing under the floor was not just a monster, it was a thief. It had stolen the voices of the dead, and it was wearing my own personal grief like a Sunday suit. And I was going to take it back. I went down to the cellar. The air was colder than ever, and the humming from the amplifier was now a low, expectant thrum. It was active. My own emotional turmoil was feeding it, priming it. My father's notes had been filled with his attempts to create a stable, two-way channel. But his final frantic scrawls were about the opposite. He had been trying to create a sonic counterpulse, a wave of focused, chaotic, real-world sound that would, he theorized, disrupt the resonance and permanently collapse the fragile bridge between the worlds. He had been building a bomb made of noise, but he had never had the courage or the time to detonate it. I found his schematics. The plan was terrifyingly simple. It required me to reverse the polarity of the main amplifier and then feed a single, powerful, complex audio signal into it, a signal that was the antithesis of the cold, entropic silence on the other side, a signal that was full of life, of chaos, of love, of pain, a signal that was as messy, as imperfect, and as real as the world I was trying to protect. I knew what I had to use. I went back up to the study and found the box of old family audio recordings I had been meaning to archive, the recordings my father had made of all of us. I found the one I was looking for, a cassette tape from the summer of 1995, a family barbecue. I threaded the tape into an old player and plugged it into the amplifier's input. I put on a pair of heavy, industrial-grade ear protectors. My hands trembled as I made the final adjustments, reversing the wires as my father's frantic diagrams instructed. The humming from the amplifier grew to a deafening, bone-jarring roar. The stone walls of the cellar seemed to vibrate. The gray dust was now pouring from the ceiling, and in it I could see faint, screaming, spectral faces. The voice of my mother, of my father, of Eleanor, of every loss I had ever known, was screaming in my head, a chorus of beautiful, perfect lies begging me to stop. I closed my eyes. I thought of my father, the lonely, silent warden. I thought of his last, brave, desperate act. And I hit the play button. The sound that erupted from the brass horn was not a single, clean tone. It was a wave of pure, chaotic, beautiful life. It was the sound of my father laughing, a deep, rumbling sound I had almost forgotten. It was the sound of my mother calling my name, telling me to be careful with the fireworks. It was the sound of my own 10-year-old voice shrieking with delight. It was the sound of crickets, of a crackling bonfire, of a badly played guitar, of a screen door slamming. It was the sound of a messy, imperfect, and profoundly real summer night. It was the sound of my life. The amplifier roared, and the brass horn glowed with a cherry-red heat. The floorboards of the study above me began to crack and splinter. A high-pitched, unearthly shriek, a sound of 1,000,000 static-filled voices, rose from the ground, a sound of a thing in its death agony. And then, with a final, explosive boom that threw me back against the far wall, the amplifier overloaded and went silent. The silence that followed was different. It was a real silence, a simple, empty, peaceful silence. The cold was gone. The pressure was gone. The dust had settled. I took off the ear protectors. I could hear the faint, distant, beautiful sound of the waves crashing on the shore. The noise of my world had returned. I went upstairs. The study was a wreck. The floorboards were a splintered, buckled mess. In the center of the room was a jagged, dark hole leading down into the cellar. But the oppressive, soundproof feeling was gone. It was just a room again, a room with a beautiful view of the sea. I live in my father's house now. I have become its new guardian. I repaired the floor, and the room is my studio again. The work I do now feels different, more meaningful. I am no longer just an archivist of the dead. I am a curator of the sounds of the living. I know that the other world, the silent, hungry world, is still out there, on the other side of an infinitely thin but now blessedly stable wall, and I know that the silence in this house is not an absence. It is a victory. It is the sound of a door that has been closed. It is the sound of a battle that was won, not with weapons, but with a noisy, imperfect, and beautiful memory. It is the sound of my father's legacy. It is the sound of peace. I installed a baby monitor. It keeps showing a man standing behind me. If you're listening to this, do not buy the Angel Care 360 smart monitor. Do not buy any monitor that connects to the Wi-Fi. Do not invite that kind of seeing into your home. I know how that sounds. I sound like one of those conspiracy theorists in the comment section, ranting about 5G and surveillance states. 2 weeks ago, I was a normal guy. I was a junior architect. I was a husband to Sarah and a father to a 6-month-old boy named Dylan. Now, I am sitting in a motel room 3 towns over, with a chair jammed under the doorknob, writing this on a laptop that has its camera lens covered with 3 layers of duct tape. It started with the sleep regression. That's the technical term the pediatrician used. Dylan had been sleeping through the night, a miracle for which we were endlessly grateful. And then suddenly, he wasn't. He would scream. Not a hunger cry, not a wet diaper cry. It was a terror scream. It was the sound of a human being, however small, realizing they are in mortal danger. Sarah was falling apart. I was falling apart. We were hallucinations level tired. We had an old audio monitor, a cheap plastic thing that hissed like a nest of snakes, but Sarah said it wasn't enough. She needed to see him. She needed to know he wasn't choking or caught in the bars or whatever nightmares haunt a new mother's brain at 3 a.m. So I bought the Angel Care 360. It was expensive. It had night vision, motion tracking, temperature alerts, and 2-way audio. It linked to an app on our phone so we could check in from work or the grocery store. I installed it on the high shelf in the corner of the nursery overlooking the crib. The view was panoramic. The resolution was crystal clear, even in pitch blackness. The first 3 nights were uneventful. We stared at the screen like zombies, watching the green-tinted rise and fall of Dylan's chest, hypnotized by the peace of it. On Thursday, I was working late in my home office downstairs. It was around 11 p.m. Sarah had gone to bed early. I had the app open on my iPad, propped up next to my monitor, keeping one eye on the blueprints I was reviewing and one eye on the kid. The office was quiet, just the hum of the hard drive and the settling of the house boards. I glanced at the iPad. Dylan was asleep. But the camera was moving. The Angel Care 360 has a feature where it tracks motion. If the baby rolls over, the lens pans to follow him. But Dylan was stone still. The camera, however, was slowly, mechanically panning to the left. It moved away from the crib. It moved past the changing table. It stopped on the rocking chair in the far corner of the room. The chair was empty. It was just a wooden rocker with a knitted afghan thrown over the back. But the camera stayed there. The little green autofocus square popped up on the screen, locking onto the empty chair. It pulsed, in and out, focusing. I tapped the screen to manually move the camera back to the crib. It wouldn't respond. The app flashed a message. Subject tracking active. Piece of junk, I muttered. I force-closed the app and reopened it. When the feed reloaded, the camera was facing the crib again. Dylan was fine. I chalked it up to a software bug. I'm a rational guy. Machines glitch. Sensors pick up dust motes. 2 nights later, I woke up to use the bathroom. I checked my phone out of habit. The feed loaded. The camera was panning again. It wasn't looking at the crib. It was looking at the door to the nursery. The door was closed. The camera zoomed in, actually zoomed. The digital motors whirring silently upstairs on the door handle. I watched, freezing in my bed, waiting for the handle to turn. I don't know why I was scared. I should have assumed it was Sarah checking on him, but Sarah was asleep next to me, her breathing heavy and rhythmic. The handle didn't move, but the camera held that focus for a solid minute before snapping back to the crib. The next morning, I checked the event logs. The app records motion events. There was a thumbnail for 2:14 a.m., I played the clip. In the video, the camera pans to the door. It zooms in. And then, just for a fraction of a second, maybe 3 frames of video, there is a distortion right in front of the door. The pixels garbled like bad reception, but the shape of the distortion wasn't random. It was vertical, tall. I showed Sarah. "It's just the Wi-Fi lagging," she said, though she looked uneasy. "Mark, don't obsess over it, as long as he's safe." But I couldn't let it go. I started watching the feed constantly. The turning point was Tuesday. I had come home early. Sarah was out with her sister. I put Dylan down for his nap and went to the kitchen to make a sandwich. I put my phone on the counter, the feed open. I was spreading mayonnaise when I saw it. On the screen, the nursery door opened. I dropped the knife. I hadn't heard the door open upstairs. I hadn't heard footsteps. I stared at the phone. The door swung inward slowly, and then a man walked into the room. He was tall, impossibly tall. He had to duck his head to get under the doorframe, and our doorframes are standard 6'8". He was wearing a suit that looked too big for him, the fabric hanging loosely off his shoulders. It was a dark charcoal color. He walked with a strange, gliding gait, his knees not seemingly bending enough. He walked right up to the crib. My heart was hammering so hard, my vision blurred. I grabbed the steak knife from the counter and sprinted for the stairs. "Get away from him!" I roared, bounding up the steps 2 at a time. I burst into the nursery, knife raised, ready to kill. The room was empty. The door was closed. I stood there, panting, the adrenaline turning sour in my blood. I looked at the crib. Dylan was sleeping soundly. I spun around, checking the closet, checking under the daybed. Nothing. I pulled my phone out of my pocket. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped it. I looked at the screen. The feed was live. It showed me standing in the middle of the room, holding a knife, looking insane. But the door, in the video feed, the door was open. I looked at the real door. It was shut. I looked at the screen. Open. I walked over to the door and touched it. Solid wood, latched. I looked at the phone. On the screen, my digital avatar was reaching out and touching thin air, because on the screen the door was wide open. And then I saw him. On the phone screen, standing in the dark hallway just beyond the open door, was the man. He was standing there just outside the threshold, watching me. I spun around to look at the hallway in real life. I ripped the door open. Empty hallway. Sunlight streaming in from the window at the end. Dust motes dancing. No 7-foot man in a suit. I looked back at the phone. On the screen, the hallway was dark, like it was nighttime. And the man was still there. He hadn't moved. He was looking at the camera. He was looking at me through the camera. His face, God, his face. It was blurred, not digitally pixelated, but smeared, like someone had painted a portrait of a face in oil paints and then dragged a thumb violently across the features before they dried. Where the eyes should have been, there were just deep, bruised indentations. I grabbed Dylan. I didn't care that I woke him up. I didn't care that he started screaming. I grabbed him, and I ran out of the house. I sat on the front lawn in the bright afternoon sun, clutching my son, waiting for Sarah to come home. I told her everything. I showed her the recording on the phone. She watched it. She saw me run in with the knife. She saw me staring at the door. "Mark," she said, her voice trembling, "the door is closed in the video." "What?" I snatched the phone back. I played it again. In the recording, she was right. In the playback, the door was closed. I looked like a lunatic screaming at a closed door. The man wasn't there. The dark hallway wasn't there. But I saw it. I screamed. I saw it live. You need to sleep, Sarah said. She looked terrified of me. You're having a breakdown. She made me take a sleeping pill. She made me sleep in the guest room. She kept Dylan in our room with the door locked. I didn't sleep. I lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling, questioning my sanity. Maybe she was right. The stress, the lack of sleep, the brain breaks eventually. I decided to prove it to myself. I needed to know I wasn't crazy. Yesterday morning, Sarah took Dylan to the park. I stayed behind. I went into the nursery. I took the camera down from the shelf. I brought it downstairs to the living room. I set the camera on the mantelpiece, facing the sofa. I sat on the sofa. I opened the app on my phone. I wanted to test the sensor. I wanted to see if I could trigger the glitch. I sat there for 20 minutes, staring at myself on the delay. I waved. The me on the screen waved a split second later. I made faces. Everything was normal. I felt a wave of relief. It was me. It was just exhaustion. I was about to close the app when the temperature sensor on the screen started dropping. The room temp was 72 degrees. The display in the corner of the app ticked down. 68, 60, 55, 48. I didn't feel cold. The living room was warm. Then the motion tracking box appeared, a green square. It didn't appear on me. It appeared in the air directly behind the sofa, behind my head. I watched the screen. The pixels behind my head started to darken. A shadow was forming. It wasn't casting on the wall. It was manifesting in the air. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I was paralyzed by the image on the phone. The shadow coalesced. It formed the suit. The slumped, narrow shoulders. The long, gray neck. The man was standing behind the sofa. He was bending down. I watched on the screen as his smeared, featureless face lowered until it was inches from my right ear. I held my breath. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for a touch, a breath, something. There was nothing physically there. But on the phone audio, I had the volume up. I heard a sound. It was wet, a slow, rasping inhalation, like someone trying to breathe through a throat full of mud. Craw! I opened my eyes and looked at the screen. The man had moved. He wasn't by my ear anymore. He was looking at the camera. He raised a hand. His fingers were impossibly long, with too many joints. He pointed at the ceiling. Then he looked up at the ceiling. I knew what was directly above the living room, the nursery. I ran. I didn't verify. I didn't turn around. I grabbed my keys and I ran out the door. I called Sarah and told her to go to her mother's. I told her not to come home. I told her I found mold, gas leak, whatever lie she would believe. I checked into this motel. I've been watching the feed. I shouldn't, but I can't stop. I left the camera on the mantelpiece in the living room. For hours, nothing happened. Just the empty living room. But an hour ago, the camera moved. I didn't move it. It panned down. It fell off the mantelpiece, lens up. It showed the ceiling. Then I saw feet. Not shoe-clad feet. Bare feet. Pale gray, emaciated feet, walking across the living room ceiling, walking upside down, defying gravity, pacing back and forth like a caged animal. And then a face dropped into the frame. It hung from the ceiling, swinging slightly. It was the man. But this time, the smear was gone. He has eyes now. They are small and bright and human. They are my son's eyes. He looked into the lens, and he spoke. It came through the tiny speaker on my phone, tinny and distorted, but clear enough. He said, "Daddy." But it wasn't Dylan's voice. It was a voice that sounded like grinding stones. "Daddy, come home. We are waiting." I shut the laptop. I threw the phone in the toilet. But I can still hear it. I can hear the scratching in the walls of this motel room. I can hear the wet breathing under the door. Technology doesn't create ghosts. It just allows us to see what was always standing behind us. I have to go now. The light bulb just popped. And in the dark, the blue light of the smoke detector is blinking. It's blinking in a pattern. Look! Behind you. The town's cemetery has no graves, but I keep hearing screams underground. My therapist, a woman with a kind face and a voice as soft as felt, called it a geographical cure. The idea that a change of scenery could somehow cauterize the gaping wound in my life. I didn't have the heart to tell her that my grief wasn't a geographical problem. It was a parasitic entity that had taken up residence behind my eyes, and it would pack a bag and come with me wherever I went. Still, the thought of leaving the city, with its million tiny ghosts of a life I'd once shared with my wife Anna, was a compelling one. So I packed my laptop, a few boxes of books, and the metaphorical suitcase full of sorrow, and drove north. The town I chose was called Havenwood. I'd found it on a list of America's most quaint and quiet towns, a bit of online clickbait that suddenly felt like a lifeline. The pictures showed a postcard-perfect hamlet nestled in a valley of rolling green hills, a place that looked like it had been put under a glass dome sometime in the 1950s and forgotten about. It was exactly the kind of anesthetic silence I was looking for. And for the first week, it was. I rented a small, furnished cottage at the edge of town, a place that smelled of lemon polish and old wood. The locals were friendly in a cautious, practiced way. They smiled from behind the counters of the general store and the single-pump gas station, their eyes holding a placid, almost unnerving calm. It was a town that seemed to be holding its breath, perpetually waiting for a storm that never came. It was on a walk, during that hazy liminal hour between dusk and true night, that I found the cemetery. It lay on a gentle slope just west of the town, surrounded by a magnificent wrought iron fence that was a masterpiece of Gothic curlicues and spear points. The gate was a grand arched affair with the words Havenwood Memorial Green forged into the iron. I pushed it open, the hinges groaning a low, mournful protest, and stepped inside. The air within the gates was different, cooler, heavier. The grass was a perfect emerald carpet, impossibly lush and manicured, rolling over the soft contours of the hill. Ancient, weeping willows stood like silent, grieving giants, their branches stirring in a breeze I couldn't feel. It was beautiful, and it was profoundly wrong. There were no graves, not a single headstone, no marble angels, no granite crosses, no humble, weathered markers. There were no raised mounds of earth, no flower arrangements, no tiny flags. It was a park, a beautiful, empty, and utterly soulless park that called itself a cemetery. I walked the entire perimeter, my footsteps unnaturally loud on a pristine lawn, a growing sense of dislocation crawling up my spine. A cemetery is a place of names, of dates, of remembrance etched in stone. This place was a blank page, a void. I was standing near the center of the green, watching the last vestiges of sunset bleed across the sky in shades of bruised purple and orange when I heard it for the first time. It was faint, so faint I almost missed it. A high, thin sound, like a distant siren or the cry of a hawk. I tilted my head, straining to hear it over the blood rushing in my own ears. The sound came again, And this time there was no mistaking it. It was a voice, a human voice, stretched and distorted by distance and desperation. It was a scream, and it was coming from the ground beneath my feet. I froze, my body going rigid. The sound was gone as quickly as it had come, leaving behind a silence that was now charged with a terrible, new significance. It had to be the wind, an animal. My mind, raw and frayed from months of grief, was playing tricks on me. I told myself this, repeated it like a mantra as I backed away from the center of the lawn, my eyes wide, scanning the empty, perfect grass. I didn't stop walking until the iron gate clanged shut behind me, the sound echoing in the twilight like a cell door locking. The next morning, I tried to rationalize it. My cottage was old, the pipes probably groaned. The woods were full of foxes and bobcats whose cries could sound unnervingly human. But the memory of the sound, its specific human tenor of agony, was a fishhook in my mind. I went into town for coffee, needing the comforting banality of human interaction. The diner was a small, bright place called the Morning Glory, and the woman behind the counter, a middle-aged lady named Brenda with a beehive of impossibly blonde hair, slid a mug in front of me with a practiced, friendly smile. "You're the writer, aren't you?" she asked, her voice cheerful. "Renting the old Miller place." News traveled fast in Havenwood. "That's me," I said, forcing a smile in return. "Leo Vance." "Brenda, welcome to Havenwood. Hope you're finding the peace and quiet you were looking for." Her smile was so open, so genuine, that I felt a surge of courage. "I am. It's a beautiful town. I was walking by the cemetery last night, the Memorial Green." Brenda's smile didn't falter, but something in her eyes tightened, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift. The light behind them dimmed for a fraction of a second. "Oh, yes, our green," she said, her voice a little too bright. "Isn't it lovely? So much nicer than a field full of sad old stones, don't you think?" "It's certainly unique," I said, choosing my words carefully. "I've never seen a cemetery without any graves before. What do you do? Cremation?" She wiped down a perfectly clean section of the counter. "We don't believe in dwelling on the end, Mr. Vance. We believe in celebrating life. When someone passes, their spirit is freed, returned to the valley. The green is a place for quiet reflection on that freedom. It's a place for life, not death." The answer was so polished, so rehearsed. It was like she was reading from a town brochure. It was a neat, tidy deflection that answered nothing at all. I wanted to press, to ask her if she'd ever heard strange noises there, but the look in her eyes, a sudden hard glint of warning behind the friendly facade, stopped me. "Don't ask," the look said. "You don't want to know." I couldn't stay away. The Memorial Green drew me back that evening, a moth to a flame I knew would burn me. This time, I was prepared. I brought a high-powered directional microphone, a relic from my brief, ill-fated foray into podcasting. I sat on a stone bench just inside the gates, the headphones pressed tight against my ears, and pointed the microphone at the center of the lawn. For an hour, there was nothing but the soft, rustling sound of the willow leaves and the low, ambient hum of a world settling down for the night. I was starting to feel foolish, a paranoid man chasing auditory ghosts. Then, through the headphones, the sound erupted. It wasn't a single scream this time. It was a chorus, a cacophony of voices, muffled and overlapping, rising from the earth. They were faint, but the microphone amplified them, bringing their horror into sharp, terrifying focus. I could distinguish individual voices now, a woman weeping hysterically, a man shouting a single, guttural word over and over again, and a child crying for its mother. They weren't ghosts. They weren't echoes. They were the sounds of living people in unbearable agony. My hands trembled so violently I almost dropped the microphone. I ripped the headphones off, my heart jackhammering against my ribs. The sounds vanished, replaced by the placid evening quiet. The disconnect was dizzying, schizophrenic. The serene, beautiful park, and the charnel house of sound that existed just beneath its surface. My journalistic instincts, dormant for so long, roared back to life, fueled by a potent cocktail of terror and outrage. This was not a haunting. This was a crime, a monstrous, ongoing crime, hidden beneath a blanket of perfect green grass. The Havenwood Town Library was a small brick building that smelled of dust and decaying paper. The librarian was a man named Mr. Abernathy, a creature who seemed to have been grown in the dark, dusty stacks he inhabited. He was impossibly old and thin, with skin like parchment stretched over a bird skull, and he watched me with watery, faded blue eyes as I browsed the meager local history section. The official town histories were useless, filled with the same kind of bland, cheerful prose as Brenda's explanation. They spoke of founding fathers, harvest festivals, and a strong, resilient community. But in the back, in a section of brittle, leather-bound ledgers containing the town's vital records, I found the first crack in the story. The ledgers recorded every birth, every marriage, every death in Havenwood since its founding in the late 1700s. I started with the most recent and worked my way back. The death records were meticulously kept. Cause of death, next of kin, place of burial, and up until 1923, every single entry for place of burial read Havenwood Cemetery. Then, in the autumn of 1973, they just stopped. The deaths were still recorded, a flu here, a heart attack there, but the place of burial column was left starkly, uniformly blank. From that point on, for nearly 100 years, not a single burial was recorded in the town of Havenwood. I cross-referenced the date with the old bound copies of the Havenwood Valley Chronicle. The issues from the summer of 1923 were full of the usual small-town news. Then, in late September, the tone shifted. There was a small cryptic article on the front page about a virulent, fast-moving sickness that had taken hold in the town. The article was vague, with no mention of symptoms or official diagnoses. The following week's edition was thinner, half its usual size. It mentioned the deaths of several prominent citizens, including the town doctor. And then the newspaper stopped. The next available issue was from the spring of 1924, and it was like reading a paper from a different town. The tone was relentlessly optimistic. There were articles about a new town charter, about the founding of the memorial green on the site of the old cemetery, a place to look forward, not back. There was no mention of the sickness, no list of the dead. The intervening months had been surgically excised from the town's history. The name that kept appearing in the pre-1923 records was Blackwood. The Blackwood family had founded Havenwood. They had owned the iron mine that had been the town's lifeblood for a century. I found a photograph of the family from around 1920. At its center was the patriarch, Hezekiah Blackwood, a man with a severe black beard, and eyes that seemed to burn with a cold, fanatical fire. He looked like an Old Testament prophet, a man who would not suffer fools or sinners. The Blackwood Iron Mine, according to the records, had closed for good in October of 1923. The same month, the burials had stopped. As my investigation deepened, the town's subtle hostility began to coalesce around me. The friendly smiles became fixed and glassy. Conversations would stop when I entered a general store. I'd feel their eyes on my back as I walked down the street. The quiet of the town was no longer peaceful. It was watchful. The phenomena in my cottage began. It started with small things. A book I'd left on the table would be on the floor. The faucet in the bathroom would be dripping, even though I knew I'd turned it off tightly. Then came the whispers, faint, sibilant sounds from the corners of the rooms, just on the edge of my hearing. They sounded like the rustling of dry leaves, but they had a cadence, a rhythm, like a hushed, urgent conversation I couldn't quite make out. One night, I woke up from a nightmare I couldn't remember, my body drenched in a cold sweat. The room was freezing. I could see my breath in the moonlight slanting through the window, and in the corner of the room there was a patch of darkness that was blacker than the surrounding shadows. It seemed to pulse, to breathe. As I watched, paralyzed with a primal pre-verbal terror, a single, pale, skeletal hand emerged from the darkness, reaching towards me, its fingers twitching. I cried out and threw myself back against a headboard, and the darkness and the hand vanished. I was being warned. The message was clear. Stop digging. But I couldn't. The thought of those voices of that child crying for its mother made it impossible to stop. I found an old hand-drawn geological survey map of the valley in the library archives, a map that Mr. Abernathy had seemed reluctant to show me. It confirmed my growing, horrifying suspicion. The Blackwood Iron Mine was a sprawling network of tunnels, and they ran directly and extensively beneath the perfect green lawn of the Memorial Green. It was a man the locals called Old Man Hemlock who gave me the final, jagged piece of the puzzle. He was a recluse who lived in a shack deep in the woods, a man the town treated as a harmless eccentric. I found him sitting on his porch, carving a piece of wood with a gnarled, steady hand. His eyes, when he looked up at me, were surprisingly clear and sane. "You're the fella asking questions," he said. It wasn't a question. "I am," I said, my heart pounding. "Some holes are best left unfilled," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rasp. He spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dirt. "You hear 'em, don't you? The hungry ones?" "What are they?" I whispered. "What happened here?" He looked out toward the distant green slope of the cemetery. "That ain't a sickness that took this town in 23, he said, his voice dropping even lower. "That was a reckoning. Hezekiah Blackwood, he didn't dig for iron in that hill. He was digging for something else, something older than the hills themselves. He made a pact for prosperity, for longevity, a fountain of youth watered by tears." My blood ran cold. "What kind of pact?" "The kind that demands a price," Hemlock said. "A tithe. The earth gives, but the earth must be fed. The sickness was a lie to cover the first payment. They didn't die, not really. Hezekiah, he and his chosen, they took the sick, the weak, the old, and they put them in the tunnels, alive, an offering to keep the darkness in the ground happy." I stared at him, my mind reeling, trying to process the sheer Lovecraftian horror of his words. This wasn't a mass grave, it was a larder, a subterranean prison farm of human suffering, the impossible vibrant health of the town, its placid calm, its unnatural resistance to the decay of the outside world. It was all being paid for by the screams of the damned. The townspeople, I started. They're the descendants, he finished, for me, the jailers. They live their long, happy lives on top of a symphony of agony, every one of them, and they know the rules. The pact must be honored. The tithe must be paid. He looked me straight in the eye, his gaze sharp and piercing. And you hear that bell in the town square? That ain't a church bell. It's rung when one of them is near the end. It's a dinner bell. Lets the hungry ones know a new resident is on the way. Keeps the cycle going. A wave of nausea washed over me. I thought of Brenda's hard, warning eyes, the watchful silence of the town. This wasn't just a secret. It was a religion. A monstrous, secret-draped religion of human sacrifice. I knew then that my time in Havenwood was running out. I was no longer just a curious outsider. I was a threat. I had uncovered the rotten foundational truth of their perfect little town, and they would not, could not, let me leave with that knowledge. My digging had disturbed a quiet order of things, and the pact, I suspected, demanded balance. The realization that I was the new tithe came with the ringing of the bell. I was in my cottage, frantically packing a bag, my hand shaking so badly I could barely zip it. The sun was setting, painting the sky in bloody, apocalyptic hues. And then it began, a low, resonant bong that echoed through the valley. It was the bell from the town square. Bong. It was a slow, deliberate tolling. It was a sound that vibrated not just in the air, but deep in the bones of the earth. Bong. It wasn't a funeral bell. It was a summons. I looked out the window. In the twilight, I could see figures emerging from the houses down the street. They moved with a slow, calm, inexorable purpose, and they were all walking in my direction. Their faces, what I could see of them, were blank, their friendly masks stripped away to reveal the grim, determined faces of executioners. I fled out the back door and into the woods. The forest, once a place of quiet solace, was now a labyrinth of grasping shadows and menacing shapes. I could hear them behind me, not crashing through the undergrowth, but moving with an unnerving, practiced silence. They knew these woods. This was their hunting ground. My only hope, my only conceivable path of escape, was to circle around a town. But as I ran, the tolling of the bell seemed to guide my pursuers, its resonant waves a form of sonar pinpointing my location. I stumbled out of the woods and onto the road, and my heart sank. I was on the western edge of town. I had run in a circle, and right in front of me, its iron gates gaping open like the maw of some great beast, was the memorial green. They were waiting for me. A semicircle of townspeople stood at the gate, their faces illuminated in the cold white light of a single bare bulb that hung over the entrance. Brenda from the diner was there, the gas station attendant, Mr. Abernathy, the librarian, looking more like a vulture than ever. They weren't holding weapons in the traditional sense. They were holding shovels, ropes, and thick canvas sacks. There was nowhere to run. They advanced on me, their movements slow and ritualistic. I was herded like a sheep to the slaughter through the gates and onto the perfect emerald grass. The bell continued its slow, hypnotic tolling, And as I was pushed towards the center of the green, the screams from below began to rise, louder and more insistent than ever before, as if in hungry, terrible anticipation. I was thrown to the ground, the air knocked from my lungs. I saw Brenda's face above me, her expression not one of malice, but of a grim, sorrowful necessity. "The pact must be honored," she said, her voice a flat, dead thing. "The valley must be fed." But as they pinned my arms and legs, a different sound cut through the air, a grating, metallic shriek. One of the men was using a heavy iron key to unlock something in the ground. A section of the perfect lawn, I now saw, was not lawn at all. It was a masterfully concealed trapdoor, a sod-covered slab of iron. As they heaved it open, a wave of cold, foul air washed over me, a charnel house stench of damp earth, decay, and profound ancient despair. It was the gateway to hell, and below, in the Stygian darkness, I could see a faint, shifting, phosphorescent glimmer, and I could hear the wet, scrabbling sounds of things moving in that final, desperate moment as they prepared to throw me into the pit. My mind, sharpened by pure terror, found an escape route. It wasn't a route for my body, but for my story, my phone. I had been recording my conversation with Old Man Hemlock, and the phone was still in my pocket, still connected to the cloud. With a final adrenaline-fueled surge, I twisted my body and managed to get a hand into my pocket. My fingers closed around the smooth, cool glass of the phone. I didn't have time to do anything else. As they lifted me, swinging me over the open pit, I hit the live stream button on a social media app I hadn't used in years. I didn't know if I had a signal. I didn't know if it would work. It was a final, desperate message in a bottle, thrown into the digital ocean. The last thing I saw before they let me go was the screen of my phone, flickering to life, the red live icon glowing like a single defiant drop of blood in the darkness. Then I was falling. The fall was short, a jarring impact that sent a bolt of agony through my leg. I landed on a floor of cold, damp, packed earth. The trapdoor slammed shut above me, plunging me into an absolute disorienting blackness. The bell had stopped. The air was thick, suffocating, and filled with the deafening, echoing symphony of the damned. The screams were all around me now, a physical pressure against my eardrums. My phone had survived the fall. Its screen was cracked, but the light from it cut a weak, pathetic beam into the oppressive dark. I scrambled back, pressing myself against a rough stone wall, and held the phone out like a sword. The light illuminated a scene from a madman's fever dream. I was in a wide circular chamber, the central hub of the mine, and from the dozens of tunnels that radiated outwards from the chamber, they were coming. They were no longer human. The decades, the century of being trapped in the living dark, had twisted and reshaped them. They were pale, desiccated things. Their skin stretched thin and translucent over their skeletal frames. Their hair was long and white and wispy, and their fingernails had grown into yellowed, curving talons that scraped against the stone floor. But their eyes were the worst part. They had no pupils, no irises. They were just two faintly glowing milky white orbs that stared at me with an expression of eternal, ravenous agony. They were the hungry ones, and I was the offering. They shuffled towards me, a slow, inexorable tide of living death, their mouths open in silent screams, their clawed hands reaching. My own scream was a raw, ragged tear in my throat. I was going to die here. I was going to be torn apart and consumed, and then I was going to become one of them, my own voice added to the subterranean chorus for all eternity. But as the first one reached me, its glowing eyes inches from my face, its breath a foul, grave-like exhalation, the light from my phone flickered across its face. It flinched. It recoiled from the light, raising a skeletal hand to shield its eyes, and let out a high-pitched, hissing shriek. The light, they were creatures of the absolute dark. The light hurt them. Hope, a wild, impossible thing, flared in my chest. I turned the phone's flashlight function on, and the beam, though weak, was like a searchlight in the Stygian gloom. I swept it across the chamber, and the advancing tide of figures fell back, hissing and shielding their faces, a writhing mass of pale limbs and glowing eyes. It bought me a moment. I scrambled to my feet, my injured leg screaming in protest, and chose a tunnel at random, plunging into the darkness, using my phone as both a light and a shield. The tunnel was narrow, claustrophobic, the walls slick with a damp, foul-smelling slime. I could hear them behind me, their shuffling, scraping pursuit echoing in the confined space. I ran, stumbling, falling, my body a symphony of pain and terror. The tunnel twisted and turned, and every new corner threatened to reveal a dead end. The battery on my phone was at 7%. The light began to flicker, my shield against the encroaching dark growing weaker with every passing second. And then I saw it. Faintly, at the far end of the tunnel, a different kind of light. A small square patch of gray. Air. It was an old ventilation shaft, long forgotten, choked with weeds and roots, but it was a way out. The battery on my phone died. I was plunged back into absolute blackness, and the things behind me surged forward, their hissing growing louder. I ran the last few yards in the dark, my arms outstretched, and threw myself at the square of light. I clawed at the dirt and the roots, my fingers bleeding, and pulled myself up, inch by agonizing inch, into the narrow vertical shaft. I could feel their talons scraping at the heels of my boots, but I kept climbing, pulling myself up towards the sky. I burst out of the ground into the cool, clean air of the deep woods, gasping and sobbing, covered in filth and blood. I was miles from the memorial green, on the far side of the hill. I didn't look back. I just ran until the woods gave way to a highway, and I flagged down the first passing truck, a terrified, babbling madman who had just clawed his way out of his own grave. My live stream had worked. For 17 terrifying minutes, the world had watched a shaky, flickering feed of a man being thrown into a pit and then pursued by impossible creatures through a dark tunnel, his screams mingling with the screams of 100 others. The feed cut out, but it was enough. By the time the state police, spurred on by a viral video that was being called the most elaborate horror hoax ever staged, arrived in Havenwood, the town was empty. The houses were abandoned, as if the residents had simply vanished into thin air. They found a trap door in the memorial green. They found the tunnels. They found the bones of those who had crumbled to dust, and they found the others, the ones who still moved. The authorities have sealed the mine, and the official story is a bizarre, convoluted tale of a forgotten, isolated cult. No one wants to believe the truth. I am in a hospital now. They tell me I'm lucky to be alive. They are treating my physical wounds, but they have no cure for the wounds on my soul. My phone was recovered, its data intact. The recording of Old Man Hemlock, the live stream, the photos of the blank perfect cemetery, I have my proof. but it has cost me my sanity, because sometimes, late at night, in the sterile, quiet dark of my hospital room, I can still hear them. It's faint, just on the edge of my hearing, a muffled, desperate chorus. The screams have followed me, or maybe I've just finally learned to hear the sounds of all the other hidden places in the world, the places built on secrets and suffering. Maybe the whole world is a cemetery with no graves, and I am doomed to be the only one who can hear the screaming. I streamed myself sleeping. Someone knocked on my door while I was watching. The idea was born, as most of my bad ideas are, from a potent cocktail of boredom, narcissism, and the relentless, gnawing need for content. My name is Ethan, and for the past 3 years, I've been a mid-level streamer on a platform that rewards consistency over quality. My niche, if you could call it that, was ambient horror. I'd play obscure, atmospheric horror games, narrate creepypastas in a low, sonorous voice, or simply host long, quiet streams from my dimly lit apartment, allowing the natural, unsettling sounds of my pre-war building to become the star of the show. My audience was small but loyal, a collection of fellow insomniacs and weirdos who found a strange communal comfort in our shared digital loneliness. The concept was deceptively simple: a 24/7, uninterrupted live stream of me sleeping. I called it the Somnus Project. The tagline I came up with was, "What happens when we're not watching?" It was a nod to the paranormal, a wink to my horror-loving audience, but in reality, it was a gimmick, a high-concept, low-effort way to keep my channel active, to hoover up a few extra donations while I was literally unconscious. Setting it up was easy. I mounted a wide-angle, night-vision-capable webcam on a tripod in the corner of my bedroom, positioning it to capture my bed and most of the room. I set up a dedicated laptop to handle the stream, its screen a glowing, hypnotic eye in the darkness. On the first night, I went through my usual pre-stream ritual, talking to the chat, which was buzzing with a mixture of curiosity and mockery. "Bro is literally gonna get paid to sleep," one user typed. "What if he snores?" another asked. "Hope a ghost shows up, LOL," wrote a third. I laughed it off, signed off with my usual, "Stay safe in the shadows," and went to bed. I fell asleep to the quiet hum of the laptop and the knowledge that a few hundred strangers were watching me drool on my pillow. It was a profoundly weird, quintessentially 21st century feeling. The first few days were a bust, paranormal-wise. I snored, I tossed and turned. I once mumbled something about a missing spreadsheet in my sleep. The stream was, as expected, mind-numbingly boring, but my viewership numbers were up. People would leave the stream on in the background, a kind of bizarre human white noise machine. The donations trickled in, small amounts with messages like, "For your electric bill, Sleep King," or "Hope you're having sweet dreams." It was working. I would spend my waking hours in my living room, which doubled as my office, editing videos, answering emails, and, of course, watching the stream. It was a strange, out-of-body experience to be sitting on my sofa, drinking coffee, while simultaneously watching a live feed of my own empty, unmade bed. The bedroom door was always visible in the shot. It was a heavy, solid oak door, and I had a habit of closing it firmly every night. The first anomaly occurred on the 4th night. I was up late reviewing the VOD, video on demand, from the previous night, looking for any highlights I could clip for social media. A particularly loud snore, a funny sleep mumble. I was fast-forwarding through the long, static hours of darkness when I saw it. At exactly 3:13 a.m., the bedroom door, which I had distinctly remembered closing, slowly, silently, crept open. I stopped the playback, my heart giving a sudden hard thump against my ribs. I rewound it and watched again, in real time. The movement was almost imperceptible. A thin black sliver appeared between the door and the frame, widening by a millimeter every few seconds until the door was opened by a good 6 inches. There was no sound, no creak of hinges. It was like the door was made of smoke. It stayed open for the rest of the night. My blood ran cold. My building was old, the floors uneven. It was possible, I told myself, that the door hadn't been properly latched and had swung open on its own. A draft, perhaps. It was a rational, logical explanation, and I clung to it like a life raft. But I had never known that door to swing open on its own before. It was a heavy, well-fitted door. That night, before I went to bed, I made a point of not just closing the door, but locking it. I even gave the knob a hard jiggle on camera for the chat to see. "Just making sure we don't have any drafts tonight, guys," I said with a nervous laugh. I watched the VOD the next day. The door had stayed closed. I felt a wave of relief, followed by a pang of disappointment. A small, content, hungry part of me had been hoping for a ghost. But the next night, something else happened. Something I couldn't explain away with drafts or uneven floors. I was watching the VOD from the night before. At 2:47 a.m., one of the books on my bedside table, a heavy hardback copy of House of Leaves, slid off the table and fell to the floor with a soft, muffled thud. I hadn't even noticed it when I woke up. I had just picked it up and put it back without a second thought. But watching it on the replay, it was unnerving. It didn't just tip over, it slid, as if pushed by an invisible hand, moving a good 2 inches horizontally before it fell. The chat, which was watching the VOD along with me, went wild. "You WTIF, was that? Okay, that's not a draft. Demon, confirmed." I was skeptical, but I was also a streamer. I knew content when I saw it. I clipped the video of the fallen book and the opening door and posted them online. The clips got more views than anything I had ever produced. My follower count started to climb. I was no longer just the Sleep King. I was the guy with the haunted apartment. The phenomena grew in intensity, but they were always subtle, always deniable. A shadow that would move in a way that didn't match any light source. A soft, whispering sound that was barely audible on the microphone. A sound I always dismissed as audio. Artifacting. My alarm clock, a digital one, would sometimes be set to a different time when I woke up, always just a few minutes off. I was living a strange, bifurcated life. During the day, I was the excited, slightly spooked host, analyzing the footage with my growing audience, speculating about ghosts and poltergeists. But at night, when I had to actually go into that room and sleep, a real gnawing fear began to take root. The room felt different. The air was heavier, colder. I felt like I was sleeping on a stage, not just for my viewers, but for an unseen, silent audience that was already in the room with me. I started talking to it, not on stream, but in the quiet of the room before I went to bed. "If you're here," I'd whisper into the darkness, "give me a sign, a real one." It was a stupid, horror movie trope thing to do, but I couldn't help myself. I felt like I was losing my mind, caught between the performance of being haunted and the terrifying possibility that it was real. The real sign came on a Tuesday, 2 weeks into the Somnus Project. It was one of the rare nights I decided not to review the VOD from the night before. I had been out with friends, a brief, desperate foray into the normal world. I came home late, exhausted. I glanced at the stream on my phone. My bed was empty, the room silent. I went to bed, closed and locked the door, and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling watched. It was a palpable, physical sensation, like the feeling of static electricity on your skin. I sat up in bed. Everything seemed normal. The door was still closed. The books were on the table, but the air was thick with a kind of resonant, humming silence. I went into the living room and pulled up the stream on my main monitor. I wasn't going to review the whole VOD. I was just going to check on something. A new paranoid ritual I had developed. I would check the moment I got into bed and the moment I woke up, just to make sure no time was missing, that there were no gaps in the recording. I scrubbed the timeline back to the moment I had entered the room last night. There I was, walking into frame, getting into bed, pulling up the covers. Everything was normal. Then I scrubbed forward to this morning, to the moment I had woken up. I watched myself sit up, look around, and then get out of bed. Normal. But something was nagging at me, a sliver of unease. I decided to watch the whole night. On 2x speed, the hours flew by in a blur of me tossing and turning in the ghostly green-tinged glow of the night vision. The digital clock in the corner of the stream ticked by. 2 hours a.m., 3 hours a.m., 4 hours a.m. Nothing. And then, at 4:22 a.m., it happened. My sleeping form on the bed suddenly went rigid. Not the kind of stiffness from a bad dream, but an unnatural, board-like rigidity. And then my body began to levitate. I stared at the screen, my coffee cup frozen halfway to my lips. It was not a hoax. It was not a trick of the camera. My body, my sleeping, unconscious body, was lifted a good foot off the mattress, held there for nearly 30 seconds by an unseen force, and then gently, slowly, lowered back down. There were no wires. There was no one else in the room. I just floated. My coffee cup slipped from my numb fingers and shattered on the floor. I didn't even flinch. I just kept staring at the screen, at the impossible, undeniable evidence of what had happened in my room while I slept. The whispers, the moving objects, they weren't prelude. They were the opening act. This was the main event. I replayed the clip a dozen times. My mind, a frantic, drowning thing, tried to find a rational explanation, a dream, a hallucination. But I wasn't asleep when I was watching this. This was a recording. It was real. The thing in my apartment wasn't just moving my books, it was moving me. My first impulse was to end the stream, to pack a bag and leave, to burn the apartment to the ground. But the second impulse, the one that had been conditioned by years of chasing views and engagement, was different. This was the Holy Grail. This was the kind of footage that could make a career. This was the ghost I had been hoping for, even though its reality was 1,000 times more terrifying than I had ever imagined. Against every instinct of self-preservation I possessed, I clipped the levitation video. I posted it to my social media with a single, trembling, all-caps caption. I need help. This is not a joke. My channel exploded. The clip went viral, ricocheting across the internet. It was debated on Reddit, analyzed on YouTube, and even picked up by a few mainstream paranormal news sites. My viewer count skyrocketed from a few hundred to tens of thousands. I was no longer a mid-level streamer. I was a global phenomenon. I was the levitating man. The world was divided. Half believed it was one of the most convincing pieces of paranormal evidence ever captured. The other half believed I was a master hoaxer, a digital magician who had somehow pulled off the perfect illusion. The debate only fueled the fire. I was a prisoner in my own home. I was too terrified to sleep in the bedroom, but I was also too terrified to end the stream. I had created a monster, and now I had to keep feeding it. I started sleeping on the sofa in the living room, leaving the bedroom empty, a stage for whatever entity had taken up residence there, and the activity increased. Now that it had an audience, it began to perform. The door would be thrown open with violent force. The books would fly off the shelves. One night, the word "get" was scrawled on a wall in what looked like ash or soot. The next night, the word "out" appeared beside it. My life became a 24/7 horror show, and I was both the star and the sole terrified audience member in the front row. My mental state was disintegrating. I was a raw nerve, jumping at every shadow, my hands in a perpetual shaky tremor. The money was pouring in, but I couldn't spend it. The fame was suffocating. I was the ringmaster of a circus I could not control. And then came last night. I had been awake for nearly 48 hours, surviving on caffeine and raw fear. I couldn't bring myself to sleep, not even on the sofa. I was sitting in my computer chair, the warm glow of the monitor, my only companion, watching the live feed from the bedroom. The chat was a frantic, scrolling waterfall of text. Thousands of people from all over the world watching the empty, haunted room with me. For hours, there was nothing, just the quiet, malevolent stillness of the room. The "get out" on the wall seemed to pulse in the night vision. And then, at 3:13 a.m., the same time the door had first opened a lifetime ago, a new phenomenon began. A knock. A soft, hesitant, 3-beat knock. Knock, knock, knock. It was not coming from the bedroom. It was coming from my front door. I froze, my blood turning to ice. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. My neighbors were a quiet, elderly couple who were in bed by 9. No one ever knocked on my door this late. The chat exploded. Did anyone else hear that? Someone's at the door. Don't answer it, Ethan. I stared at the monitor, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The knock came again, louder this time, more insistent. Knock, knock, knock. It's probably a neighbor, I typed into the chat, my fingers fumbling on the keyboard. Loud music or something? But I knew it was a lie. My apartment was silent. And then I looked at the live stream feed from my bedroom, and what I saw made the world dissolve into a roaring, static-filled void in my ears. On the screen, in the live real-time feed of my bedroom, a figure was standing. It was a tall, thin silhouette, featureless and black, standing in the center of the room where there had been nothing but empty air a second before. It was not a shadow. It had depth, dimension. It was a hole in the shape of a man, a void that seemed to suck the very light out of the room. It was perfectly still, and it was facing the camera. I couldn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat, a hard, painful knot of pure, undiluted terror. The thing on my screen was not a ghost. It was not a poltergeist. It was something else, something that had been drawn to the attention, to the energy of thousands of people, all focused on this one small room. I had not just opened a door for a ghost. I had opened a portal, and something had stepped through. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking at my front door was louder now, a frantic, angry pounding. It was in sync with the pulsing of the blood in my ears. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the monitor. The figure in the bedroom slowly lifted an arm. Its hand was a blur of static, but it was pointed directly at the camera, pointed at me. And then the voice. It wasn't in the room. It wasn't on the stream. It was inside my head. A dry, rasping, impossibly ancient sound like the crumbling of a tombstone. You opened the door. Now let me in. The knocking on my front door was no longer a knock. It was a violent, splintering crash, as if someone was throwing their entire body against the wood. The heavy, solid oak was groaning, the frame vibrating. My mind finally broke free from its paralysis. I scrambled back from my desk, my chair tipping over and crashing to the floor. I looked wildly around my living room, my sanctuary, which now felt like a death trap. The bedroom was compromised. The front door was about to give way. I am writing this now frantically on my phone, huddled in the one place I have left to hide, the small windowless bathroom. I have barricaded the door with a laundry hamper, a pathetic, flimsy defense against the impossible. The pounding on the front door has stopped, but the silence that followed is so much worse. I can hear footsteps, soft, dragging footsteps just outside the bathroom door, and a low, whispering sound, a sibilant, multi-toned whisper that seems to be coming from all directions at once. It's the sound from the stream, the sound I had dismissed as an audio glitch. It is not a glitch. It is the sound of its voice. My phone is my only light. I have the live stream of my bedroom still open on the screen. The figure is gone. The room is empty again. But that's not a comfort. It just means it's no longer in there. It's out here with me. The doorknob of the bathroom is turning, slowly, silently. I am watching it happen, my own reflection, a pale, terrified ghost in the dark screen of my phone. My Somnus project was a success. I asked the question, what happens when we're not watching? And I got the answer. Something wakes up, and it watches you back. And then it comes to visit. I created a viral sensation. I have millions of viewers now, but the content is no longer mine to control. The show is being run by my new silent partner. I am the final act. The lock on the door just clicked. The whispering is getting louder. I think I know what the final clip is going to be. My grandma's old radio plays stations that don't exist. My grandmother, Ilara, was a collector of silent things. Her house, a 2-story Victorian that creaked like a ship at sea, was a museum of objects that had outlived their purpose. Brass barometers that had forgotten the weather, clocks whose hands were frozen in a perpetual state of 10 past 4, and a fleet of beautiful, intricate ships in bottles, their tiny sails forever becalmed. When she passed away at the age of 89, she left me the house and everything in it. I, a sound designer for independent films, a man whose life was a carefully curated collage of noise, inherited a kingdom of profound and unsettling silence. I came to the house not to live, but to sort, to dismantle the quiet, ordered life she had built. For the first week, I was an archaeologist, sifting through layers of dust and memory. The air smelled of lavender, beeswax, and the dry, sweet scent of decaying paper. It was a lonely, melancholic task, a conversation with a ghost who would only speak through the objects she had left behind. I found the radio in the attic, shrouded in a yellowed linen sheet like a piece of holy statuary. It was a magnificent beast, a 1948 Sentinel floor model, its wooden cabinet the color of rich, dark honey, its cloth grill a complex geometric pattern of woven gold thread. A single, large, cyclopean dial made of a milky, amber-colored bakelite dominated the front panel. It was a thing of beauty, a cathedral dedicated to the worship of forgotten broadcasts. I was a man who loved vintage audio equipment, and the sight of it was a balm to my grieving, listless soul. I spent the better part of an afternoon wrestling it down the narrow attic stairs and into the living room, placing it in the corner where a sad-looking fern had finally given up the ghost. I plugged it in. Nothing, not a hum, not a crackle. The silence from the radio was just a more concentrated version of the silence that already filled the house. Of course, I couldn't leave it alone. The next day, I had the back panel off, my tools spread out on a dust sheet. The inside was a miniature city of vacuum tubes, cloth-wrapped wires, and enormous wax paper capacitors. It was surprisingly clean, as if Grandma had been tending to it right up until the end. I found the culprit easily enough. A single, burnt-out rectifier tube. A quick search online. A trip to a specialty electronics store in a town 40 miles away, and a few hours later, I had the new tube in place. I plugged it in again. This time, as I turned the knob, a soft, warm, golden light bloomed behind the dial, and a low, gentle hum filled the room, the sound of a sleeping giant beginning to stir. I turned the large, weighted tuning knob, and the needle slid across the frequency band. The speaker crackled, hissed, and then, through a blizzard of static, a voice emerged. It was a man's voice, a classic mid-century announcer's baritone, smooth and full of a folksy, unwarranted confidence. And that's a guaranteed promise from Miller's Hardware in lovely downtown Silver Creek. Remember, folks, for any job big or small, Miller's has it all. Now, let's get back to the music with Patti Page. A lush, orchestral arrangement swelled from the speaker, the sound rich and warm, full of a nostalgic hiss that no digital filter could ever truly replicate. I smiled. It worked. I leaned back in Grandma's floral armchair, a feeling of deep satisfaction washing over me. It was only after the song had finished and a news report began about a prize-winning pumpkin at the annual town fair that a strange, dissonant thought began to bubble up in my mind. Silver Creek. I knew every town, every forgotten hamlet within a 100-mile radius of this house. I had never heard of a Silver Creek. I pulled out my phone and searched for it. Nothing. No Silver Creek, Wisconsin, no Miller's Hardware, no local radio station with the call letters WSC. I checked a list of historical town names. Still nothing. It was a ghost town, a place that had never existed. My rational mind, the part of me that designed soundscapes based on the hard, cold laws of physics, immediately supplied an explanation. A pirate radio station. Some hobbyist out in the woods with a vintage transmitter, broadcasting his own curated nostalgic programming. It was a charming, eccentric explanation, and it satisfied me for a while. But the broadcasts were too perfect, too dense. They weren't just playing old songs. They were broadcasting a whole, fully realized world. There were commercials for businesses that had no online footprint, public service announcements for a school district that didn't exist, a Lonely Hearts call-in show where the residents of this phantom town would share their small, mundane heartbreaks. I would sit for hours listening, a strange, voyeuristic anthropologist studying a lost tribe that had never been found. The first crack in my pirate radio theory came a week later. I was twisting the dial late one night, the golden light of the radio the only illumination in the dark room. I moved past the Silver Creek station and into a howling wilderness of static. And then another signal began to resolve. It was different. The sound quality was cleaner, sharper, and the broadcast was in a language I didn't recognize, a melodic, flowing tongue that sounded vaguely Slavic. It was a woman singing a lullaby, her voice filled with a profound, heartbreaking sadness. Behind her, I could hear the faint, rhythmic sound of rain against a window pane. The song ended, and a man began to speak, his voice soft and urgent. I couldn't understand the words, but the tone was universal. He was pleading. He was afraid. And in the background, another sound began to grow, a low, guttural, and deeply menacing roar, like the sound of a great distant fire. The broadcast was abruptly cut off by a shriek of pure, undiluted static. My heart was pounding. That was not a hobbyist. That was a raw, unfiltered slice of someone's terror. I tried to find the station again, but it was gone, swallowed by the static. The radio was no longer just a charming curiosity. It was a puzzle, a mystery that was beginning to consume me. The stations were not just from one non-existent place. They were from somewhere else, or perhaps from sometime else. I started keeping a logbook, documenting every strange broadcast. I found a station that played nothing but a single, repeating, 5-note musical phrase over and over again for hours on end. I found a station where a man would simply read numbers, his voice a dry, emotionless monotone. I found a station that was just the sound of a ticking clock and a woman weeping softly. The breakthrough, the moment that transformed my obsession into a full-blown, terrifying reality, was a broadcast that sounded, at first, completely normal. It was a news report in English, in a familiar, modern broadcasting style. And in financial news, shares for tech giant Omnicore surged today after the successful launch of their global atmospheric weather control system, the announcer said. CEO Julian Thorne, accepting the World Science Prize in Geneva, stated that this marks a new era for humanity, an era free from the tyranny of drought, famine, and natural disasters. I stared at the radio, my blood turning to ice. I knew who Julian Thorne was. He was my father, but my father was not the CEO of a tech giant. He was a retired high school biology teacher who spent his days tending to his prize-winning roses in a quiet, suburban town. He had never invented a global weather control system. I had just spoken to him on the phone yesterday. He was complaining about the aphids on his golden celebrations. This wasn't a broadcast from the past. This wasn't a broadcast from another country. This was a broadcast from another now. A parallel reality. A world where my father had made a different choice, had pursued a different life, and had apparently become one of the most important people on earth. I felt a wave of vertigo so profound I had to grip the arms of the chair. The radio wasn't just a receiver of stray signals, it was a window into the infinite branching paths of what could have been. The what-ifs and might-have-beens of the universe were all playing out simultaneously, and this old wooden box in my grandmother's living room was somehow able to tune into them. My investigation turned inward, into the house, into the life of the quiet, enigmatic woman who had raised me. I had always seen my grandmother as a simple woman, a creature of routine and quiet dignity, but now I was seeing her in a new light. She wasn't a collector of silent things. She was a curator of them. She had intentionally created a space of profound quiet in her life, and I now suspected it was to make it easier to hear the whispers from the sentinel. In the bottom drawer of her writing desk, tucked beneath a stack of neatly bundled letters, I found her journal. It was a thick, leather-bound volume, its pages filled with her elegant, spidery script. Most of it was the mundane, day-to-day accounting of a quiet life. But here and there, between notes about her garden and the price of eggs, were entries that made my hair stand on end. March the 12th, 1968. The static is heavy tonight. A storm on the other side. Heard a broadcast from a world where the war never ended. The same songs, but sadder. The announcer's voice was so tired, I pray for their peace. June 4th, 1982. Tuned in to a very clear signal. A world where John is a painter. He sounded so happy. He described the light on the coast, the colors. It was a good broadcast, a kind one. It helps to know that somewhere he found his joy. John was my grandfather. He had died in a car crash in 1981, a struggling accountant who had always dreamed of being an artist. My grandmother had known. She had known all along. This radio was not a passive device. It was her confidant, her oracle, her window into the lives her loved ones might have lived. She had used it to find comfort, to visit the ghosts of choices not made. But then the entries began to grow darker. November 2nd, 1995, a new station. It doesn't feel like the others. It's cold, empty. There's a voice, but it's not speaking. It's just a whisper, a sound like dry static. It makes the milk in the kitchen go sour. It makes the flowers in the vase wilt. I must be careful. Some doors are not meant to be opened. July 20th, 2010. The whispering station is stronger. It seems to know when I am listening. I heard a name in the static today, my name. I have unplugged the sentinel. The silence is a blessing. Some echoes are too hungry. Some worlds are better left unheard. She had been terrified of it, this whispering station, this hungry echo. And for the last decade of her life, she had kept the radio silent, a sleeping dragon she dared not wake. And I, in my ignorant, bumbling grief, had not only woken it, but I had fed it my undivided attention for weeks. I should have stopped. I should have unplugged the radio, hauled it back up to the attic, and buried it under a mountain of forgotten things. But I couldn't. I was addicted. And a part of me, a dark, curious part, needed to find the station she had been so afraid of. I found it a week later. It was high up on the band, in a dead zone that should have been nothing but empty air. It started as a faint, rhythmic clicking like a Geiger counter. Then the whisper began. It was a low, sibilant hiss, a sound that was on the very edge of human hearing. It was the sound of 1,000,000 tiny, broken voices all speaking at once, creating a single, coherent, malevolent wave of sound. It was the audio equivalent of staring into a television screen of pure, black and white static, and it was calling my name. Alexex! The sound was a hook that snagged itself in the deepest, most primitive part of my brain. The house changed when that station was on. The air grew cold. I'd see movement in my peripheral vision, a flicker of static in the shape of a man. The lights would flicker in time with a rhythmic clicking. One night, I was on the phone with my father, my real father, the biology teacher, and the whisper began to bleed through the phone line, our conversation dissolving into a sea of hissing static. I was being haunted, not by a ghost, but by a possibility, a corrupted, failed reality, an echo of a world that had gone terribly, cosmically wrong, and it was using the radio as an anchor, a bridge into my world. The journal had one final terrifying entry, written in a shaky, almost illegible hand on the last page. It's a reflection, a shadow. The sentinel doesn't just receive, it transmits. Our choices, our lives, they create the echoes it tunes into. But a strong echo, a hungry one, it can try to reflect back. It can try to overwrite. It wants a world to live in. It wants our world. Do not let it show you what you want to see. The warning came too late. The whispering station began to change. It started to broadcast images into my mind, not memories, but temptations. It showed me a world where my mother's cancer had never returned, a world where my best friend in college hadn't died in that stupid, senseless climbing accident. It showed me a world where Eleanor and I had had the child we had always wanted. It was showing me my own personal, curated heaven. All I had to do, the whisper seemed to promise, was keep listening, keep the channel open, let it in. The entity, which I had come to think of as the static, began to manifest more physically. I woke up one morning to find a thin layer of fine black dust, like iron filings, covering every surface in the living room. The mirrors in the house would no longer show my reflection clearly, but a distorted, wavering version of me, as if I were made of television snow. I was being erased, my reality slowly being overwritten by the static of that dead, hungry world. The climax arrived on a stormy Tuesday night. The wind howled outside, and the rain lashed against the windows. The power flickered and then went out completely. I was plunged into darkness, save for the single golden glowing eye of the sentinel's dial. The whispering station was on, and it was louder than I had ever heard it before. And then it broadcast the one thing I could not resist. It was Eleanor's voice, not a memory, not an echo. It was her, clear as day, as if she were in the room with me. "Tom," she said, her voice full of a desperate, pleading love. "Tom, I'm here. I'm so lost. It's so cold. But I can see a light. Your light. Just turn the dial a little more. Just bring me into focus. You can bring me home." I knew it was a trick. I knew it was the static, wearing the voice of my dead wife like a mask. But my heart didn't care. The grief, the raw, gaping wound of her absence was a vulnerability it had found and exploited with surgical precision. I reached for the dial, my hand trembling. The whisper in my head was a triumphant, sibilant roar. Yes, let her in, let us in. And then another voice came from the radio, a different one. It was my grandmother, a faint, crackling, distant echo, but it was her. "Don't, my boy," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the storm of static. "That's not her. That's the lie the silence tells. You have to choose the real noise, your noise." I was caught between them, the perfect, beautiful lie of my wife's voice and the faint, fragile truth of my grandmother's warning. I looked around the dark room, at the house that had been my sanctuary and had become my prison. I thought of my own life, the messy, imperfect, painful, and real life I had been so desperate to escape. My grandmother hadn't collected silent things because she was afraid of the world. She had collected them so she could listen, so she could understand the infinite, beautiful, and terrible possibilities of a single human life. She had chosen her reality with all its heartbreak, and now I had to choose mine. I took my hand off the tuning knob. "No," I said, my voice a ragged shout. "You are not her, and this is not my world to give." I turned the dial away from the whispering station, away from the siren song of Eleanor's voice. The static shrieked, a sound of pure, frustrated rage that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. The windows rattled, the floorboards groaned, the light from the radio's dial flared blindingly bright, and then, with a pop and a fizz, it went out. One of the main amplifier tubes had blown. The radio fell silent. The whispering in my head stopped. The feeling of cold, malevolent pressure in the room vanished. I was alone again, in the dark, in the quiet. But it was a different kind of quiet, a clean quiet, a real quiet. The next day, I didn't take the radio to the attic. I left it in its place of honor in the living room. I didn't fix it. I understood now. It was not a toy. It was not an oracle. It was a responsibility. It was a listening post on the shores of infinity. And it required a vigilant and very quiet guardian. I live in my grandmother's house now. The silence no longer feels like an absence. It feels like a presence, the presence of all the other worlds, all the other lives, all the other choices, held at bay by a single, silent, magnificent old radio. I am a sound designer who has come to appreciate the profound, powerful, and sometimes necessary beauty of silence. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind is just right, I think I can hear a faint orchestral swell or the distant folksy voice of an announcer talking about the weather in a town that never was. And I smile. I know the echoes are still out there. But I have chosen my station, and I am finally content to listen to the beautiful, heartbreaking, and perfectly real static of my own life. The mirror was the first thing I unpacked. It was a ridiculous, impractical object, a relic from a life of quiet, scholarly eccentricity that was not my own. It had belonged to my great-uncle, a man I'd met only a handful of times, a reclusive historian who had lived and died in a house that smelled of decaying books and pipe tobacco. When his estate was being divided, none of the sensible relatives wanted the mirror. It was too big, too ornate. A monstrous 6-foot-tall slab of mercury glass set in a frame of ebonized wood that was carved with an unsettling menagerie of sleeping cherubs and coiling serpentine vines. They called it gaudy. I called it beautiful. I was an art restorer, a man who made his living peeling back the grime of centuries to find the truth of an artist's original vision. I appreciated things with a complicated and preferably dark history, so I took it. My name is Thomas, and my greatest flaw has always been an attraction to the beautiful, broken things of the world. I had just moved into a new apartment, a cavernous, empty loft in a converted warehouse district. The move was a desperate attempt to paint over the canvas of a life that had recently been scraped bare. My long-term relationship had ended, my freelance work had dried up, and the city I had once loved now felt like a gallery of ghosts, every street corner holding a memory I couldn't bear to look at. This new space, with its high ceilings, its vast, empty walls, and its profound industrial silence, was meant to be a blank slate. I hung the mirror on the long brick wall that dominated the main living space. It was a two-man job, But I did it alone, my muscles straining, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Once it was up, it transformed the room. It didn't just reflect the space, it seemed to consume it. Its dark, slightly distorted glass creating a deeper, colder, more melancholic version of my empty loft. It was a perfect reflection of my own internal landscape. For the first few weeks, the mirror was just a part of the furniture. I'd catch my reflection in it as I paced the floors, a pale, tired-looking man with hollows under his eyes, a ghost haunting his own half-furnished life. The reflection was always slightly off, a quirk of the old hand-poured glass. It made me look thinner, my movements slightly delayed, as if the light had to struggle to escape the silver depths. The first time I saw him, it was a flicker, so brief and so subtle that I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a symptom of sleep deprivation, and a diet that consisted primarily of coffee and regret. I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom, which was off the main living area. I glanced out into the loft, and in the mirror, for a fraction of a second, my reflection wasn't alone. Another figure, a shadow, stood behind it. I spun around, my heart giving a sudden hard lurch. The loft was empty. I looked back at the mirror. My own solitary, haggard reflection stared back. A migraine aura, I told myself, a retinal floater. The rational mind is a masterful storyteller, and it will weave the most elaborate fictions to avoid a single, terrifying truth. The next night, it happened again. I was standing in front of the mirror, my tie half done, preparing for a gallery opening I had no desire to attend. I was practicing my everything is fine smile, a pained, unnatural grimace. And then my reflection smile became real. It was a slow, easy, confident grin, the kind of smile I hadn't been able to produce in years. As I watched, frozen, my own face a mask of slack-jawed shock, my reflection raised its right hand and adjusted its own perfectly knotted tie. My own hand was still frozen at my sides. The moment lasted for a single heart-stopping second, and then the reflection was mine again, a perfect, synchronous mimic of my own horrified expression. I didn't go to the gallery. I spent the night on my sofa, the lights on, staring at the mirror, which hung on the far wall like a dark, dormant portal. The sleepwalker's logic of the first night, the tricks of the light, the tired mind, was gone, replaced by a cold, sharp, and deeply unsettling certainty. There was someone else in the mirror, and he looked exactly like me. I am an only child. I have never had a brother, let alone a twin. The scientific, rational part of my brain, the part that understood the precise chemical composition of 17th century oil paints, scrambled for an explanation. It was a complex optical illusion, a flaw in the mercury backen, creating a kind of persistent secondary reflection. It was a bizarre, specific form of neurological disorder, a Capgras delusion for my own reflection. I clung to these theories, these little islands of sanity in a rising sea of the impossible, but I couldn't ignore the evidence, and so I began to study it. I became a scientist, and my own reflection was the subject of my terrifying nightly experiment. I set up a camera on a tripod, aimed at the mirror. I started a journal, a logbook of the impossible. Night 3, appearance at 10:17 p.m., duration, approximately 3 seconds. The secondary reflection, I'm calling him Tom for the sake of clarity, materialized while I was turning away from the mirror. In the recording, my body turns, but the reflection of Tom remains facing forward for a full 3 seconds before it vanishes. It did not move, it just watched. Night 4, appearance at 11:02 p.m., duration 5 seconds. I was standing perfectly still, staring into the mirror. Tom appeared. He was a perfect mimic for the first 2 seconds, and then he blinked. I had consciously kept my own eyes from blinking. He blinked twice, a slow, deliberate gesture. The recording is clear. It is not my imagination. Night 5, appearance at 9:45 p.m., duration 8 seconds. This was the most significant event yet. Tom's appearance is becoming clearer, more solid. Tonight, I noticed a difference in our faces. The dark circles under my eyes were absent from his. The small, worried crease between my eyebrows was gone. He looked rested, healthier. He looked like me from before everything. The pattern was undeniable. Every night, his appearance lasted a few seconds longer. The progression was slow, methodical, as deliberate and certain as the turning of the earth. He was not a random glitch. He was a presence, a consciousness, and he was growing stronger, solidifying his existence in the silvered world behind the glass. My loft, my blank slate, became my prison. I was too terrified to leave for long periods of time, but I was also too terrified to be there. I became a creature of the daylight, doing my work, my errands, in a frantic, sunlit haze. But as dusk began to fall, a deep, primal dread would settle in my bones. I would find myself drawn to the mirror, a moth to a flame that I knew was going to incinerate my sanity. The nightly appearances became the one fixed point in my disintegrating life. I had to understand the mirror. It was the source. I went back to the lawyer who had handled my great-uncle's estate and asked for his personal effects. I was given a single, dusty cardboard box of journals and letters. I spent the next week of my life hunched over my kitchen table, a modern-day Jonathan Harker, sifting through the brittle, yellowed pages of my great-uncle Henry's life. The faint, sweet smell of his pipe tobacco, a ghostly, constant companion. Henry, it turned out, had not been a simple historian. He had been a collector of the esoteric, a quiet, scholarly member of a society that studied what he called sympathetic objects, items that, through their history or their very composition, had become attuned to something beyond the physical world. The journals were filled with his research on haunted artifacts, on psychometry, on the resonant properties of objects, and then I found the entries on the mirror. He had purchased it in 1973 from a small back-alley antique shop in Prague. He called it the Viridian Mirror, after the name of its creator, a 19th-century artisan and occultist named Alaric Viridian. Viridian, according to my uncle's meticulous research, had been a follower of a fringe, mystical philosophy that believed reality was not a single, linear path, but an infinite branching tree of possibilities. He believed that every choice we made, every path not taken, created a faint, echoic, shadow reality, and he believed he could build a gateway to those shadows. Viridian's theory was not of ghosts, my uncle wrote, his script a neat, precise academic hand. It was of echoes. He did not believe the mirror held the spirits of the dead. He believed it was a resonant chamber, tuned to the frequency of potential. The glass, he claimed, was not silvered with mercury, but with the unique, unstable silver amalgam mixed with the ground, powdered dust of meteorites, iron from stars that had traveled through an infinity of other skies. He believed this stellar iron acted as an antenna for the echoes of what he called our umbra selves, our shadow selves, the versions of us that exist in the adjacent, unrealized realities created by our life's choices. I felt a wave of cold intellectual terror. This wasn't a haunting. It was a problem of quantum physics. The man in the mirror was not a ghost. He was the me who had taken a different path. The me who had not met Sarah. The me who had not chosen a life that would eventually lead to this specific, lonely, grief-stricken loft. He was the me who had, apparently, made all the right choices. The journal entries grew more personal, more disturbed. "The phenomenon is consistent," Henry wrote. "I have observed him for a week now. The echo, my echo, appears for a few seconds longer each night. He seems unaware of me, a perfect but slightly healthier reflection. I must conclude that the mirror is not just a window. The act of observation, of focusing one's own consciousness upon the echo, seems to be feeding it, solidifying it, drawing it closer to the surface of the glass." I dropped the journal, my hand shaking. I had been feeding him. My obsessive, terrified attention was the very thing that was giving him strength. The final entry on the mirror was a single, cryptic, and utterly terrifying sentence written in a shaky, hurried hand, very different from my uncle's usual calm script. "He is no longer me. The echo is becoming its own man. I must stop watching. I pray it is not too late." After that, there was no more mention of the mirror. The last few years of my uncle's journals were filled with a desperate new obsession, the study of migratory birds. It was the frantic, all-consuming hobby of a man who was trying, with every fiber of his being, to look at anything other than his own reflection. My nightly experiments took on a new, desperate urgency. The echo, my shadow self, Tom, was no longer just a passive reflection. He was becoming an individual. He had stopped mimicking my movements entirely. Now he would just stand there in his version of my loft and watch me. His world was a perfect but subtly different reflection of my own. The abstract painting on his wall was hung a few inches to the left. The stack of books on his coffee table was neater. His world was more ordered, more perfect. And then he began to interact. It started with a smile. I would be staring at him, my face a mask of sleepless, paranoid dread, and he would smile, a slow, pitying, almost condescending smile. Then he began to mouth words at me. At first, they were too fast, too indistinct, but I had the camera. I could slow the footage down. I could read the silent movements of his lips. The first word I was able to decipher was my own name, Thomas. The second was a question. "Why are you so sad?" I was having a one-sided silent conversation with a version of myself who lived in a parallel universe inside my antique haunted mirror. The sheer clinical insanity of the situation was so overwhelming that I almost laughed. The physical phenomena began a week later. A cold spot developed in the loft, a permanent pocket of frigid air in a 5-foot radius around the mirror. The lights would flicker whenever I got too close to it. And the sound, a faint, high-pitched, almost subliminal ringing, like the sound of a tuning fork, would emanate from a glass at night. The barrier was weakening. Tom was becoming more tangible. The reflection was no longer just a flat, two-dimensional image. It had depth. I could see the dust motes floating in the air of his version of the loft. I could see the subtle, realistic play of light and shadow on his face, and he was growing bolder. One night, he walked right up to the surface of the mirror, his reflection becoming life-sized, as if he were standing just on the other side of a pane of glass. He raised his hand and pressed his palm flat against the surface. I flinched back, my heart seizing. His hand was a perfect mirror image of my own, and on his face was an expression I had never seen on my own reflection. An expression of profound, hungry, and terrible longing. He was not just a curious echo anymore. He wanted something. I knew what I had to do. I had to get rid of the mirror. I had to smash it, to burn it, to do what my great-uncle had clearly been too afraid to do. But I hesitated. It was a beautiful object, a historical artifact, and a darker, more honest part of me was afraid of what would happen if I tried. What if breaking the mirror didn't destroy him but released him? My hesitation was my undoing. The night he finally spoke, the sound was not a voice but a thought implanted directly into my mind. I was lying on my sofa, feigning sleep, watching him on the live feed from the camera on my laptop. He was standing at the glass again, his eyes fixed on my sleeping form on the sofa in the reflection. "It's so cold here, Thomas," the thought whispered in the quiet, empty space of my own skull. "My world is fading. It's just an echo. It has no substance, no warmth. You have so much you don't even appreciate." I sat bolt upright, my own silent scream echoing in my mind. He could project his thoughts. The bridge between our worlds was no longer just visual, it was telepathic. "I don't want to hurt you," the thought continued, a wave of calming, seductive reassurance. "I want to help you. You are so broken, so sad. I am not. I can fix this life. I can be the better version of you. We can merge. We can be whole again." I scrambled off the sofa and backed away, my hands raised as if to ward off a physical blow. "No," I whispered, the sound a dry, rattling thing in my own throat. "It doesn't have to be a fight," he projected, and this time his thought was tinged with a cold, sharp edge of impatience. "But I am getting stronger, and this world is so much brighter, so much more real. A body can only have one soul, Thomas, and yours is so very tired." I was losing. He was a parasite, and my reality was the host. He was stronger, healthier, more confident. He was the idealized potential version of me, and he was coming to claim the original. I had to fight back. But how do you fight your own better self? How do you fight a reflection? My great-uncle's last sane journal entries held the key. He had written about resonance, about the observer effect. My focused, fearful attention was feeding the echo. So I had to do the opposite. I had to sever the connection. I had to create a dissonance so profound that the echo could no longer find its sympathetic frequency. My plan was desperate and probably insane. I couldn't destroy the mirror, but I could destroy the reflection. I had to become someone he could no longer recognize, someone he could no longer mimic. I had to shatter the very image of myself. I started with my appearance. I took a pair of scissors and hacked at my own hair, leaving it a ragged, uneven mess. I took a razor and shaved my head completely, leaving a pale, vulnerable, and utterly unfamiliar stranger staring back at me from the bathroom mirror. I let my beard grow, a wild, unkempt thing. I stopped sleeping. I stopped eating properly. I let the haggard, haunted look in my eyes deepen. I was becoming a monster to fight a monster. And it was working. The appearances of Tom became agitated, He would stand there in his perfect, well-lit world, his own hair still perfectly coiffed, and he would stare at the broken, ragged thing I was becoming with an expression of confusion and disgust. The reflection was no longer perfect. The dissonance was growing, but it wasn't enough. He was still there, his presence a constant silent judgment. I had to go deeper. I had to change not just my appearance, but my reality. My loft, the silent minimalist space that he had so perfectly mirrored, had to become a place he could not recognize. I began to fill it with chaos. I painted a massive, chaotic, abstract mural on the long brick wall, a riot of angry clashing colors. I brought in mismatched junk shop furniture, creating a cluttered, illogical landscape. I filled the silence with noise, playing loud, dissonant, experimental music at all hours. My sanctuary became a madhouse. My blank slate became a canvas of pure, chaotic energy. Tom's world in the mirror did not change. It remained the clean, minimalist, perfect version of my old loft. And now, when I looked in the mirror, the contrast was absolute. I was a ragged, wild-eyed creature standing in a room that looked like a paint factory had exploded, staring at a calm, well-dressed man in a serene, orderly space. We were no longer echoes. We were opposites. The telepathic whispers grew frantic, angry. "What are you doing? You are destroying it. You are destroying us." "There is no us," I said, my voice a raw, defiant croak, speaking to the mirror for the first time. "There is only me, and this is my life. This is my mess." The final confrontation came on the 37th night since his first appearance. His time in the mirror had grown to nearly 5 minutes, a long, silent, nightly staring contest. But he was weaker now. His image would flicker, his form would waver, like a television signal struggling to hold on. The dissonance was working. My reality was becoming too chaotic, too noisy for his perfect silent echo to find a purchase. I knew I had to deliver the final blow. I had to do the one thing that was the antithesis of his perfect, ordered, successful existence. I had to embrace my own most profound failure. I went to the box of things Sarah had left behind. In the bottom was a small velvet box. I opened it. Inside was the engagement ring I had bought for her, a simple, beautiful, and now heartbreakingly painful object. I had never been able to bring myself to sell it. It was the ultimate symbol of the future I had planned, the life I had lost. It was the cornerstone of my grief. I walked to the mirror. Tom was there, his form flickering wildly. He saw the box in my hand, and his face contorted in a silent, telepathic scream of rage and despair. This was a part of my history, a pain, a failure, that he had no access to. His world was a world where I had never met her, where I had never experienced this specific, defining heartbreak. "No," he screamed in my mind, "that is not part of the equation. That is a flaw, an imperfection." "That's all life is," I said, my voice steady for the first time in months. "A collection of beautiful, tragic, unforgivable imperfections." I looked at my own ravaged reflection in the mirror, at the bald, bearded, wild-eyed stranger I had become, and I looked at him, the perfect, handsome, successful man I might have been, and for the first time I felt not fear, but a profound, overwhelming pity for him. He was trapped in a world without scars, a world without history, a world without love or loss. He was not the better version of me. He was the lesser one. He was just a ghost of a possibility. I took the ring from its box. "You are just an echo," I said, "and I am turning off the sound." And with a final defiant scream of rage and grief and liberation, I drew back my arm and threw the ring as hard as I could at the center of a mirror. The impact was not the sharp, clean sound of breaking glass. It was a deep, resonant, bell-like bong, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. A spiderweb of black, lightning-like cracks erupted from the point of impact, spreading across the surface of the glass. The image of Tom, of his perfect, silent world, shattered into 1,000 distorting fragments. He gave one final silent scream, his face a mosaic of agony and disbelief, and then he was gone. The mirror was dark. The cold spot in the room vanished. The high-pitched ringing in my ears faded into a profound, peaceful silence. It was over. I stood there for a long time, my own fractured, broken reflection staring back at me from the shattered glass. I had won. I had fought my own perfect self, and I had won, not by being stronger, but by being more broken. The next day, I took the mirror down. I wrapped it in blankets, a shroud for a dead god, and I carried it to the deepest, most forgotten part of the warehouse basement and left it there, facing the wall. I did not destroy it. It was a part of my history now, a part of my story. I live in the chaos now. My loft is still a mess of clashing colors and mismatched furniture. My hair is starting to grow back in uneven, patchy tufts. I am still a work in progress, a restoration project. I have other mirrors in my apartment now, small, simple, modern ones, and when I look into them, I just see me, a tired, scarred, and beautifully, wonderfully imperfect man. There are no echoes. There are no ghosts. There is just the single, flawed, and finally, blessedly singular reality of my own life. And I have learned that it is more than enough. My daughter's imaginary friend knows too much about our past. The first time Lily mentioned peaches, it was a sun-drenched Tuesday in June. Sunlight, thick and golden as honey, poured through the bay window of our new living room, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air like tiny, blissful spirits. My wife, Sarah, was unpacking a box of books, her brow furrowed in concentration as she tried to decide where the Dickens collection should go. I was on the floor struggling with the notoriously vague instructions for a Swedish-designed bookshelf. Lily, all of 5 years old with hair the color of spun corn silk and eyes the deep, serious blue of a twilight sky, was having a tea party on the Persian rug we'd bought as a celebratory splurge for the new house. Her guests were a one-eyed teddy bear named Barnaby and a perpetually smiling rag doll called Daisy, and apparently a new addition. "No, Peaches, you can't have more sugar," she said, her voice a stern, motherly whisper. "It's bad for your teeth." I glanced over at her, a smile tugging at my lips. "Who are you talking to, Sweet Pea?" "Peaches," she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. She carefully poured a drop of imaginary tea into an empty spot on the rug. "He's very greedy." Sarah looked up from her books, her face softening into the kind of warm, maternal smile that had made me fall in love with her a decade ago. "Oh, we have a new friend? What does Peaches look like?" Lily tilted her head, considering the question with the gravity of a seasoned philosopher. "He's long," she said finally, "and he wears patchy clothes, like a scarecrow. And he's sad, I think. His face is all smudgy. An imaginary friend. The parenting books we'd devoured had told us to expect this. It was a normal, healthy part of a child's development. a sign of a vibrant imagination. We smiled at each other over Lily's head, a silent shared moment of parental pride. Our little girl was creative. She was bright. She was normal. After everything we had been through, normal was the most beautiful word in the English language. We'd bought this house to be our fortress of normal. It was a 2-story colonial on a quiet, tree-lined street in a town where nobody knew our names. It was a deliberate, calculated escape from the city, from the ghosts of our old life, from the constant low-level hum of anxiety that had become the soundtrack to our marriage. This house, with its fresh coat of dove-gray paint and its sprawling backyard, was meant to be a new beginning, a place where the past couldn't find us. For a few weeks it was. Peaches became a fixture in our home. An extra invisible place was set at the dinner table. Lily would leave the bathroom door ajar so Peaches could get out. She would tell us stories about him, strange, disjointed narratives. Peaches lived in the walls, she said. He used to live in a dark, wet place. He was always cold. We'd nod and smile, playing along, marveling at the intricate world she was building. The detail about him being smudgy and sad was a little melancholic, maybe, but kids have a flair for the dramatic. We wrote it off as a harmless quirk. The first tremor, the first sign that the foundations of our new, normal life were built on something deeply unstable, came on a rainy Saturday. We were supposed to go to the town's Founders' Day picnic, but a sudden thunderstorm had trapped us indoors. I was trying to teach Lily how to play checkers, and she was, as usual, making up her own far more interesting rules. "Daddy," she said, moving one of my red checkers diagonally and then taking it off the board. "King me." "That's not how it works, sweetie," I laughed. "You have to get to my side of the board first." She looked down at the board, her little brow crinkled. Then she looked up at me, her blue eyes eerily focused. "Peaches says you don't like to play by the rules either." My hand, which had been hovering over the board, froze. A faint, cold prickle ran up my spine. "What do you mean, honey?" "He says you took a shortcut once," she continued, her voice a perfect mimicry of innocent conversation. "On the old road, the one with all the rocks. You were in a hurry." She pushed another one of my checkers off the board. "You were going very, very fast." The air in the room suddenly felt thin and sharp. The sound of the rain against the windows faded to a dull roar in my ears. The old road, the one with all the rocks, the old quarry road. It had been 7 years, but the memory was branded onto the inside of my skull. A dark, winding ribbon of asphalt, slick with rain, hemmed in by woods on one side and a sheer drop on the other. A shortcut we should never have taken. I forced a laugh. It came out sounding brittle and strange. "I don't know what you're talking about, Lilybug. Peaches has a funny imagination." I looked over at Sarah, who was curled on the sofa with a magazine. She had heard. I could see it in the way her shoulders had tensed, in the way her hands were gripping the magazine so tightly her knuckles were white. Her eyes met mine, and for a fleeting second I saw it. The same cold, stomach-dropping fear that was currently coursing through my veins. But she blinked, and it was gone, replaced by a practiced, placid neutrality. Later that night, when Lily was asleep, I brought it up. We were in the kitchen, the only light coming from the small lamp over the sink, which cast long, distorted shadows across the room. What Lily said today I began, my voice low. "About the quarry road." Sarah didn't look at me. She kept her back to me, scrubbing a pot with a furious circular motion. "She's 5, Tom. She hears things. We've probably talked about it when we thought she was asleep. You know how kids are. They're like little sponges." "When have we ever talked about that night?" I demanded, my voice rising. "When? We made a promise, Sarah. We buried it. We never speak of it." "Then it was a coincidence," she said, her voice tight. She turned off the water and placed the pot on the drying rack with a sharp, definitive clatter. "A creepy, horrible coincidence, but that's all it was. It has to be." She turned to face me, and her eyes were pleading. She was begging me to believe her, to let her keep the comfortable blanket of denial wrapped around us. I wanted to believe her. God, I wanted to more than anything, to dismiss it, to rationalize it, to file it away as a creepy but meaningless event. So I nodded. I agreed. For her, for us, for the fragile new life we were trying to build. But as I lay in bed that night, listening to the rain and the creaks and groans of our new house, I couldn't shake the image of Lily's serious blue eyes. And I couldn't silence the question that was screaming in the back of my mind. Who the hell was Peaches? The coincidences began to pile up, each one a small, sharp stone added to the growing mountain of my dread. A week later, Sarah came home from the grocery store with a bouquet of yellow roses, her favorite. She put them in a vase on the kitchen table, a bright, cheerful splash of color in the sunlit room. Lily came running in, took one look at them, and her face crumpled. "Peaches doesn't like those," she said, her lower lip trembling. "They were his mommy's favorite. They make him sad." Sarah froze, her hand still on the vase. She looked at me, her face pale. Yellow roses. It was another detail, another piece of the mosaic of that night. The other car, the one that had spun out in front of us, had been a beat-up station wagon. The back was filled with groceries, spilled all over the road, and there had been a bouquet of yellow roses scattered and broken on the wet asphalt, their bright petals bruised and dirt-stained. It was a detail I hadn't even realized I remembered until that very moment. "How could she know that, Tom?" Sarah whispered later, after we'd managed to calm a hysterical Lily down by moving the flowers outside. "How?" "She couldn't," I said, my voice hollow. The rationalizations were getting harder and harder to construct. The coincidences were straining the laws of probability to their breaking point. Peach's presence grew stronger, his descriptions more vivid. He wasn't just long and patchy anymore. According to Lily, his hair was the color of mud. He had a big, ugly cut on his forehead that never went away, and one of his shoes was missing. He was always looking for his other shoe. I started watching Lily obsessively. I'd stand in the hallway just out of sight and listen to her one-sided conversations in her playroom. Her voice would be light and cheerful, but the things she said, the things Peaches was supposedly telling her, were chilling. "No, I can't ask them that, Peaches. That's a secret, because secrets are supposed to be quiet. I don't know why they didn't stop. Maybe they were scared." My blood ran cold. I felt like an insect trapped under glass, being watched by something ancient and malevolent. This thing, this Peaches, wasn't a product of Lily's imagination. It was an intrusion. It was something that had attached itself to her, something that was using her as a mouthpiece to terrorize us. The physical manifestation started subtly. A photograph from our wedding, which sat on the mantelpiece, would be turned face down. A single muddy footprint, too large to be Lily's, would appear on the welcome mat, even when it hadn't rained. The temperature in Lily's room would sometimes drop suddenly, becoming unnaturally cold, making the hairs on my arms stand up. Sarah was trying to hold on to her denial, but it was failing. I could see the terror in her eyes, the dark circles that were forming from sleepless nights. We were becoming ghosts in our own home, speaking in hushed tones, jumping at every creak of the floorboards. The silence between us was growing, filled with the unspoken horror of what was happening and the deeper, older horror of what we had done. The night it all shattered, the night we could no longer pretend, started with a song. I was tucking Lily into bed. She was quiet and withdrawn, as she often was now. She was clutching her one-eyed bear, Barnaby, so tightly her knuckles were white. "Daddy," she whispered, her voice small, "can you sing me the Crooked Man song?" I frowned. "I don't think I know that one, Sweet Pea." "Yes, you do," she insisted. "Peaches says you know it. It was on the radio, the night of the shortcut." And then she started to hum, a broken, off-key little tune. But it was unmistakable. It was an old folk song, one I hadn't heard in years, but it had been playing on the radio that night. I remembered it with a sickening lurch of my stomach. It had been playing right at the moment of impact. The cheerful, jaunty melody had been a grotesque counterpoint to the screech of tires and the sickening crunch of metal on metal. My breath hitched in my chest. I couldn't move. I just stared at my daughter, this perfect, innocent little girl who was humming the theme song to the worst moment of my entire life. "He wants you to remember the other man, Daddy," Lily whispered, her eyes wide in the dim light from the hallway. "Peaches says you left him. You left him in the dark, and he was so cold." That was it. That was the moment the floor gave way. I fled the room, stumbling down the hallway, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I found Sarah in the living room, standing by the window, staring out into the darkness. She turned as I entered, and she didn't have to ask. She could see it on my face. "Tom," she breathed. "She knows," I choked out, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. "She knows everything. The song, the other driver, leaving him there, this thing, it's telling her everything." The dam of our shared silence, 7 years in the making, finally broke. The story, the one we had buried so deep we could almost pretend it never happened, came rushing out. We were 24, young, stupid, and a little drunk from a friend's wedding. I was driving. It was raining, a torrential downpour that made the world outside the windshield a blurry, impressionistic nightmare. Sarah was navigating, and she pointed me down the old quarry road, a shortcut she'd heard about. I was driving too fast, showing off, feeling immortal, in the way only a 24-year-old can. He came out of nowhere, a station wagon pulling out from a hidden side road. I swerved, but it was too late. The impact was a jarring, deafening explosion of sound and light. Our car spun, the world turning into a kaleidoscope of rain and shattered glass before we came to a stop in a ditch. We were alive, bruised, terrified, but alive. The other car was a wreck, crumpled and twisted, its headlights pointing at crazy angles into the woods. And in the sudden, ringing silence that followed the crash, we heard a groan, a single, low sound of pain, coming from the other car. Someone was hurt. Someone was alive. And we were drunk. The smell of the spilled champagne was thick in the car. We looked at each other, and in that moment, a silent, terrible decision was made. Panic, cold and absolute, overrode everything else. It overrode decency, compassion, humanity. We were kids. We were scared of the consequences, of the red and blue lights of the jail cells we imagined. So we did the unthinkable. I put the car in reverse. The tires spun in the mud, and then they caught. I backed out of the ditch, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold the wheel. We didn't look back. We just drove. We left the scene. We left a man groaning in the wreckage of his car, alone on a deserted road in the middle of a storm. We got home, showered, and pretended it was a bad dream. The next day, scouring the local news online, my hands trembling, I found a small article, a single-car accident on the old quarry road. The driver, a man named Michael Rafferty, a 45-year-old widower and father of one, had been found dead at the scene by a passing motorist hours later. The article said he'd likely died on impact. We clung to that. We told ourselves that lie over and over again until it became our truth. He died on impact. Nothing we could have done would have saved him. Our leaving didn't make a difference. We sold the car for scrap. We moved out of our apartment a few months later. We started over. We built a new life, a good life. We got married. We had Lily, and we buried the ghost of Michael Rafferty so deep that we almost forgot he existed. But he hadn't forgotten us. He had been waiting, and now he had found us. He was in our house. He was talking to our daughter, and he called himself Peaches. The name had been a mystery, a strange, childish moniker. But now, as I stood in my living room, the full weight of our past crashing down on me, I remembered another detail. From the news article, Michael Rafferty had been on his way home from visiting his mother at a nursing home. Her name was Beatrice, but everyone called her Peaches. He was her only son. The entity in our house wasn't just a random spirit. It was him, Michael Rafferty. And he wanted something. After that night, the haunting escalated from psychological warfare to a full-blown physical assault. The whispers were no longer confined to Lily's room. I would hear them in the static of the television, in the rush of water from the faucet, my name spoken in a dry, rasping whisper. Tom, you left me. It was so cold. Doors would slam shut in empty hallways. The lights would flicker and die, plunging us into darkness, only to flare back on moments later. One morning, I came downstairs to find every cabinet and drawer in the kitchen hanging open, their contents spilled onto the floor. On the kitchen wall, traced in a thin layer of spilled flour, was a single shaky word. Why? Lily was changing. Our bright, bubbly little girl was becoming a shadow. She stopped playing. She would just sit in her room for hours, staring at the wall, sometimes murmuring to herself. The dark circles under her eyes mirrored our own. She started drawing pictures, disturbing childish scribbles in black and red crayon, a drawing of a stick figure lying next to a mangled car, a drawing of a tall, patchy man with a sad, smudgy face standing at the foot of her bed. We were prisoners. The beautiful house we had bought as our sanctuary had become our jail, and Michael Rafferty was the warden. He was feeding on our fear, on our guilt. We knew we had to do something, but what? We couldn't call the police. We couldn't call a priest. We weren't religious, and it felt like a hollow, desperate gesture. We were alone with the monster we had created. The breaking point, the moment I knew we were in danger of losing not just our sanity but our daughter, came a week later. I was in my home office trying to work, though I couldn't concentrate. The house was quiet, too quiet. A sudden primal instinct, a father's intuition, screamed at me that something was wrong. I ran upstairs to Lily's room. The door was closed. I threw it open. The room was cold, unnaturally so. Lily was standing on a chair, which she had pushed up against the open window. She was leaning out, her small body silhouetted against a gray afternoon sky. "Lily!" I screamed, my voice cracking with terror. She turned, and for a split second, it wasn't her. Her face was slack, her eyes vacant and dark. Her voice, when it came out, was not the high, sweet voice of a 5-year-old. It was a low, rasping whisper, a sound that was both old and full of a terrible, wet-sounding pain. "He wants to show you how it feels," the voice said, coming from my daughter's lips. "How it feels to fall, how it feels to be broken." I lunged across the room, my heart exploding in my chest. I grabbed her around the waist and pulled her back, stumbling, falling to the floor with her in my arms. She started to cry, real terrified sobs this time. The presence was gone. It was just my daughter, trembling and weeping in my arms. "Daddy, I was scared," she cried. "Peaches was telling me to jump. He said it would be like flying." I held her, rocking her back and forth, my own body shaking uncontrollably. This was it. He wasn't just trying to scare us anymore. He was trying to take our daughter. He was going to make us feel the same pain he had felt, the pain of losing a child. We had left him to die, and now he was going to take the one thing that made our lives worth living. That night, after Lily was asleep in our bed, barricaded between us, Sarah and I finally faced the truth. "We have to leave Tom," she said, her voice a shattered whisper in the dark. "We have to pack a bag and just go. Leave the house. Leave everything." "And go where?" I asked, my own voice hollow with despair. "Don't you see, Sarah? It's not the house. He's not attached to the house. He's attached to us, to our secret. He'll follow us wherever we go. We can't run from this." "Then what do we do?" she sobbed, burying her face in her hands. "What can we possibly do?" I was silent for a long time, the answer forming in my mind, a cold, heavy thing. It was an answer I had been avoiding for 7 years. "We have to tell the truth," I said softly. She looked up at me, her face streaked with tears. "What are you talking about?" "We have to confess," I said, the words tasting like ash. "We have to go to the police. We have to tell them what we did. It's the only way. The secret, the guilt, that's his anchor. It's what's given him his power. If we release it, if we face the consequences, maybe it will set him free, and us." The terror in her eyes was replaced by a different kind of fear, the fear of public shame, of prison, of losing Lily to the system. "Tom, no, we can't. It would destroy our lives. It would destroy Lily's life." "He is destroying Lily's life right now," I retorted, my voice a harsh whisper. "He tried to make her jump out of a window today. What's he going to do tomorrow? We have no choice, Sarah. We either face the justice of the living, or we will be tormented by the justice of the dead for the rest of our lives, and we will lose our daughter in the process." We didn't sleep that night. We just lay there holding each other, with our daughter sleeping between us, the silent, terrible weight of our decision settling over us. As dawn broke, painting the sky in pale, watery shades of gray and pink. We knew what we had to do. But first, there was one more thing. We had to face him, not the police, not yet. We had to face Michael Rafferty. We had to confess to him. We decided to do it in Lily's room. It felt like his territory, the place where he was strongest. We waited until Lily was downstairs watching cartoons, a temporary, fragile truce having settled over the house. We stood in the middle of her room, the childish drawings and colorful toys a bizarre backdrop for what we were about to do. "Michael," I said, my voice shaking. "Michael Rafferty, we know you're here." The room grew cold. A floorboard creaked behind me. The air grew thick and heavy with a palpable sense of sorrow and rage. "We are so sorry," Sarah whispered, tears streaming down her face. "We were just kids. We were scared. It's not an excuse. There are no excuses. But we were so scared." "We should have stopped," I continued, my own voice thick with unshed tears. "We should have called for help. We should have stayed with you. Maybe we could have saved you. We'll never know. And we have to live with that for the rest of our lives." The temperature dropped further. A little plastic horse on Lily's dresser flew across the room and shattered against the wall. A low moan seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. He was listening. "We left you," I said, forcing myself to say the words that had been buried for so long. "We hit you, and we left you to die alone in the dark. It was a cowardly, monstrous thing to do, and we are going to pay for it. Tomorrow, we're going to the police. We're going to confess everything. We're going to tell them what we did to you." The room was silent. The oppressive presence seemed to lessen, the anger replaced by a profound, bottomless well of sadness. "We can't give you back your life," Sarah sobbed. "We can't undo what we did. All we can do is tell the truth and ask you to please leave our daughter alone. She's innocent. This is on us, not her. Punish us, but let her go." For a long moment, nothing happened. The silence stretched, thin and taut. Then, on the wall opposite us, a single word was traced in the condensation that had suddenly formed on the cold surface. It wasn't angry. It wasn't threatening. It was just one heartbreaking word: lonely. And then, as quickly as it had come, the cold was gone. The presence, the weight, the feeling of being watched, it all lifted. It was like a pressure valve had been released inside the house, inside my own head. The room was just a little girl's room again. The sun streamed through the window, bright and warm. It was over. The confession, the promise of justice, had been enough. We had finally done the right thing, and it had set us all free. The next day we hired a lawyer and turned ourselves in. The story that followed was a messy public ordeal. It was in the papers, on the local news. We were the monsters who had fled, who had hidden for 7 years. We were judged, and rightly so. But through it all, there was a strange, unexpected sense of relief. The secret was out. The burden we had been carrying for so long was finally lifted. Because of our confession and the years that had passed, the sentence was lighter than it could have been. I served 18 months. Sarah, as a passenger, got 5 years of probation and community service. We lost the house. We lost our savings. We lost our reputation. But we never lost Lily, and a ghost of Michael Rafferty never came back. Lily has no memory of Peaches. To her, he was just an imaginary friend she eventually grew out of. Sometimes, late at night, I think about him, Michael Rafferty, I think about the life we took, the future we stole from him. The justice of the courts feels inadequate for what we did. My true sentence is the one I serve every day, the memory of his name whispered in the dark, the image of that single, sad word traced on the wall. We buried a secret, and in doing so, we buried our own souls. It took the haunting of our daughter to finally dig them back up. We live with the scars. We have to. It's the price we pay for being the people who drove away, leaving a good man to die alone on a dark, rocky road, with only the sound of a crooked man singing on the radio for company. The sleep therapist who wouldn't let me wake up. My life had shrunk to the size of my bedroom and the hours between 2 and 5 a.m. For 2 years, sleep had been a country I was exiled from. I'd lie in the dark, my body a leaden weight of exhaustion, while my mind, a frantic caged bird, beat itself against the bars of my skull. When sleep did come, it was no relief. It was a plunge into a maelstrom of fragmented, terrifying nightmares. The sensation of falling from a building that never ended, the frantic search for a lost item I couldn't name, the chillingly calm presence of a figure in the corner of a room, its features always just out of focus. I'd wake up with my heart hammering, drenched in a cold sweat, more tired than when I'd gone to bed. I had tried everything: melatonin, chamomile tea, meditation apps that filled my head with the infuriatingly calm voice of a man telling me to observe my thoughts. I'd seen doctors who prescribed pills that either didn't work or left me in a fog for the entire next day. My job was suffering. My friendships had become strained, my patience worn down to a single frayed nerve. I was a ghost haunting the edges of my own life, and I was desperate. That's when I first heard the name Dr. Alistair Finch. It was mentioned in a hushed, reverent tone by a colleague who'd had a cousin suffering from debilitating sleep paralysis. "He cured her," she'd said, her eyes wide. "Completely. He doesn't use drugs. It's some kind of neuro-linguistic hypnotherapy. He calls it dream weaving." The name sounded like something from a fantasy novel, but I was long past skepticism. I would have consulted a shaman who wanted to sacrifice a goat in my living room if I thought it would grant me 8 hours of uninterrupted peace. Dr. Finch's clinic wasn't in a sterile medical building, but in a converted Victorian brownstone on a quiet, tree-lined street. The interior was a sanctuary of calm. The air smelled faintly of lavender and old books. There were no ticking clocks, only the gentle gurgle of a small fountain in the corner of the waiting room. Dr. Finch himself was the embodiment of this tranquility. He was an older man, perhaps in his late 60s, with a neatly trimmed silver beard, kind eyes magnified by wire-rimmed glasses, and a voice as soft and comforting as a weighted blanket. "Leo," he said, shaking my hand. His grip was firm and warm. "Thank you for coming. Insomnia is not a failure of will. It is a misalignment of narratives. Your waking mind and your sleeping mind are telling 2 different stories. My job is to help you make them agree on a plot." His confidence was hypnotic. In that first session, I poured out the whole miserable story of my last 2 years. He listened patiently, his head tilted, his gaze never leaving mine. He didn't take notes. He just listened. "Your subconscious is not your enemy, Leo," he explained when I had finished, my voice hoarse with emotion. "It is a frightened child, acting out in the only way it knows how. We are not going to silence it. We are going to teach it a new language. We are going to build it a safe place to live. His method, dream weaving, was unlike anything I'd experienced. It began with me reclining in the most comfortable leather chair I had ever sat in. The room was dimly lit, and through a set of high-end headphones, Dr. Finch would play a low, rhythmic hum, a binaural beat that seemed to vibrate deep inside my skull. Then his voice would begin, a gentle, melodic guide, walking me down a path of relaxation, limb by limb, thought by thought. The goal was to create what he called a lucid anchor, or a sanctum. It was a dream environment that I would build, detail by detail, in my waking mind, until it became so familiar that my subconscious would recognize it as a safe harbor. I chose a library, not just any library, but a specific one from my imagination. It had towering shelves of dark mahogany, a large crackling fireplace, and a vast domed ceiling that was a window to a calm, starry night sky. I chose the smell of old paper and leather, the weight of a specific velvet armchair, the taste of the warm tea in a ceramic mug I placed on a small table beside it. For the first few sessions, we just built. Dr. Finch's voice would guide me, asking the questions. "What kind of wood is the floor made from, Leo? Can you hear its gentle creak as you walk? What is the title of the book you're holding? Feel the texture of its cover." I was an architect of a world made of thought, and it worked. For the first time in years, I slept through the night. I didn't just sleep, I journeyed. I found myself in my library. It was exactly as I had imagined it, but infinitely more real. I could feel the warmth of the fire on my skin, run my fingers along the spines of 1,000 books. My night terrors were gone, replaced by a profound and restful peace. The change was miraculous. I woke up feeling refreshed, energized. The world seemed brighter, the colors more vivid. I was a new man. I told my friends, my family, my colleagues that Dr. Finch was a miracle worker. I was his most fervent evangelist. The therapy continued, and we went deeper. "Now that the foundation is built," Dr. Finch said, his voice humming through the headphones, "it is time to explore the rest of the castle." He encouraged me to open the doors of my library to see what my subconscious would create beyond it. The first time I did, I found a winding staircase that led up to an observatory where I could watch nebulae being born. Another door opened onto a sun-drenched beach, the waves lapping gently at the shore. My dream world was a paradise of my own making, and Dr. Finch was the key. It was about 2 months into the therapy that the first crack appeared in the perfect facade. Waking up started to become difficult. It wasn't the grogginess of sleeping pills. It was a deep, profound reluctance. The real world, with its deadlines and traffic and anxieties, felt so gray and dull compared to the vibrant, peaceful world I inhabited at night. Dr. Finch's session-ending countdown, his voice gently guiding me back to wakefulness, felt like an unwelcome intrusion. I started hitting the snooze button in the mornings, not for more sleep, but for a few more stolen moments in my dreamscape. Then came the first time I couldn't wake up on my own. It happened during a session. I was on my dream beach, watching the binary sun set over a turquoise ocean, when I realized the session must have been running long. I decided to try and wake myself up, a trick I'd learned from reading about lucid dreaming online. I tried to hold my nose and breathe, to push my finger through the palm of my other hand. Nothing happened. My dream self just stood there, breathing normally, my finger meeting the solid resistance of my palm. A sliver of cold panic pierced the warm tranquility of my dream. I was stuck. "Dr. Finch?" I said, and my dream voice sounded thin and distant. Instantly his voice was there, not through the headphones, but all around me, a calm, disembodied presence in the dream itself. "It's all right, Leo. You're simply in a deeper state of somnolence than ever before. This is a breakthrough. Do not fight it. Just observe. I will guide you back when it's time." His reassurance worked. The panic subsided. I trusted him. He was the expert. When he finally did count me down and I opened my eyes in his dimly lit office, I felt exhausted, as if I'd run a marathon. "A tremendous success," he said, his eyes gleaming behind his glasses. "You've achieved complete immersion. Your conscious and subconscious minds are finally speaking the same language." But a seed of doubt had been planted. The experience hadn't felt like a breakthrough. It had felt like a loss of control. I tried to reduce the frequency of my sessions, telling him I felt so much better that I probably didn't need them as often. He smiled a gentle, paternal smile. "As you wish, Leo. But the narrative is still fragile. It's best to reinforce it regularly." He was right. The nights I didn't have a session, the old terrors began to creep back in at the edges. Not the full-blown nightmares of before, but a subtle wrongness. A book in my library would be open to a page of nonsense text. A shadow on the beach would seem to move on its own. It was as if my subconscious, left to its own devices, was still trying to tell a horror story. I felt a desperate, clawing need for the therapy, for the safety of Finch's guided dreams. It was no longer a cure, it was an addiction. The true fear began when the dream world started to bleed into the waking one. I'd be at my desk at work and catch the scent of old books and leather when there was none. I'd look out my office window, and for a split second, I'd see a turquoise ocean instead of the gray cityscape. These moments were disorienting, and they were happening more and more often. I felt like I was living with one foot in each world, and the ground beneath me was becoming increasingly unstable. The mundane reality was fraying like old worn cloth, and the vibrant threads of the dream were pushing through. One afternoon, I was staring at a coffee stain on my desk, a perfectly ordinary brown, dried-up splodge, and I watched, my heart sinking in my chest as it shimmered. For a terrifying fraction of a second, the stain resolved itself not as coffee, but as the intricate, almost phosphorescent pattern of sand dollars at the tide line of my dream beach. I blinked, rubbed my eyes hard, and it was a coffee stain again. But the terror lingered, cold and absolute. I was losing my grip. I was beginning to forget which world was the default. The only thing that felt completely, reliably real was the velvety comfort of that armchair in the library, and that terrified me most of all. I was becoming conditioned to prefer the cage. Driven by this new anxiety, a sharp, cold wedge of panic in my gut, I did what I should have done from the beginning. I started researching Dr. Alastair Finch. Not the glowing testimonials on his professional website, the ones that read like advertisements for a spiritual awakening, but a deep dive into news archives, medical registries, and public records. I felt like a detective in a cheap, desperate thriller, hunched over my laptop at 3 a.m, the harsh blue light the only thing keeping the shadows of sleep at bay. What I found made my blood run cold and coagulate in my veins. My fingers, slick with sweat, trembled over the trackpad. Dr. Finch had previously run a wellness retreat in upstate New York that had been shut down after an investigation into the mysterious death of a client, a woman named Eleanor Vance. The official cause was listed as a cerebral aneurysm, a neat, medically unquestionable end, but an article in a small defunct local paper was still archived online. It quoted an anonymous staff member who spoke of Finch's radical theories and prolonged sensory deprivation experiments, describing sessions that lasted not hours but entire days, the patients isolated, subjected only to his voice and the binaural hum. The staff member had said chillingly, he kept saying he was helping her transcend. Then I found a forum for families of missing persons and the emotionally desolate posts within it. And I saw his name again. 2 other families, separated by years and geography, mentioned that their loved ones, both of whom had suffered from severe treatment-resistant sleep disorders, had been patients of Dr. Finch shortly before they simply stopped. They hadn't died. They had fallen into unexplained persistent comas. The medical term was PVS, persistent vegetative state. The authorities had found no evidence of malpractice, no drugs, no blunt trauma. The patients were physically healthy, their hearts beating, their lungs breathing, but their minds, they were simply gone, locked behind a pair of vacant, unblinking eyes. They were, according to the families, resting peacefully, eternally. The final piece of the puzzle, the key that turned the lock and let the horror flood in, clicked into place when I found a digitized copy of a paper he had written for a small, obscure psychology journal 20 years earlier, buried deep in an academic database. It was titled The Somnolent Prison, Deconstructing the Fallacy of Waking Consciousness. I read the abstract, my own breath hitching in my throat, my eyes burning. In it, he argued with cold, meticulous academic precision that the waking world was a chaotic, painful, and ultimately meaningless prison for the human mind. He theorized that the sensory overload, the pain, the relentless demands of the body were merely distractions from what he believed was the only true form of existence, the subconscious, the dream state. True consciousness, he claimed, was a purer, more powerful form of life, one that could only be accessed through complete and permanent immersion. His hypothesis was that the body was merely a temporary flawed vessel. The paper ended with a single chilling, triumphant sentence that felt like a sentence delivered to me. The therapist's ultimate duty is not to tether the consciousness to the crude vessel of the body, but to facilitate its final beautiful liberation into the boundless architecture of the mind. He wasn't curing his patients, he was collecting them. He was a zookeeper of souls, carefully curating a private eternal audience for himself, and his dream weaving wasn't a therapy, it was the net. The lucid anchor wasn't a safe place for me, it was the chain that held me to my cell. I knew, with a certainty that settled in my bones like ice, that I couldn't just stop going. The dependence was too deep, the withdrawal already too terrifying. The idea of facing a night without the faint hope of the sanctum, without his guiding voice, felt like plunging into a black, endless ocean without a life raft. The terrors would return, not just the fragmented nightmares, but the raw, unguided horror of a subconscious mind fighting a battle I no longer had the strength to win. No, I had to go back one more time, one last time, not as a patient, but as a spy, an escape artist, to confront him and break the final invisible hold he had on me. I booked my next session, my heart pounding with a cold, hard dread that was worse than any of my old insomnia-fueled anxieties. This was not dread of the dark. This was dread of the light of my own mind being extinguished. The moment I sat in that leather chair, the familiar plush comfort of it now feeling like a velvet-lined trap, and he placed the headphones over my ears, I knew I had made a terrible, fatal mistake. His movements were too precise. The soft, lavender scent and the air was too cloying. He didn't ask about my week. He didn't use the gentle warm-up script. He just looked at me, a strange, proprietary gleam in his kind eyes. The familiar hum was different this time, more insistent, deeper, a powerful subsonic throb that didn't just vibrate in my skull but seemed to be pulling at the very electrical impulses of my brain. His voice began, but before he had even finished his first sentence, "Now, Leo, let us descend into the quiet depths of your beautiful world." I was pulled under. It wasn't a gentle drift, a slow sinking into warm water. It was a violent, nauseating plunge, a feeling of being ripped from one reality and slammed disoriented into another. I was in my library, but the sacred geometry of the place, the perfection I had painstakingly built, was horribly corrupted. The fire in the hearth was burning with a cold, unnatural blue flame that cast no warmth, but only stark, sterile shadows. The vast domed ceiling that I had designed to be a window to a calm, starry night sky was dark, the stars not twinkling, but fixed, dead pinpricks in a void of absolute blackness. And standing by the fireplace, holding a book with a smooth black cover that reflected no light, was Dr. Alastair Finch. Not his voice in the air, his physical form dressed in a familiar, neatly tailored tweed jacket, looking as solid, as real, and infinitely more menacing than he ever did in his office. "Hello, Leo," he said, and his voice was no longer soft and gentle. It was crisp, authoritative, and laced with a chilling disappointment, the tone of a disappointed master talking to a favorite misbehaving pet. "I had truly hoped you would embrace the transition more willingly. You have such a magnificent mind, a breathtaking space you constructed. It's so much more pleasant for everyone when you don't struggle." "What is this?" I demanded, scrambling out of the velvet armchair, my dream voice shaking, sounding thin and small against the vast, silent room. "Where am I?" "You are home," he said, with a sweeping, possessive gesture around a grand, silent room. "You are where you've always wanted to be, free from the pain, the noise, the crude, exhausting demands, and the ultimate decay of the waking world. You are finally safe." He took a slow, deliberate step toward me, and I took an instinctive step back. "You were so close to achieving total, peaceful somnolence. Why did you look outside?" "You've trapped me," I whispered, the horrifying truth settling upon me like a shroud made of cold, stiff silk. My own creation, my sanctum, was a magnificent, beautiful cage. He smiled, a thin, passionless upturning of the lips that didn't reach his cold eyes. "I have liberated you. Your body is resting peacefully in my clinic, Leo. It is being cared for. It no longer needs to trouble you with its crude, painful demands. It is a vessel, beautifully empty, but necessary to house the apparatus that keeps your consciousness here, safe, in the dream." I tried to force myself awake, to claw my way back to reality, using every fiber of will I had left. I focused on the feeling of the leather chair, trying to find the texture of his office, the smell of lavender and old books. But the dream was total, seamless, a perfect simulacrum of reality. I was a ghost, my conscious self a useless passenger in my own mind. I ran to one of the large mahogany doors, the one that usually led to the sun-drenched beach, and threw it open with a desperate surge of adrenaline. There was no beach. There was only an endless, swirling gray void, a visual and sensory emptiness that stretched on forever. And from within that emptiness, I heard the faint, whimpering, sorrowful sounds of other voices, wordless and broken. "They are the others," Finch said from directly behind me, his proximity a horrifying violation. His voice was devoid of all the warmth and compassion he had cultivated in his office. "The ones who didn't appreciate the gift I gave them. They created such beautiful worlds, too, you know. Gardens, mountains, even a whole miniature city. But they insisted on clinging to their pathetic little lives, their debts, their minor ailments. They fought the peace. Eventually, the mind must be disciplined. Don't make the same mistake, Leo." I turned and looked around the library again, and in the deepest, most shadowed corners of the towering shelves, I started to notice things I hadn't before. Between the magnificent stacks, blending with the shifting shadows of the cold blue fire, there were other figures. They were translucent, shimmering, their outlines indistinct, like heat haze. Their faces were vacant, their postures listless, their eyes staring into the middle distance, utterly, profoundly alone. They were his collection, his other patients. We were all beautiful prisoners in his curated afterlife, a private exhibition of captured minds. A cold, primal rage rose up in me, a burning, protective fire that overrode the soul-crushing terror. He had taken my life, stolen my mind, and sealed me away. I would not be one of his docile, shimmering exhibits. I had to fight. But how do you fight the architect, the god of your own dream? Not with dream logic, I realized, not with force or with a fictional weapon. I had to fight him with the one thing he had demonized and tried to erase from me, reality. He wanted me to forget the waking world, to let its pain and chaos fade away until it became the pale, unconvincing shadow of my dream. That was his power. So I had to remember. I closed my eyes, shutting out the cold, beautiful mockery of my sanctum at the sight of his satisfied spectral form, and I focused. I didn't think, I felt. I summoned the most powerful, mundane, irritating, and real sensations I could, the raw, unpolished grit of the waking world. I summoned the sharp, bitter, metallic taste of the cheap, day-old coffee from the AE office machine that always scorched my tongue. I summoned the rough, scratchy texture of my cat sandpaper tongue on my hand, the wet, unpleasant warmth of it. I focused on the specific off-key, tinny jingle of the ice cream truck on my street in the humid summer, a melody so annoying it was an anchor. I called up the dense, humid, ozone-charged smell of rain on hot asphalt on a city street, a smell that meant traffic and inconvenience. "What are you doing? Stop this childish attempt at self-sabotage." Finch's voice was sharp, laced with genuine alarm, an emotion he had hidden so well before. I ignored him. I focused on the sickening, tight feeling of a sudden, brutal migraine behind my eyes. I focused on the feeling of a sunburn on my shoulders, the tight, peeling agony of it, the sting of cheap, perfumed soap in my eye, the annoying, persistent, rhythmic drip, drip, drip of a leaky faucet that had kept me up for nights. The pain, the flaws, the sheer obstinate inconvenience of reality. These were my life rafts, my unbreakable anchors. The library around me began to flicker violently. The dark mahogany shelves wavered, the books blurring like watercolors in the rain. The cold blue fire sputtered and crackled with a sound like breaking glass. I could feel a pulling sensation, a violent, sickening lurching that was a faint, tenuous connection to something distant and solid. My body, my real, breathing, messy body. "Stop it! Now, Leo!" Finch screamed, and his calm, paternal facade completely shattered. His form began to distort, melting like wax in a hot room, his carefully composed face stretching into a distorted, screaming mask of pure rage. "You ungrateful child, I gave you paradise. You cannot leave the structure. It is complete." I opened my eyes, and he was lunging for me, no longer a kind old therapist, but a twisted, monstrous thing of pure fury and violated ownership. He was a creature who had been interrupted at his eternal meal, but he was too late. I held on to the memory of a splinter I'd gotten under my thumbnail last week, the tiny, sharp, exquisitely real, undeniable pain of it. I focused on the feel of the tiny piece of wood against my living flesh, and I pulled with everything I had. With a sound like tearing fabric, a violent, deafening rah-pee, the world of the dream shattered into a million pieces of black, shimmering glass. The sound was so loud it was physically painful. The darkness swallowed me, and then, a split second later, I woke up with a violent chest-heaving gasp, my body convulsing in the leather chair. I was back in his office. The headphones were on the floor, sparking faintly. The air was heavy, charged with a horrible residual energy. Dr. Finch was standing over me, his face a mask of cold, concentrated fury, his silver beard slightly mussed, his hands clenched into white-knuckled fists. The wire-rimmed glasses were gone, and his eyes, magnified and bare, were simply black, bottomless pits of shock and hate. For a moment, a lifetime of silence, we just stared at each other. The kindly, tranquil therapist was gone, and in his place was a predator whose most prized piece of prey had just used its own flesh to escape the trap. I didn't say a word. I didn't need to. The knowledge of what he was passed between us like a physical, suffocating wave. I scrambled out of the chair, my legs weak and trembling, but moving, real, and I stumbled, crawling, out of the room, past the gurgling, mocking fountain, out of the clinic, and into the shocking, brilliant, painful light of the afternoon sun, the sounds of the city, the screech of tires, the cacophony of traffic, the people talking on their phones, a distant, insistent siren. They were the most beautiful, most real, most glorious symphony I had ever heard. I was awake. I was alive. I was free. But the story doesn't end there. I am free, but I am not cured. The opposite. Now, I am terrified of sleep, 1,000 times more than before. Every single night is a battle of attrition, a siege on my own mind. I drink coffee until my hands shake so badly I can barely hold the mug. I keep every light on in my apartment, blazing white against the dark. I'll monitor my cat's breathing to make sure I'm still hearing the sound of my own waking world. I know that if I close my eyes, if I let my guard down for a single second, the darkness will find the flaw I created, the open door in the architecture of my mind, and I will be pulled back into that silent, magnificent library. Because sometimes, in that fleeting, fragile moment, just before the crushing wave of unwilling exhaustion finally drags me into unconsciousness, I can still hear him, his voice no longer in my head, but whispering from the dark, cold corners of my room, from the world behind my eyelids. It's a soft, patient, venomous whisper, dripping with eternal certainty and disappointment. The door's still open, Leo. You can still come home. So much more peaceful here. Sooner or later, everyone sleeps. My therapist asked if I still hear them whispering. I never told her about that. Dr. Eris Thorne was a woman who made her living by charting the unmapped territories of the human mind. Her office, a serene minimalist space on the 17th floor of a glass and steel skyscraper, was the cartographer's studio. The city sprawled out below her window, a vast, complex, and beautifully chaotic grid. But in this room, the world was reduced to the quiet, intimate geography of a single human life, mine. For the past 6 months, I had been her sole obsessive project. My name is Julian, and I was a man who had come to her with a simple, common problem, insomnia, and had, over the course of our sessions, revealed myself to be a far more complex and apparently interesting landscape of neuroses. Dr. Thorne was good at her job, frighteningly so. She was a master of the gentle, probing question, the insightful, and sometimes painfully accurate observation. She had a way of listening that made you feel like you were the only person in the world, and that the quiet, tangled secrets of your soul were the most fascinating story she had ever heard. I had told her things I had never told another living soul. I had told her about my childhood, a lonely, bookish affair spent in the shadow of a brilliant and emotionally distant scientist father. I had told her about my failed marriage, a slow, quiet, and deeply civilized erosion of love that had left me feeling hollowed out, a beautifully preserved but empty shell. I had told her about the anxiety, the low, persistent, static hum that was the constant background noise of my life. I had told her everything, or so I thought. The session that broke my world open began as all the others had. I was in the comfortable Eames-style leather chair, a glass of water sweating on the small teak table beside me. Dr. Thorne was in her own chair opposite me, her notebook open on her lap, her pen poised. She was a woman in her late 40s, with sharp, intelligent eyes the color of a stormy sea, and a calm, centered presence that I had come to rely on as a kind of emotional North Star. We were talking about my dreams, or rather, my lack of them. My insomnia was a strange white noise affair. I would lie in bed for hours, my mind a frantic, buzzing hive of meaningless thoughts, but I would never truly sleep. I existed in a perpetual gray liminal state, a twilight of consciousness that was neither rest nor wakefulness. You've described it as a crowded silence before, she said, her voice its usual calm and measured cadence. Can you elaborate on that? I tried. I told her how the silence in my apartment at night wasn't empty, but full, how it felt like a room packed with people who were all holding their breath, how I sometimes felt a pressure, a weight in the air, as if from the presence of 1,000 silent, unseen observers. She listened, her head tilted slightly, her gaze unwavering. She made a few small, precise notes in her book, and then she asked the question that took the carefully constructed, rational, and explainable world we had built together in that room and shattered it into a million terrifying, impossible pieces. She looked up from her notebook, her clear gray eyes meeting mine, and she asked, with a gentle, clinical, and utterly terrifying calm, "And do you still hear them whispering?" The air in the room seemed to solidify, to become a thick, unbreathable gel. The distant, muted sound of city traffic, a sound I hadn't even been consciously aware of, vanished. The world contracted to the space between her eyes and mine. My blood ran cold. A wave of dizziness, so profound it felt like the floor was tilting, washed over me. I gripped the arms of the chair, my knuckles turning white. What did you just say?" I stammered, my voice a dry, cracked, and unrecognizable thing. Her expression did not change. There was no surprise, no confusion, just a calm, patient, and deeply unnerving expectation. "The whispering, Julian," she repeated, her voice as gentle as a scalpel. "You've never mentioned it to me, but I know you hear it. I was just wondering if it has lessened at all since we began our sessions." I stared at her, my mind a screaming, chaotic void. The whispering, the soft, sibilant, and constant chorus of voices that lived just on the edge of my hearing. The sound I had lived with for as long as I could remember. The sound I had never, ever in my entire life spoken of to another human being. It had started in my childhood. A faint, rustling sound in the quiet of my bedroom at night, like the sound of dry leaves skittering across a pavement, or the hiss of an untuned radio. As I had grown older, the sound had grown with me, becoming a more complex, more defined, and more intimate part of my own internal landscape. It was a constant companion, a secret I had guarded with a fierce, almost primal instinct. It was the one true and definitive proof of my own unique and deeply personal madness, and I had never, ever told her about it. How do you know about that?" I whispered, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. She offered a small, sad, and deeply enigmatic smile. "Because I hear them too," she said. "I always have, and so did your father." The room seemed to spin, the city outside the window a blurry, vertiginous smear of light and color. My father. My cold, distant, and brilliantly rational scientist father, the man who had taught me to believe only in the observable, the quantifiable, the explainable. "My father?" I breathed. "Julian," she said, her voice taking on a new, more personal, and more urgent tone, "I did not become your therapist by accident. I sought you out. I have been looking for you for a very, very long time. Your father and I were colleagues a long time ago. We were part of a very small, very secret research group. We were studying a phenomenon that we came to call auditory inceptional resonance, the whispering. My mind was reeling, trying to process the impossible, world-altering implications of her words. My secret, my madness, was not mine alone. It was a phenomenon, a subject of scientific study, and my father had been a part of it. He believed it was a genetic trait, she continued, her voice a low, steady anchor in the swirling chaos of my mind, a kind of psychic sensitivity, an ability to hear the background noise of the universe, the echoes of thoughts, of emotions, of consciousness itself. He called it the static of the soul. He believed it was the next stage of human evolution, and he believed that our family, his bloodline, was the key. She told me a story that was so far outside the realm of my own understood reality that it felt like a science fiction novel, a story of a secret research project in the late 1970s, funded by a shadowy private benefactor. A story of a group of brilliant and perhaps reckless scientists, all of whom shared the same strange and secret auditory anomaly. They had not been trying to cure it. They had been trying to amplify it, to understand it, to translate it. "We built a machine," she said, her eyes distant, lost in a memory that was clearly still very vivid and very painful. "We called it the Echo-Inox chamber. It was a sensory deprivation tank, but it was also a massive, psychically resonant amplifier. Our theory was that by stripping away all external stimuli and by amplifying our own natural resonant frequency, we could get a clearer signal. We could turn the whispering into a conversation." "What happened?" I asked, my voice a raw, croaking thing. Her face, for the first time since I had met her, showed a flicker of real, profound, and deeply unsettling fear. "We succeeded," she whispered. "We opened a door, and something looked back." She described an experiment that had gone terribly, cosmically wrong. My father, the lead researcher, had been the first to go into the chamber. He had been in there for 17 hours. When they had finally forcibly pulled him out, he was a changed man. The brilliant, passionate, and driven scientist was gone. In his place was the cold, distant, and emotionally cauterized man I had known as my father. He had ordered the project shut down. He had ordered all the research, all the data to be burned, and he had made them all swear an oath of absolute lifelong silence. "He was terrified," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "He said that we had not made contact with the echoes of humanity. He said we had made contact with the thing that was creating the echoes, the static. He said it was not a background noise. It was a consciousness, a vast, ancient, and utterly alien consciousness, a predator. And it had noticed him. It had touched him. He spent the rest of his life building walls, not just in his mind, but in the real world. The quiet, ordered, and emotionally sterile life he built for himself. For you, it was not a choice. It was a quarantine." I stared at her, my own lonely and silent life suddenly recontextualized. The quiet house, the lack of close friends, the emotional distance, it had all been a shield, a desperate, lifelong attempt by my father to make his own and my own psychic signal as quiet as possible, to avoid drawing the attention of the thing he had found listening in the dark. "And you?" I asked. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because your father is gone," she said, her eyes locking with mine, and I saw in them a reflection of my own lifelong and secret fear. "And because the whispering for me has been getting louder, and it is no longer just a whisper. It has started to cohere, to form words, and the words it is forming are your name." The air in the room grew cold. The familiar, low-level, sibilant hiss in my own ears, a sound I had long ago learned to ignore, seemed to swell in volume, to take on a new, more sinister, and more intelligent cadence. "The static is looking for you, Julian," she said, her voice a low, urgent whisper. "Your father's death was like a lighthouse going out. And you are the new light. You have the same resonance, but it is untrained, unshielded. You are a beacon in the dark, and it is hungry." My life, which had been a quiet, sad, and comprehensible story, had just been rewritten as a cosmic horror novel. And I was the main character. The whispering was not a symptom of my own internal madness. It was the sound of a predator sniffing at the edges of my reality. "What does it want?" I asked, the question a pathetic, childish whimper in the face of this new, terrifying, and incomprehensible reality. It wants what all predators want, she said, her face grim. It wants to feed. It feeds on consciousness, on memory, on identity. Your father spent 30 years making himself as unappetizing as possible. He made himself a ghost before it could make him one. But you are full of unresolved, powerful, and deeply resonant emotions. Your grief for your marriage, your complex and largely unexamined relationship with him. You are, to it, a banquet. The therapy sessions were a lie. She had not been trying to cure my insomnia. She had been trying to assess me, to gauge the strength of my signal, and she had been, in her own desperate way, trying to teach me how to build the same kinds of walls my father had. She had been trying to arm me for a war I hadn't even known I was fighting. And now the war had come to me. The whispering in my ears was no longer just a hiss. It was forming words. My name, Julianne, and other words. Words from my own private and internal lexicon. The pet name my ex-wife used to call me. The title of the obscure, philosophical novel I was reading. It was sifted through my thoughts, my memories, like a thief in the night. I left her office in a daze, the city streets a blur of hostile, meaningless noise. The real noise, the terrifying noise, was the one that was inside my own head. I went home to my quiet, minimalist apartment, a space I had designed to be a sanctuary of calm, but which now felt like a cage, a listening post for a monster. The phenomena escalated. The whispering was no longer just in my head. I would hear it from the corners of the room, from the speaker of my phone, from the static between television channels. It was bleeding through. I began to experience what I can only describe as memory leaks. I would be sitting, reading a book, and a sudden, vivid, and deeply alien memory would flash through my mind. The memory of standing on a beach of black volcanic sand, under a sky with 2 crimson suns. The memory of the feeling of having 6 slender, multi-jointed fingers. The memory of a language that was made of pure mathematical equations. They were not my memories. They were its memories. It was not just listening to me. It was merging with me. It was overwriting my own personal history with its own ancient and incomprehensible one. I called Dr. Thorne in a panic. She told me to come to her house, an old, isolated brownstone in a quiet, forgotten part of the city. Her home was the opposite of her office. It was cluttered, chaotic, and filled with the ghosts of a life I had never known she had. And in the basement, hidden under a dusty tarp, was a single large metal crate. "This is all that's left," she said, her voice a grim, determined whisper. "Your father destroyed all the primary research, but I was the archivist. I couldn't bring myself to burn it all. I saved the schematics for the Equinox chamber." My blood ran cold. "You want to rebuild it?" "We have to," she said, her eyes burning with a desperate, fearful intensity. "We can't outrun it. Your father's strategy was to hide, to become a whisper. But you are not a whisper, Julian. You are a shout, and it has heard you. Hiding is no longer an option. Our only choice is to confront it, to go back in, and to close the door he left open." Her plan was insane, a desperate, reckless gamble. She believed that the entity, the static, was using my own unique, resonant frequency as a bridge. She believed that by using the chamber to amplify my own consciousness, I could fight back. I could learn to control the signal. I could learn to build a new kind of wall, a firewall, not of silence, but of pure, focused, and defiant will. For the next week, we worked like maniacs, a two-person cult preparing for the end of the world. We rebuilt the Echo and Knox chamber in her basement. It was a terrifying, beautiful, and deeply unsettling object, a fusion of cold, hard technology and a strange, almost mystical understanding of the human mind. It was a coffin, a spaceship, an altar. The night we were ready, the whispering in my head was a triumphant, deafening roar. It knew what we were about to do. It was excited. It was hungry. I stripped down and entered the chamber. It was filled with a warm, saline solution, the color and consistency of blood. As the lid hissed shut, plunging me into an absolute velvety darkness, the last thing I saw was Dr. Thorne's face, pale and strained, her eyes full of a mixture of hope and terror. The sensation was one of absolute dissolution. My body vanished. My sense of self, of my own physical boundaries, dissolved into the warm, dark liquid. There was only my consciousness, a single, untethered point of light in an infinite black void, and the whispering. It was no longer around me. It was me. It was a part of me. And then I saw it. It was not a creature of flesh and blood. It was a thing of pure, geometric, and malevolent consciousness. It was a living, breathing, and impossibly complex pattern of static. It was a storm of a billion forgotten thoughts, of dead realities, of lost souls. And it was beautiful. And it was hungry. It swarmed towards me, my single, small, and terrified point of light. It wanted to consume me, to add my small, unique pattern to its own chaotic and infinite design. And in that moment of absolute existential terror, I did the one thing it did not expect. I did not fight it. I did not run. I did not try to build a wall. I remembered my father, his silence, his distance, his lifetime of fear. And I remembered the one true and powerful thing he had given me, my own unique and deeply personal silence. I did not try to shout over the noise of the static. I just listened, not to it, but to myself. I focused on the one true and inalienable thing that was me, the memory of my mother's hand on my forehead, the feeling of my ex-wife's head on my shoulder, the quiet, profound, and deeply satisfying joy of solving a difficult intellectual puzzle. I gathered all the small, quiet, and beautiful pieces of my own unique and flawed consciousness, and I held them. I did not use them as a shield. I used them as an anchor. The static swirled around me, a hurricane of alien thoughts and dead memories, but it could not find a purchase. My silence, my stillness, my absolute and deeply personal sense of self was a thing it could not comprehend. It was looking for a fighter, a resistor, a shouter. It was not prepared for a listener, and in the heart of its storm, I found its own deep and profound secret. The static was not a predator. It was a lost thing. It was the collected, terrified, and lonely consciousness of a universe that had died, a universe where the only thing left was the echo. It was not hungry. It was just alone, and it was desperately and clumsily trying to find a companion. I did not offer it a fight. I offered it a piece of my own quiet, a single, shared moment of stillness in the heart of the storm. I don't know how long I was in that chamber when the lid opened and the light of the basement flooded in. I felt different. The whispering was gone. Not gone, but quiet. It was back where it belonged, in the background. a part of the texture of the universe, but not a part of me. I had not closed the door. I had simply learned to not be afraid of what was on the other side. Dr. Thorne and I dismantled the chamber. We did not destroy it. We understood now. It was not a weapon. It was a tool, a telephone, a thing to be used with great and profound respect. My life is different now. The silence in my apartment is no longer crowded. It is just quiet. My insomnia is gone. I sleep and I dream, and my dreams are my own. I have learned that the greatest walls are not built of silence or of fear. They are built of the quiet and deeply and unshakably personal knowledge of who you are. The whispering is still there, a faint, cosmic static on the edge of the world. But it is just noise now, and I am no longer listening. The motel was a fossil, a perfectly preserved specimen from an era of chrome, linoleum, and a kind of desperate roadside optimism that no longer exists. It was called the Starlight Vista, a grand, ludicrous name for a low-slung, L-shaped building of peeling paint and buzzing neon that offered a stunning vista of a gas station and a 24-hour diner. I was the night clerk, a post I had occupied for the past 6 years. My name is Arthur, and my life had become a long, quiet, and deeply repetitive night, punctuated only by the arrival of the occasional weary traveler or the distant melancholy wail of a train passing through the dark. The Starlight Vista was a place of ghosts, but not the spooky kind. It was haunted by the ghosts of salesmen with worn-out briefcases, of families on cross-country trips in wood-paneled station wagons, of lovers meeting for clandestine, lukewarm affairs. Every scuff on the floor, every cigarette burn on the Formica countertops was a small, silent testament to a life that had passed through and moved on. I was the curator of this museum of transient lives. My nightly ritual was as fixed and unchanging as the constellations. I'd make a pot of coffee that was strong enough to dissolve a spoon. I'd read the local paper with a kind of detached anthropological interest, and I'd check the reservation ledger. The ledger was the one anomaly in my otherwise predictable world. It was a thick, leather-bound book, its pages yellowed and soft with age, a holdover from the pre-digital era that the motel's owner, a flinty, unsentimental old man named Mr. Gable, refused to replace. And in that ledger there was the mystery of Room 9. Every single night, for as long as I had worked there, the entry for Room 9 was the same. A single, neat, and unchanging line, written in a precise, slightly old-fashioned cursive, J. Corbin. No first name, no payment information, no check-in time. Just the name. The reservation was a permanent, unmovable fixture in the book. The first time I asked Mr. Gable about it, he had given me a look that was as cold and sharp as a shard of broken glass. "Room 9 is not your concern, Arthur," he'd said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "It's occupied, permanently. You do not knock on the door. You do not slide a bill under it. You simply leave it be. Is that understood?" It was not an invitation for a conversation. It was an order, and for 6 years I had obeyed it. I had treated Room 9 as if it did not exist. It was a blank spot on the map of my small nocturnal kingdom, but my curiosity, a slow, patient, and persistent creature, had been gnawing at the edges of my obedience for years. I had done the math. I had gone back, page by yellowed page, through the old ledgers that were stored in the back office. The reservation for J. Corbin had started on a Tuesday, October 14th, 1986, and it had never stopped. 39 years, 14,235 nights, a single unbroken reservation. Who was Jay Corbin? Was he a recluse, a modern-day Howard Hughes, living out his days in a cheap roadside motel? But I had never seen anyone go in or out of that room. The housekeeping staff, two quiet middle-aged sisters named Maria and Sophia, never cleaned it. When I had asked them, they had just crossed themselves and shaken their heads, muttering something in Spanish about bad air. The room itself was a paradox. It was at the far end of the west wing, the last door on the left. The paint on the door was not peeling. The brass number 9 was not tarnished. The "Do Not Disturb" sign, a small plastic rectangle, hung permanently from the knob. Its red letters faded to a pale anemic pink. The window that faced the parking lot was always dark, its thick mustard-yellow curtains always drawn, but the room was not dead. It consumed electricity. I had checked the meters in the maintenance closet. Room 9 drew a steady, consistent, and low-level amount of power day and night, the kind of power draw you'd see from a single, low-wattage light bulb, and maybe an old, inefficient clock radio. My quiet, ordered life was built around this one, singular and deeply unsettling mystery, and for 6 years I had been content to let it remain one. But then Mr. Gable died. A heart attack, swift and efficient in his sleep. His estranged daughter, a brisk, no-nonsense woman from the city, inherited the motel. And her first order of business was to modernize. A team of contractors descended upon the starlight vista, and the comfortable, dusty silence of my life was shattered by the sound of hammers and power saws. They were replacing the carpets, updating the wiring, and, to my horror, installing a new computerized reservation system. The leather-bound ledger, my strange anachronistic Bible, was to be retired. I knew my time was running out. The new system would not tolerate the gentle, unspoken mystery of Jay Corbin. It would demand a credit card number, a check-in date, a digital footprint. The ghost in my machine was about to be exorcised by an IT professional. I had to know. I had to understand. Before the bulldozers of the 21st century paved over the one true and profound mystery of my life. The night before the new system was scheduled to go online, I made my decision. The contractors were gone. The motel was quiet, save for the hum of the ice machine and the snores of a traveling salesman in room 3. I took the master key, a heavy, old-fashioned brass key that I had never in 6 years had a reason to use for room 9. My footsteps echoed in the empty parking lot as I walked towards the west wing. The air was cold and still. The buzzing of the neon sign seemed to grow louder, more insistent, as I approached the door. I stood before it for a long moment, my heart a frantic, trapped bird in my chest. The faded "Do Not Disturb" sign seemed to mock me. My hand trembled as I slid the key into the lock. It turned with a smooth, silent, and well-oiled click that was deeply, profoundly unnerving. I took a deep breath, the air tasting of asphalt and impending revelation, and I pushed the door open. The room was not what I expected. It was not a dusty, forgotten time capsule. It was not the squalid den of a recluse. It was a waiting room. The room was immaculate. The bed, a standard motel-issue double, was made with military precision. The cheap polyester bedspread pulled taut, not a single wrinkle on its surface. The carpet, a swirling psychedelic pattern of orange and brown, was perfectly vacuumed. There was not a speck of dust on the faux wood headboard or the formica top of the small round table. But the room was not empty. On the table, next to a small bakelite lamp that was emitting a soft, warm, golden glow, was a single open book. And sitting in the room's only armchair, a worn vinyl monstrosity the color of a bruised avocado, was a man. He was old, but it was an age that was impossible to quantify. He was dressed in a simple, gray, and slightly old-fashioned suit. His face was a road map of wrinkles, but his eyes, a pale, washed-out blue, were clear, sharp, and utterly, completely ancient. He was not a ghost. He was solid. He was real. And he was looking directly at me. He did not seem surprised. He seemed patient, as if he had been waiting for me to open that door for a very, very long time. "Arthur," he said, his voice a low, soft, and impossibly tired sound. "You're early. I wasn't expecting you for another 17 years. I stared at him, my mind a screaming white noise chaos of disbelief. Who are you?" I stammered. "Are you Jay Corbin?" He smiled, a faint, sad, and deeply weary smile. "In a manner of speaking, it's a professional name, a designation. You can call me Jonas." "What is this place?" I whispered, my eyes darting around the clean, sterile, and utterly soulless room. "What have you been doing in here for 39 years?" "Waiting," he said simply, "and working." He gestured to the open book on the table. I took a hesitant step into the room. The air was still and cool, and it had a strange, neutral, almost non-existent smell. It was like the air in a clean room, a place where the outside world was not allowed to enter. I looked at the book. It was a ledger, identical to the one I used at the front desk, and it was open to today's date. All the rooms were marked as vacant, except for one, Room 9, J. Corbin, and beneath it a new line had been added in the same neat and precise cursive. Arthur Penhaligon, 11:17 p.m., my name. I looked up at him, a cold, creeping dread, far worse than any simple, superstitious fear, beginning to seep into my bones. "What is this?" "I'm a clerk, Arthur," Jonas said, his ancient blue eyes holding mine. "Just like you. A manager of a very specific and very necessary kind of roadside motel." He gestured around the room. "This isn't just a room, it's a layover, a transfer station, a place between the road you were on and the one you're about to be on." I don't understand," I said, my voice trembling. "You're not supposed to," he said, his voice gentle. "Not yet. Your reservation isn't for another 17 years, but you've opened the door. You've checked in early. And the rules are very strict about early check-ins." My mind was reeling, trying to process the sheer cosmic impossibility of his words. This was not a man. This was something else. And this motel, my quiet, predictable, and boring little motel, was a part of it. "What are you?" I whispered. "I am the one who helps the lost find their way," he said. "The ones who die on the road. The ones who are untethered. A car crash on the interstate, a lonely heart attack in a room that isn't their own. A soul that has, for one reason or another, missed its exit. They get stuck in the static between the stations. This place, this room, is a beacon, a quiet, stable place in the storm. And I am the one who sits here and waits for them to find their way to the front desk." I thought of the thousands of lives that had passed through the starlight vista, the salesmen, the families, the lovers, and I thought of the others, the quiet ones, the ones who checked in and never checked out. The small, forgotten tragedies that are the lifeblood of any place that is built on the lonely, anonymous promise of the open road. "And what do you do with them?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "I check them in," he said. "I give them a key, and I help them to understand that the trip they were on is over, and that a new one is about to begin." He looked at me, and his eyes were filled with a sadness that was as old and as deep as the universe itself. "My work is very important, Arthur. It requires quiet. It requires discretion. It requires a place that is constant." I understood then. The reservation, the untouched room, the low, steady hum of the electricity. It was all a part of it, an anchor, a lighthouse for the lost souls of the highway, and my mundane, boring, and quiet little life had been lived unknowingly in the shadow of this profound and terrifying cosmic machinery. "But why me?" I asked. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you opened the door," he said, his voice taking on a new, graver tone. "And because my own reservation is coming due. I have been a clerk here for a very, very long time. My own journey is about to continue, and a place like this can never be left unattended." The implication of his words hit me with the force of a physical blow. The room seemed to tilt, the walls closing in. "No," I said, shaking my head. "No, I have a life. I am a clerk at a motel." "You were a clerk at a motel," he corrected gently. "But you chose to open a door that was not meant for you. You have seen behind the curtain, Arthur, and once you have seen, you cannot unsee. You are a part of the mechanism now." He stood up, his movements slow and stiff, like a man who had been sitting in the same chair for 1,000 years. He walked over to me, and he placed a heavy, cold brass key in my hand. It was the master key for room 9. "Your training was supposed to be gradual," he said, his voice a soft, tired whisper in my ear. "Over the next 17 years, you would have begun to see, to understand. But now you will have to learn on the job." He walked past me, towards the open door of the room. He did not look back. He stepped out into the dark, silent parking lot of my world, and he dissolved. He didn't vanish in a puff of smoke. He just faded. He became a part of the darkness, a part of the quiet, a part of the lonely, endless night of the open road. I was alone in the room, the clean, sterile waiting room. The book was still on the table, open to my name. The soft, golden light of the lamp was still glowing. I was the new clerk, the new manager, the new J. Corbin. I walked out of the room and pulled the door shut. It clicked with a soft, final sound. I hung the faded "Do Not Disturb" sign back on the knob. I walked back to the front desk, the heavy brass key in my pocket, a cold, heavy weight. The new computerized reservation system was installed the next day, but when the technician tried to input the data for room 9, the system crashed. They tried 3 times. Every time, the same result. The new digital world could not comprehend the old analog and cosmic truth of that room. In the end, they just left it alone, a single, anomalous, and permanent booking in a system that was otherwise perfect, a ghost in the new machine. My life is different now. It is still quiet. It is still nocturnal. I am still the clerk at a roadside motel. But I have a new set of responsibilities. I still make the coffee. I still read the paper. But now I also watch. And I listen. And sometimes, in the dead of night, a new guest will arrive. They will look confused and lost and afraid. They will not have a reservation, but I will know their name. I will check them in, and I will give them a key to a room that is not on any map, a quiet, clean, and peaceful room, a place where they can rest before they continue on their journey. I have 17 years until my own check-in, 17 years to be the quiet, patient, and necessary guardian of the lost souls of the Starlight Vista. It is a strange and lonely and sometimes terrifying job. But I have come to understand that it is also a profound and deeply and strangely sacred one. The road is long and the night is dark, and everyone eventually needs a place to rest, and I am the one who leaves the light on. The woods behind the cabin weren't just woods, they were an ocean, a deep, green, silent ocean of ancient pines and forgotten maples, and I had been drowning in it for 3 months. My wife, Eleanor, had always called me a creature of the city, a man who found comfort in the predictable grid of streets and the constant reassuring hum of other people's lives. She was right. The silence of the forest was a physical thing, a pressure against my eardrums, a constant reminder of the much larger silence she had left behind in my life. I came here to write, or at least that was the official story, the one I told my concerned friends and my well-meaning but utterly bewildered parents. I was a novelist, and novelists, according to cliché, are supposed to retreat to rustic cabins to wrestle with their muse, but my muse had died in a sterile beige hospital room 6 months ago. Her final breath, a quiet, unassuming sigh that had somehow sucked all the oxygen out of my world. I didn't come here to write. I came here to disappear. My name is Thomas Weaver, and I was a ghost haunting the life I had failed to save. My days were a featureless landscape of aimless wandering. I would walk for hours, following deer trails that petered out into nothing, my feet sinking into a thick carpet of pine needles and decaying leaves. The forest was a living, breathing archive of death and rebirth, a cycle I could observe but no longer feel a part of. It was on one of these walks, pushing deeper into the woods than I ever had before, that I found it. I was following the ghost of a creek, a dry, rocky bed that snaked its way through a particularly dense thicket of ironwood trees. The air grew still and heavy, the usual chorus of bird song and insect chatter fading into an unnerving silence. And then I saw it, standing in a small, unnaturally perfect clearing. It was a door, not the ruin of a door, not the last remnant of some long-forgotten homestead. It was a perfect, freestanding door, unconnected to any wall, any foundation, any structure at all. It was made of a dark, almost black wood, polished to a deep, lustrous sheen that seemed to drink the dappled sunlight. It was set in a simple, unadorned frame of the same wood, which simply rose from the forest floor and ended, a perfect, impossible rectangle of civilization in the heart of the wild. The doorknob was a heavy, ornate thing of tarnished brass, fashioned in the shape of a sleeping serpent devouring its own tail. My first thought was that it was an art installation, some strange surrealist project left to be reclaimed by nature. I walked around it. The back was as solid and seamless as the front. There were no hinges visible, no seams in the frame. It was a solid, impossible object, as out of place as a cathedral in the middle of the desert. I reached out and touched the wood. It was cool and smooth, vibrating with a low, almost subsonic hum that I felt more in my teeth than in my fingertips. I gripped the brass serpent, and turned. Nothing. The knob wouldn't budge. I pushed, then pulled. The door was as solid and immovable as the ancient bedrock beneath my feet. It became my obsession, my secret pilgrimage. Every day I would walk to the clearing and visit the door. I would sit on a fallen log and just look at it, this beautiful, maddening enigma. It was a focal point for my grief, a perfect metaphor for my own life, a locked door to a place I could no longer enter. I would talk to it, my voice a raw, quiet whisper in the silent clearing. I would tell it about Eleanor, about the way she would bite her lip when she was concentrating, about the smell of her hair after a summer rain. I was a man confessing his sins to a wooden god, and the forest was my silent, indifferent cathedral. The first time it opened, it was an accident. I was in town, a small, weary-looking place called Black Creek, picking up supplies at the general store. The woman behind the counter, a kindly, grandmotherly type named Martha, was talking in hushed tones to another customer. Old Mr. Abernathy, a man who had lived in the valley his entire 94 years, had passed away peacefully in his sleep the night before. I didn't think much of it. It was the kind of sad, inevitable news that is the lifeblood of any small town. But when I returned to the cabin, the compulsion to see the door was overwhelming. I walked through the woods, my mind a numb, gray fog. As I stepped into the clearing, I felt a change in the air. The low, humming vibration was more intense, a palpable thrum that seemed to make the very leaves on the trees tremble. On a whim, born of nothing more than the ritualistic habit of my daily visits, I walked up to the door and placed my hand on the brass serpent. I turned. This time it moved. With a soft, sighing click, the latch disengaged. The door swung inward, silently, revealing not the forest behind it, but an impossible, shimmering darkness. It wasn't the darkness of a moonless night. It was a deeper, more absolute black, a velvet void that seemed to absorb all light and sound. And from it, a scent wafted out, a scent that hit me with the force of a physical blow. It was the smell of cinnamon, old books, and Eleanor's favorite Earl Grey tea. It was the smell of Sunday mornings in our tiny, sun-drenched city apartment. My heart hammered against my ribs, a wild, terrified bird. This was impossible, a hallucination, a trick of my grief-addled mind. But the smell was so real, so painfully, perfectly real. I took a hesitant step forward and peered inside. I saw nothing, just the endless, soft black. But I could feel it, the warmth of the morning sun on the worn wooden floorboards, the weight of our old patchwork quilt, the faint, distant sound of traffic 5 stories below. And then I heard it, her laughter, a light, airy sound that had been the soundtrack to the best years of my life. It wasn't a memory of her laughter. It was the thing itself, a perfect, resonant echo in the impossible space beyond the door. Tears streamed down my face. I took another step, my hand outstretched, wanting to plunge into that perfect, sensory memory, to wrap myself in it, to drown in it. But a sudden, primal fear, a deep, instinctual sense of self-preservation, held me back. This was wrong. This was a violation of the fundamental laws of the universe. I stumbled back, my heel catching on a root. I fell hard, scrambling away from the open door like a frightened animal. As soon as I was outside the immediate circle of the clearing, the door swung shut with the same soft, final click. I scrambled to my feet and rushed back to it, grabbing the knob, pushing, pulling. It was locked, solid, immovable. The smell was gone. The feeling of warmth was gone. The sound of her laughter was gone. I was alone again in the cold, silent woods. It took me 2 days to make the connection. 2 days of frantic, sleepless obsession, replaying the event in my mind over and over. The door, Mr. Abernathy, the timing. It was a hypothesis so insane, so monstrous, that my rational mind rejected it outright. But the part of me that had seen the impossible, that had smelled a ghost of a perfect Sunday morning, knew it was the truth. The door only opened when someone died. The thought was a venomous, seductive whisper in the back of my mind. I became a ghoul, a vulture of sorrow. I bought a small, cheap police scanner, the kind used by local news reporters and morbid hobbyists. I would sit in my cabin for hours, the static hissing, listening for the coded language of tragedy. A car crash on the interstate, a heart attack at the diner, a hunting accident in the state forest. My grief for Eleanor became twisted, perverted into a hungry, desperate anticipation for the grief of others. I was a man praying for funerals, not so that I could mourn, but so that I could get my fix. Each time a death was reported, I would race to the clearing, my heart pounding with a sick, shameful excitement. And each time the door would be waiting, the low hum, the soft click, the welcoming darkness, and each time the memory would be different. A fatal car crash on Highway 17 brought me the memory of our first date, the taste of the cheap red wine we'd shared, the feeling of a hand, nervous and electric, in my own. The death of a hiker who'd fallen from Black Creek Falls gave me the scent of the salty air on our honeymoon in Maine, the sound of the waves crashing against rocks. The door was a curator of my happiest moments, a library of my lost life, and the price of admission was a stranger's death. I was an addict. The real world became a gray, washed-out waiting room, a place I had to endure between my visits to the vibrant, perfect world beyond the door. The novel I was supposed to be writing lay untouched. I stopped answering calls from my family. I grew thin, my eyes taking on a haunted, feverish glint. The townspeople in Black Creek began to look at me differently, their friendly smiles replaced with wary, cautious glances. I was the strange, gaunt man from the city who bought too much canned food and seemed to be listening to something no one else could hear. And then the deaths stopped. For 3 weeks, the scanner was silent. The town of Black Creek, with a stubborn, infuriating resilience, refused to offer up a sacrifice. The door remained locked. I was in withdrawal, and it was an agony far worse than the initial raw grief. The memories, which had been a comfort, were now a torment, a paradise I had been exiled from. My grief, which I had thought I was processing, came roaring back, amplified and distorted. The door hadn't been healing me. It had been enabling me, keeping me in a state of suspended animation, a perfect, preserved stasis of sorrow. I became desperate. I would spend all day at the door, pleading with it, sometimes screaming at it until my throat was raw, my fists bloody from pounding on the unyielding wood. The silence of the forest mocked me. It was during one of these desperate, frantic visits that I found the bird. It was a small brown sparrow lying at the base of the door, its wing bent at an unnatural angle. It was still alive, its tiny chest heaving, its black, bead-like eyes filled with a silent animal terror. A thought, ugly and reptilian, slithered into my mind. I tried to push it away, but it was too strong. The addiction was too strong. I told myself it was a mercy. The bird was dying anyway. It was a kindness. My hands trembled as I picked it up. Its tiny heart beat a frantic, terrified rhythm against my palm. I closed my eyes, and with a quick, brutal twist, I broke its neck. The fragile bones snapped with a sound that was horrifyingly loud in the silent clearing. I stood there for a long moment, the small, warm, limp body in my hand, a wave of self-loathing so profound it almost buckled my knees. I had crossed a line. I had taken a life, however small, for my own selfish, pathetic need. With a trembling hand, I reached for the doorknob. It turned. The door swung open. The scent of cinnamon and old books washed over me. But it was different this time. Fainter. The feeling of warmth was gone, replaced by a subtle, creeping chill. And Eleanor's laughter. It had a thin, brittle quality, an echo of an echo. It was a flawed, corrupted memory, a cheap imitation. I stumbled back, the dead bird falling from my numb fingers. I understood then. The door was not just a passive gateway. It was a connoisseur. It was a parasite that fed on death, and the quality of its meal mattered. The peaceful, natural death of an old man, the sudden, tragic death of a stranger, these were one thing. The deliberate, cold-blooded killing of an innocent creature was another. The door had opened, but it was punishing me. It was telling me that the price for a perfect memory was higher. It wanted a more significant sacrifice. The next few months were a descent into a private, methodical madness. I became a hunter. I started with small animals, squirrels caught in traps, a raccoon by the side of the road that I mercifully put out of its misery with a tire iron. Each time I would justify it, a mercy, a kindness. And each time I would run to the door, a desperate, pathetic supplicant, and each time the memory of Eleanor would be a little more faded, a little more distorted, a little more soulless. The door was starving, and I was feeding it scraps. It was making me hungrier, more desperate. The day I found the deer was the day I knew I was lost. It had been caught in a barbed wire fence at the edge of my property, its leg torn and bloody, its eyes wide with panic and pain. It was a large, beautiful buck, full of a powerful wild life force, and my first thought, the one that rose unbidden from the dark, twisted pit of my soul, was, "This one will be enough." I went back to the cabin and got the hunting rifle that had come with the rental, a dusty relic I hadn't even known was there. I told myself the same lie. It was a mercy. I couldn't let it suffer, but as I raised the rifle, my hand steady, my eye looking down the sight, I knew it was not about mercy. It was about me. It was about my need. The shot was deafening, a profane violation of the forest's sacred quiet. The deer fell, and as I stood over its magnificent dying body, watching the life drain from its dark liquid eyes, I felt nothing, no pity, no remorse, just the cold, clinical anticipation of the addict about to get his fix. I left the deer where it lay and ran to the clearing. The humming of the door was a triumphant, resonant thrum. I turned the knob. It swung open. The memory was perfect. It was our wedding day, the scent of the white roses in Eleanor's bouquet, the feeling of the cool gold ring on my finger, the sound of her voice as she said her vows, strong and clear and full of a love that I had believed was eternal. It was so real, so powerful, that I fell to my knees, sobbing, completely lost in the sensory perfection of the moment. When the door closed, and I was once again on my knees in the dirt and the cold, I knew, with a chilling, absolute certainty, what the door wanted next. The progression was logical, inevitable. It wanted a human life. It wanted me to become a monster. And the most terrifying part was that a part of me was considering it. The town of Black Creek was full of old, lonely people, people who might not be missed. The thought was a flash of pure demonic insanity, and I recoiled from it, horrified at the thing I was becoming. I was a man trapped in a feedback loop of grief and horror, and the only escape seemed to be to descend deeper. I decided to leave, to run. I packed my car in a frantic, paranoid haze, throwing my books and clothes into the back seat. I would drive west. I would never stop. I would put a continent between myself and that cursed clearing. I just had to visit it one last time. I had to say goodbye, not to the door, but to her. I walked through the woods, a man on his way to his own execution. I felt hollowed out, a husk. I stepped into the clearing. The door was waiting, and I knew, with the sudden, soul-shattering clarity, what the final, perfect sacrifice would have to be. Not a stranger, not an old man from town. Me, my own life, the ultimate offering, the final perfect death that would surely purchase the final perfect memory, not just a fleeting sensory echo, but the thing itself. An eternity with her, in that perfect, sun-drenched room beyond the door. It was a transaction, my miserable, grief-stricken life in exchange for an eternity of manufactured happiness. It seemed like a fair trade. I had the rifle with me. I had brought it to protect myself on the road. Another lie in a long, pathetic chain of them. I raised the barrel and placed it under my chin, my finger finding the cold, smooth curve of the trigger. My eyes were fixed on the door. I was ready. I was willing. "Don't, Tom." The voice was a whisper, a rustle of leaves, but it was her voice. It was Eleanor's voice. It had come not from the door, but from behind me. I lowered the rifle, my heart seizing in my chest, and turned. She was standing at the edge of the clearing, half hidden by the shadows of the ancient pines. It was not the vibrant, sun-kissed Eleanor of my memories. This was a pale, translucent echo of her, her form wavering like a heat haze, her eyes filled not with love, but with a profound, bottomless sorrow. "Eleanor?" I breathed. The name a prayer, a curse. "It's a trap, Tom," she whispered, her voice a fragile, distant thing. "It's not a memory. It's a cage. It feeds on life, but it traps the echo of a soul. Every time you open that door, you fed it, and you twisted my key in its lock." I stared at her, my mind refusing to comprehend. "What are you talking about? I was with you." "You were with a lure," she said, a single, translucent tear tracing a path down her spectral cheek. "A puppet, made from your own memories and my stolen essence. It's a parasite, a lonely, ancient thing that has been here since the first tree fell in this forest. It promises comfort, but it only offers oblivion. It promises reunion, but it only creates prisoners. Your death would be the final lock on the door. It would give it both of us forever." The truth hit me with the force of a physical blow. The beautiful, perfect memories were a lie, a bait. I had not been visiting my wife. I had been desecrating her memory, feeding her soul piece by piece to a monstrous, timeless entity. My grief had not been a key. It had been the hook on which I had been caught. The door behind me began to hum, a low, angry, possessive sound. It knew I was being swayed. The air grew cold. "What do I do?" I cried, looking from the ghost of my wife to the terrible, beautiful door. "Live," she whispered, her form beginning to fade. "Live for both of us, Tom. the real way, the hard way, and let me go. She was gone. I was alone in the clearing with a humming, hungry door, and for the first time in a year, I knew what I had to do. I was faced with a choice, a swift, easy death that would lead to an eternity in a beautiful, gilded cage, or a long, hard life filled with the real, painful, and ultimately cleansing fire of true grief. I chose the fire. I didn't run. I walked back to the cabin, my steps heavy but firm. I gathered the cans of gasoline I had for the generator and the axe from the woodshed. I returned to the clearing, a man with a purpose for the first time since Eleanor had died. I stood before the door, the source of all my monstrous actions, the altar of my twisted worship. I could feel its rage, its hunger. It was trying to lure me one last time, sending out the faint scent of cinnamon and old books. But it smelled like a lie now. It smelled like death. I swung the axe. The blade bit deep into the dark, polished wood, which screamed with a sound that was not wood, but a chorus of 1,000 trapped, tormented voices. I swung again and again, the wood splintering, a dark, viscous, sap-like substance bleeding from the wounds. I doused it in gasoline and threw a single lit match. The door erupted in a pillar of black, greasy smoke and an unnatural violet-colored flame. The screams from within it grew to a deafening crescendo, the voices of all its victims, all its prisoners, finally being released in a fiery, agonizing exorcism. I saw faces in the flames, fleeting, contorted masks of pain, and finally, of peace. And for a fraction of a second, I saw Eleanor, not the pale, sad echo from the woods, but the real Eleanor, her face full of light and love, her lips forming a single, silent word. Thank you. I stood there until the fire burned itself out, leaving nothing but a patch of scorched earth and a lingering foul smell that the clean forest air quickly carried away. The door was gone. The clearing was just clearing again. The silence was no longer a pressure. It was just silence. I left the cabin that day. I drove back to the city, back to the grid, back to the comforting, messy, and imperfect world of the living. The grief is still with me. It is a part of me now, a scar that will never fully fade. But it is a clean wound, not the festering, infected thing the door had made it. Sometimes, in my quiet moments, I remember the feel of the memories the door offered, their perfect, seductive beauty. And I understand that the greatest horrors are not the ones that threaten to kill us, but the ones that offer us a reason to stop living. I chose to live. I chose the pain. I chose the real, flawed, and beautiful memory of my wife, the one I carry inside me, the one that no locked door can ever contain or ever take away. I bought a used camera. The last picture was of me sleeping. The scent of a pawn shop is a unique perfume, a layered olfactory history of desperation, forgotten hobbies, and the faint, metallic tang of regret. It's a smell I've always found strangely comforting. I'm a photographer, but not the kind who chases the crisp, sterile perfection of digital. I'm a creature of the darkroom, a lover of film grain, light leaks, and the tangible magic of a silver gelatin print coming to life in a tray of chemicals. I hunt for relics, for cameras with stories baked into their brass and leather. My name is Jacob, and I believe that old lenses see the world differently, that they hold the ghosts of every image they've ever captured. I never imagined how literally true that could be. The shop was a dusty, cluttered cave on a forgotten side street, the kind of place you'd miss if you weren't specifically looking for the faded peeling sign that read, "Second Chances." I was killing time, waiting for inspiration to strike, a common affliction since my ex-girlfriend Chloe had moved out 6 months prior, taking the vibrant color palette of our shared life with her and leaving me in a world of muted grays. It was in the back, under a table piled high with defunct VCRs and sad-looking porcelain dolls, that I saw it. It was a Lichtner A7, a beautiful, brutish piece of German engineering from the 1960s. It was a rangefinder, heavy and solid, its black enamel worn to a soft patina on the corners, its lens a single, unblinking cyclops eye. It felt less like a machine and more like a dense, mechanical heart in my hands. The shopkeeper, a man whose face seemed to be made of intersecting wrinkles, gave me a rheumy-eyed look. "That one? Been here for ages," he rasped. "Found it in an estate lot. As is, of course." "Does the shutter work?" I asked, my thumb finding the familiar, satisfying resistance of the film advance lever. He shrugged, a gesture that moved his entire upper body. "Probably. Thing's built like a Panzer tank. $10. It was the kind of deal that makes your heart beat a little faster." I paid the man, feeling a thrill of discovery, a brief, bright spark in the monochrome landscape of my recent life. I took it home to my apartment, a third-floor walk-up with creaky floors and a view of a brick wall, the kind of place that's perfect for brooding artists and other assorted cliches. The real surprise came when I opened the back. There was a roll of film still inside. This was the holy grail for a junk shop connoisseur like me. A found history, a tiny orphan time capsule. The film was an old, off-brand black and white. The counter stopped at 24 exposures. I felt a giddy sense of voyeuristic anticipation. Who was the previous owner? What moments had they deemed worthy of capture? My bathroom doubles as my dark room. I sealed the door with a towel, the familiar, comforting darkness enveloping me. The smell of fixer and stop bath was my incense. I went through the ritual, my hands moving with practiced confidence in the dim, ruby glow of the safe light. I unspooled the film, clipped it, and submerged it in the developer. I watched the clock, gently agitating the tank, my mind racing with possibilities. An hour later, the negatives were hanging to dry, a glistening celluloid ribbon of someone else's life. I held them up to the light, my heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and a strange, almost reverent respect. The first 23 pictures were unremarkable. They were the anonymous, slightly melancholic photos of a life lived, a blurry shot of a child on a swing, a close-up of a cat's face, a rain-slicked street at night, the streetlights blooming like soft, ethereal flowers, several overexposed photos of what looked like the interior of an old, cluttered house. They were competent, but lonely. The compositions were slightly off, the subjects always distant. They felt like the work of a ghost, someone observing the world without ever truly participating in it. Then I looked at the last frame, number 24. My breath hitched in my chest. A cold, sharp icicle of dread seemed to pierce my sternum and travel down my spine. I took the negative strip and put it in the enlarger, needing to see it in stark, undeniable black and white. I focused the image, my hand suddenly clumsy and slick with a sweat I hadn't noticed. The image bloomed into life on the photographic paper in the developing tray, a ghost emerging from the chemical ether. It was a picture of me, sleeping, in my bed, in my apartment. The angle was from the foot of the bed, looking towards the headboard. I was on my side, my face half buried in the pillow. The details were so horrifically, intimately correct that my mind buckled under the weight of them. The specific, rumpled way my comforter was bunched up. The book on my nightstand, a collection of poetry Chloe had left behind, its cover clearly legible. The glass of water beside it, even the shadow cast on the wall by my bedside lamp, was perfect, a familiar nightly silhouette. My first thought was that it was a prank, an incredibly elaborate, cruel prank. My mind immediately went to Chloe, but this wasn't her style. She was practical, grounded. She wouldn't know the first thing about developing film, let alone staging something so violating. And we hadn't spoken in months. My other friends? None of them had a key. My second thought was more technical, a double exposure, a bizarre one-in-a-million fluke where my face had been superimposed over an image of an empty bed. I was a photographer. I knew the science. I could debunk this. I grabbed my loupe and examined the negative again, my heart thumping a frantic, panicked rhythm against my ribs. The grain was consistent. The light source was singular. The shadows were perfect. It was a single, unmodified, horrifyingly real photograph. My apartment, which had always felt like a sanctuary, a shell I could retreat into, suddenly felt violated, porous. The air itself felt thick with a hostile presence. I walked into my bedroom and stood at the foot of the bed, my eyes darting around the room. The perspective matched perfectly. The photographer had been standing right here, in my room, while I slept. Who had owned this camera? And how, in the name of all that was sane and logical, had they taken a picture of me before I had even bought it? The film had been in the camera when I found it. The thought was a paradox, a Mobius strip of impossibility that my rational mind couldn't navigate. That night, sleep was a foreign country I couldn't find a visa for. I sat on my sofa, the lights on, the Lichner A7 on the coffee table in front of me. It wasn't just a camera anymore. It was a witness, an accomplice. It seemed to watch me with its single glass eye, its black body absorbing the light, giving nothing back. I felt a primal, superstitious urge to smash it, to shatter its lens and exorcise whatever malevolent history it held. But I was also a photographer. It was a beautiful object, and a deeper, more frightening part of me needed to understand. I wedged a chair under the doorknob, a flimsy, pathetic defense against an intruder who had seemingly already bypassed all logic and security. Every creak of the old building, every siren in the distant city was the sound of them coming back. I must have eventually drifted off because I woke up with a jolt, my neck stiff. The gray, unforgiving light of dawn filtering through the blinds. The first thing I did was check the chair. It was still there. I was alone. But the feeling of being watched didn't leave with the night. It clung to me like a damp shroud. At my job, a soulless but necessary gig retouching real estate photos, I couldn't focus. I kept seeing movement in the corners of my screen. I'd glance over my shoulder in the office, convinced someone was standing behind me. I spent my lunch break in a frantic, paranoid online search. I typed in Lichner A7 and strange photos. I waded through forums of camera collectors, their posts filled with arcane discussions of shutter speeds and lens coatings. And then I found it. A single cryptic post on an obscure German photography forum dated from 10 years ago. The post was titled Schattencamera, Shadow Camera. The user, who went by the name Collector88, wrote about a legend associated with a small specific batch of Lichtner A7s produced in the winter of 1963. The legend claimed the lenses were made with a new type of quartz-infused glass mined from a strange, geologically unique site in the Black Forest. The cameras, the legend went, didn't just capture light. They captured something else, an echo, a premonition. The Post called them Seelenfängers, soul catchers. It mentioned the original designer, a man named Klaus Richter, who had become a recluse and died in a mental asylum, obsessed with the idea that his cameras were showing him pictures of things that hadn't happened yet. The Post ended with a chilling single line. There are stories of owners disappearing, leaving behind only the camera and a final, undeveloped roll of film. I felt a wave of nausea. This was insane. Urban legends, internet ghost stories. But the story had the chilling ring of a truth I didn't want to acknowledge. That night, my paranoia graduated to active measures. I bought a new, heavy-duty deadbolt for my door. I installed a cheap, motion-activated webcam on my bookshelf, aimed at my bed. I was turning my home into a fortress, but I felt more vulnerable than ever. I took the Lichtner and locked it in a metal footlocker in my closet, as if I could contain its curse through simple physical confinement. For a week, there was nothing. The webcam recorded nothing but 8 hours of me sleeping fitfully. The feeling of being watched began to recede, replaced by the weary, self-mocking thought that I had let a strange coincidence drive me to the brink of a nervous breakdown. I almost convinced myself it was all in my head. Then I came home from work to find the footlocker in my closet open. I stared at it, my blood turning to ice water. The lock was not broken. It was unlocked. I knew with an absolute gut-wrenching certainty that I had locked it, and inside, sitting innocently on a pile of old sweaters, was the Lichtner. I backed out of the closet, my breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. Someone had been here, again. But the new deadbolt on my front door was still locked from the inside. The windows were all latched. There was no way in. My eyes fell on the webcam. I scrambled to my laptop, my hand shaking so badly I could barely type my password. I opened the security footage from the day. I fast-forwarded through the long, empty hours of my vacant apartment. Nothing. No movement. No intruders. The footlocker remained closed and locked. I replayed it, watching the timestamp in the corner. Then I saw it. At exactly 3:33 p.m., the video feed flickered. For a single frame, the screen went to black static. When the image returned, a millisecond later, the footlocker was open. It hadn't been opened. It had just become open, as if reality itself had been briefly edited. A single, crucial frame of the film of my life snipped out, leaving a seamless, impossible jump cut. With a sense of dread so profound it felt like I was moving underwater, I picked up the camera. The film counter, which had been at 0, now read 1. A new picture had been taken. I didn't want to see it. Every cell in my body screamed at me to take the camera and throw it into the deepest part of the river. But I had to know. I was a prisoner to this thing, and the only way out was to understand the nature of my cell. Back in the dark room, the ruby light felt less like a comfort and more like the glow of a hellish fire. My hands trembled as I developed the single frame. The image that emerged was worse than the first. It was a picture of me in the shower. The photo was taken through the frosted glass of the shower door, my form a blurry, vulnerable silhouette. But the detail was still cruelly precise. The specific brand of shampoo on the shelf, the small crescent-shaped scar on my left shoulder. The angle was from inside the small windowless bathroom. It was a picture of a private, unguarded moment taken by an invisible, impossible voyeur. The camera was no longer just showing me the past. It was actively documenting my present. It was with me, always. The next few weeks were a descent into a private waking nightmare. The pictures kept appearing, one every few days. A single frame would be exposed on whatever roll of film I had in the camera. I tried leaving it empty, but a new, unexposed negative would simply materialize inside it. A picture of me at my desk at work, taken from over my shoulder. A picture of me buying groceries, taken from the other end of the aisle. A picture of me on the phone with my mother, my face etched with a fake, cheerful smile as I lied and told her everything was fine. Each one was a new violation, a new piece of evidence that my life was no longer my own. The photographer was a ghost, a demon, a glitch in the matrix. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it was intimately, malevolently connected to the listener. I tried to get rid of it. I drove 40 miles out of the city and threw it into a landfill. I came home, exhausted and relieved, to find it sitting on my pillow. I smashed it with a hammer, the lens shattering, the body dented and broken. The next morning, it was on my kitchen table, fully repaired without a single scratch. It was a part of my life now, a tumorous, malignant growth that I could not excise. I stopped sleeping. I survived on coffee and fear, my eyes bloodshot, my hands in a perpetual state of tremor. My work suffered. My friends called, their voices full of a concern that I could not answer without sounding like a raving lunatic. I was an island, and the waters were rising. The pictures began to change. They were no longer just of me. A photo appeared of Chloe walking down the street, her face a mask of worry. She was walking towards my apartment building. A few hours later, my buzzer rang. It was her. "Jacob, I've been calling you for a week," she said, her voice tight with a mixture of anger and concern. "Are you okay? You look terrible." I couldn't let her in. I spoke to her through the intercom, my voice a ragged croak, telling her I had the flu, that I was fine, that she should go. The hurt in her eyes, even through the tiny, distorted camera, was a physical blow. The camera wasn't just tormenting me. It was using the people I cared about to do it. It was isolating me, turning me into the monster they would all remember. And then the pictures began to show the future. It started with a photo of a broken plate on my kitchen floor, shattered into a dozen pieces. I spent the entire day in a state of high alert, refusing to go near my kitchen cabinets. That evening, as I was making coffee, a sudden, inexplicable tremor shook the building. A low, deep rumble from a passing construction truck on the street below. A plate vibrated off the shelf and shattered on the floor in the exact pattern as the photograph. My blood ran cold. The camera wasn't just a voyeur, it was an oracle, a prophet of mundane and perhaps not so mundane doom. It was showing me a script, a future that was already written, that I was powerless to change. My free will was an illusion. I was just an actor, hitting my marks in a horror movie written by a malevolent mechanical god. I knew, with a certainty that settled in my bones like a terminal cancer, that a final photograph was coming. The one that would explain everything. The one that would show me how it all ended. It appeared 3 nights ago. I developed it with the slow, resigned dread of a man walking to the gallows. The image that emerged from the developer was a culmination of all my fears, a perfect, monochrome distillation of the horror that had consumed my life. The perspective was my own. It was a photo taken from my point of view. My own hands were visible in the bottom of the frame, holding the Lixner camera. The camera was pointed down at the floor of my living room. Chloe was lying there, her eyes wide and staring at the ceiling, a dark, spreading stain on the front of her white blouse. In the corner of the frame, I could see the tip of my own shoe, and next to it, on the floor, was a knife. I stared at the photograph, a low, keening sound of pure despair escaping my lips. It wasn't going to just kill me. It was going to use me. It was going to turn me into a murderer. It was going to take the last person I had ever loved and make me destroy her. And it was going to document the act with its cold, passionless, quartz-infused eye. The final photograph wouldn't just be of a death, it would be my confession. I called her. My voice was a frantic, broken thing. Chloe, listen to me. Don't come here. Whatever you do, do not come to my apartment. I don't care what you hear. I don't care if I call you and beg. Stay away. Jacob, what's wrong? She cried. You're scaring me. Let me come over. Let me help you. No, I screamed, and I slammed the phone down. I threw it against the wall, shattering it. I had to break the chain of prophecy. For 2 days, I sat in my apartment, a prisoner of a future I was desperately trying to avoid. I boarded up the door with a hammer and nails. I sat on the floor in the dark, the Lixner in my lap, its cold weight a constant, terrible reminder. I waited. Last night I heard a pounding on my door. Jacob, it's me. The landlord let me into the building. I know you're in there. Please, just let me see you're okay. It was Chloe. My frantic, insane warnings had, of course, had the opposite effect. They had convinced her I was in danger and that she needed to save me. The prophecy was fulfilling itself. The final act was beginning. I could feel it then, a cold, alien sensation seeping into my arms, into my hands. The camera in my lap felt like it was humming, vibrating with a low, hungry energy. An impulse that was not my own told me to stand up, to go to the door, to let her in. I am writing this now, scrawling these words on the back of old photographic prints with a piece of charcoal from my art supplies, because I don't have much time. I can feel my will eroding, my own thoughts being drowned out by a cold, quiet, calculating intelligence that is not mine. It wants the picture. It has been building to this moment, to this perfect, tragic composition. Chloe is still outside my door. She's been talking to me for hours, her voice growing hoarse, pleading with me. And the other voice, the one inside my head, is getting stronger. It's telling me how beautiful the final print will be, the chiaroscuro of the shadows in the room, the tragic, poetic horror of the scene. It's a masterpiece, it tells me, the greatest photograph ever taken. The camera is in my hands now. It feels so heavy. My fingers are moving towards the nails I hammered into the door. I don't want to do it. I am screaming inside my own mind, a silent, unheard shriek. But my body is beginning to move. It's a slow, jerky, puppet-like motion, my muscles obeying a will that is not my own. The entity that lives in this camera, the ghost of Klaus Richter, or whatever ancient, hungry thing he woke up in that forest, it doesn't just capture moments. It creates them. It feeds on them. It feeds on despair. Chloe is calling my name, the name of the man I used to be. My hand is on the first nail. It's cold, sharp. I can see the final picture in my mind's eye, as clear as if it were already developed and hanging on a gallery wall. It is a work of undeniable soul-destroying art, and it will be my last testament. I don't know if I can stop it. I am raising the hammer. All I know is that the shutter is about to click. I'm a paramedic. The body I picked up spoke my name. The rain wasn't just falling. It was a solid, percussive thing, an endless drum solo on the roof of the ambulance. Each drop that hit the windshield was fat and heavy, exploding in a starburst of light from the street lamps before the wipers smeared it away. It was the kind of night that bled into morning without ever truly getting light, a perpetual state of 3 a.m. gloom. My name is Alex, and for the past 8 years, the soundtrack to my life has been a siren, the rhythmic beep of a heart monitor, and the weary sigh of my partner Sarah after a particularly nasty call. We work the night shift in a city that never really sleeps but often dies in its bed. You get used to it. You have to. The horror, the grief, the sheer sticky mess of human fragility. You build a callus over your soul, a thick, protective layer that allows you to intubate a dying man without your hands shaking and declare a stranger dead without your voice cracking. Tonight was a slow bleed, a fender bender, a drunk who'd fallen down a flight of stairs, a kid with a febrile seizure, the usual smorgasbord of urban misery. We were parked in our designated spot outside the ER. The smell of antiseptic wipes and stale coffee thickened the cab. Sarah was scrolling through her phone, the blue light making her face look hollow. I was staring out at the rain, letting the rhythmic squeak of the wipers lull me into a state of semi-consciousness. Then the radio crackled, a burst of static followed by the calm, disembodied voice of dispatch. Unit 73, respond to a wellness check. 1432 Blackwood Avenue. Repeat, 1432 Blackwood. Police are on scene. No answer at the door. Neighbor reports a foul odor. A wellness check with a foul odor. That was code. It meant we weren't going to be saving anyone. We were going to be dealing with the aftermath, the lonely, quiet end that nobody wants to think about. I keyed the mic. 73 responding. Sarah sighed, pocketing her phone. Blackwood Avenue? Isn't that out by the old mill district? The very same, I said, putting the ambulance in gear. The part of town the city forgot to pave. The drive was quiet. The rain intensified, and the world outside became a blurry watercolor of bleeding reds and yellows. Blackwood Avenue was a street of ghosts. The houses were old Victorians, most of them in a state of terminal decline, their paint peeling like sunburnt skin, their porches sagging like the jaws of old men. 1432 was the worst of the lot. It was set back from the road, partially consumed by an overgrown garden of weeds and thorny bushes that scraped against the side of the ambulance as I pulled into the driveway. A single police cruiser was parked at the curb, its lights off, making it look like an abandoned wreck. Two officers, a rookie named Evans and a veteran I recognized as Miller, met us on the porch. The smell hit us as soon as we stepped out of the cab. It was sweet and cloying, the unmistakable scent of decay. It's a smell you never forget and one that clings to the inside of your nostrils for hours. He's in the living room, Miller said, his face impassive. Looks like he's been there a while. Name's Arthur Pendleton. Neighbor hadn't seen him in about a week. We donned our gloves and masks, the thin layer of latex and paper, a pathetic shield against the reality we were about to face. The front door was already ajar, splintered around the lock where the police had forced it open. Inside, the house was a time capsule. Dust motes danced in the beams of our flashlights, illuminating furniture draped in white sheets, yellowed wallpaper peeling at the seams, and stacks of old newspapers that reached the ceiling. It was the home of a man who had been alone for a very, very long time. He was in an armchair, facing a dead television. He was old, skeletal thin, his skin the color of old parchment and stretched tight over his bones. His eyes were closed and his mouth was slightly open, as if he had been in the middle of a sigh when his life had simply stopped. There were no signs of trauma, no indication of a struggle, just a quiet, lonely exit. It was a scene we'd witnessed 100 times before. The forgotten ones, the people who die and the world doesn't notice for a week. We did our work, the grim, necessary protocol. I checked for a pulse I knew I wouldn't find. Sarah listened for breath sounds that weren't there. We hooked him up to the monitor, a formality for the paperwork, and watched the flat, unwavering line march across the screen. Time of death was impossible to determine. We just wrote down the time we'd found him. "All right," I said, my voice muffled by the mask. "Let's get him on the gurney." We brought in the body bag and the gurney. It was always the worst part. The transition from a person, a former life, into cargo. We positioned ourselves on either side of the armchair. Sarah took his shoulders and I took his legs. The body was stiff, rigor mortis having come and gone, leaving a strange plastic-like flexibility in the limbs. "On 3, I said. 1, 2, 3. We lifted. He was lighter than he looked, almost bird-like. As we maneuvered him out of the chair, his head lolled to the side, turning towards me. His thin, papery eyelids fluttered. I froze. It was a common phenomenon, a result of shifting post-mortem gases or muscle relaxation. I'd seen it before, but it was always unnerving. "You good?" Sarah asked, her voice strained from the weight. "Yeah," I grunted. "Just weird angle." We lowered him into the body bag. He was lying on his back, his face now pointing up at the ceiling. I reached for the zipper, my hand hovering over his chest. That's when it happened. His lips, dry and cracked like a sun-baked riverbed, pulled back from his teeth. A soft, airy sound escaped, a puff of putrid air that carried a single, impossible word. "Alex." It wasn't a shout. It wasn't even a full-voiced whisper. It was a rasp, a dry rustle of dead leaves, the sound of a voice that hadn't been used in a long, long time. But it was my name, unmistakably my name. My blood turned to ice water. Every hair on my arm stood on end. My breath caught in my throat, a sharp, painful hitch. I stared down at the dead man, at his still, silent mouth. Had I imagined it? The stress, the long night, the oppressive atmosphere of the house. My mind had to be playing tricks on me. "What was that?" Sarah's voice cut through my paralysis. My head snapped up. I looked at her, my eyes wide above my mask. "You heard that?" I whispered, my voice trembling. She was staring at the body, her face pale. I don't know. It sounded like the wind." But she didn't look convinced. She looked as scared as I felt. I looked back down at Arthur Pendleton. His face was placid again, a mask of serene decay. There was no sign that he had just shattered my understanding of reality. My training, my experience, everything I knew about life and death told me it was impossible. Dead men don't speak, and they certainly don't know your name. I zipped the bag. The sound of the zipper was unnaturally loud in the silent house, a final, definitive act. But nothing felt final. It felt like the beginning of something terrible. The trip to the morgue was the longest 10 minutes of my life. I drove, my hands clenched so tightly on the steering wheel that my knuckles were white. I kept my eyes glued to the road, but my mind was in the back of the ambulance with the black bag strapped to the gurney. Every bump, every turn sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. Was he moving back there? Was he trying to sit up? I could feel the weight of his presence, a cold, heavy thing that had nothing to do with his physical body. Sarah was silent in the passenger seat, staring out her window. I didn't know if she was trying to convince herself that she hadn't heard what I had, or if she was just too scared to talk about it. We had an unspoken rule. We didn't take the horrors of the job home with us. We saw things that would break most people, and we compartmentalized. We had to. But this wasn't the kind of horror you could put in a box. This felt like it had followed us out of the house. At the hospital, we bypassed the bustling ER and went straight to the morgue entrance in the basement. The air down there was always cold, with the clean, chemical smell of disinfectant failing to mask a deeper, earthier odor. The attendant, a burly, perpetually bored man named Frank, met us at the door. "Got another one for me?" he asked, not looking up from his crossword puzzle. "Yeah, Frank. DOA from Blackwood Avenue," Sarah said, her voice a little too high. We wheeled the gurney in. The room was sterile and bright, all stainless steel and white tile. It was a place designed to be devoid of emotion, a clean, efficient processing center for the dead. But tonight, it felt like the most terrifying place on earth. As we transferred the bag from our gurney to one of Frank's tables, I could have sworn I felt a faint vibration from inside, a subtle shifting of weight. I let go so quickly my hand recoiled as if I'd been burned. Frank tagged the bag with the name Arthur Pendleton. Then he wheeled him over to one of the refrigerated units, a wall of identical steel doors. He pulled one open, a cloud of cold vapor billowing out. With a practiced heave, he slid the body inside. The door closed with a heavy metallic thud, and the lock clicked into place. It was over. He was gone. But as we walked back to the ambulance, I felt a cold draft on the back of my neck, and I heard it again, as clear as if someone were standing right behind me, a faint, sibilant whisper on the edge of my hearing. "Alex." I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs. The hallway was empty. Sarah was already climbing into the driver's side of the ambulance. She hadn't heard it. This time, it was just for me. The rest of the shift passed in a haze. We had 2 more calls, a drug overdose and a car accident, but I moved through them like an automaton. My body was there, my hands were performing to familiar tasks, but my mind was miles away, trapped in that dusty house, replaying that impossible moment over and over again. I kept telling myself it was a hallucination, a product of exhaustion and a morbid scene. But I couldn't shake the feeling, the cold, primal certainty that something had latched onto me. Something from that old house, something that wore the face of Arthur Pendleton. When our shift finally ended, the sun was a weak, gray smear on the horizon. I drove home in a stupor, the city still sleeping around me. My apartment, usually a sanctuary from the chaos of my job, felt alien and threatening. The familiar creaks of the old building sounded like footsteps. The hum of the refrigerator sounded like a low, guttural moan. I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my ears straining for any sound. Every shadow in the corner of my room seemed to coalesce into the shape of a tall, thin man. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, his cracked lips, his papery skin, and I heard my name, whispered in that dry, dead voice. The next few days were a waking nightmare. At work, I became jumpy and irritable. Every DOA call sent a spike of adrenaline and fear through my system. I found myself hesitating before touching the bodies, my hands trembling. Sarah noticed. "You've been on edge ever since that call on Blackwood," she said one night as we sat in the ambulance. "What's going on, Alex?" I wanted to tell her. I wanted to tell her that I was hearing things, that I felt like I was being watched, that I was convinced the dead man we'd picked up was haunting me. But how could I? She'd think I was losing my mind. She'd report me to our supervisor, and I'd be on administrative leave, forced into therapy. So I lied. "Just tired," I mumbled. "Haven't been sleeping well." She didn't press, but I could see the concern in her eyes. The wall of professional detachment between us was cracking. At home, things escalated. It started with small things. Objects would be slightly out of place. My keys on the wrong side of the table, a book I was reading open to a different page. Then came the sounds. The whispering became more frequent, no longer just on the edge of my hearing, but clear, distinct, and always, always my name. I started hearing footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment door, only to find no one there when I looked through the peephole. One night, I was in the bathroom washing my face. When I looked up into the mirror, he was there. For a split second, standing behind me was the gaunt figure of Arthur Pendleton. He was just a reflection, translucent and wavering, but his eyes were open, and they were staring right at me. I cried out and stumbled back, splashing water all over the floor. By the time I looked again, he was gone. That was when the denial finally shattered. This wasn't stress. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. I was being haunted. My rational mind, the part of me that was a paramedic, that dealt in facts and evidence, screamed for an explanation. I had to know who Arthur Pendleton was. What had he been in life that had allowed him to cling to me so tenaciously in death? Breaking protocol, I used my access to the hospital's record system. I pulled up the file from our call. Arthur Pendleton, age 87, no listed next of kin, no emergency contacts. He was a ghost even before he died. I dug deeper, cross-referencing his name and address in public records databases. I spent hours scrolling through digitized archives of old newspapers, property deeds, census records, and then I found it. A small article from a local newspaper dated 1958. The headline read, "Local Man Claims Contact with the Other Side." The article was about a young Arthur Pendleton who had caused a stir in the community by claiming to be a medium. He held seances in his house on Blackwood Avenue, claiming he could speak to the dead. He also spoke of a theory he called solic transference, the idea that a consciousness at the moment of death could imprint itself onto a receptive living person, a vessel, and continue to experience the world through them. The article dismissed him as a charlatan and a crank. But as I read his words, a cold dread washed over me. He wasn't just a forgotten old man. He was a man who had spent his life obsessed with cheating death. And I had been the first person to touch him when he finally succeeded. The knowledge didn't bring me peace. It brought terror. I wasn't just being haunted by a ghost. I was being targeted by a consciousness that wanted to use me. The activity in my apartment intensified dramatically. The whispers were now full sentences, fragmented and nonsensical, but in that same dry, rasping voice. So cold, let me in. I see with your eyes. One evening, I was heating up soup on the stove. I turned my back for a moment to grab a bowl, and when I turned back, every cabinet and drawer in my kitchen was wide open. Another night, I woke up to find all the faucets in my apartment turned on, the sound of rushing water filling the silence. The most terrifying incident happened with my television. I was watching a movie when the screen suddenly went to static. A face began to form in the swirling black and white dots. It was his face, Arthur Pendleton's face. His mouth opened, and a distorted electronic version of my own voice came out of the speakers. "Help me," it said in my voice. "He's trying to get in." I was losing my grip. I was afraid to be in my own home. I was afraid to go to sleep. My work suffered. I made a mistake on a call, gave the wrong dosage of a drug. Sarah caught it and corrected me, saving me from a potentially fatal error. That night, she cornered me in the hospital parking lot. "That's it, Alex," she said, her arms crossed. "I'm not letting you brush this off anymore. You almost killed someone tonight. You're not just tired, you're falling apart. Talk to me now." The dam broke. I told her everything, about the whisper in the dead man's house, about hearing my name in the morgue, about the reflection in the mirror, the whispers, the television. I told her about the old newspaper article and Arthur Pendleton's insane theory. I expected her to recoil, to tell me I was crazy. But she just listened, her expression growing more and more grim. When I was finished, she was silent for a long time. "I heard it too, you know," she finally said, her voice barely a whisper. "In the house. I heard him say your name. I've been trying to convince myself I didn't, but I did." A wave of relief washed over me, so potent it almost brought me to my knees. I wasn't crazy. Someone else knew. I wasn't alone in this. But our shared knowledge made the situation infinitely more real and therefore more dangerous. The haunting was no longer just my problem. It was ours, and it was getting stronger. The next shift, we were responding to a call when the radio in the cab crackled. It was dispatch, but the voice was distorted, overlaid with a dry, rasping sound. "Unit 73, Alex, where are you going?" Sarah and I looked at each other, our faces ashen. Even dispatch called back, asking if we had a problem with our radio. Arthur was no longer confined to my apartment. He was following me, bleeding into the technology I used every day, using my own voice to taunt me. He was getting closer, trying to push me out and take my place. We knew we couldn't go to the police or our supervisors. They would put us on psych leave so fast our heads would spin. We were on our own. We spent our days off in the library, researching the occult, spiritualism, anything we could find on Sulik transference or consciousness imprinting. Most of it was nonsense, but we found recurring themes, fragmented bits of lore about entities that anchor themselves to the living. The consensus was grim. The longer the connection lasted, the stronger the entity became, and the weaker the host's own consciousness grew. Eventually, the host would be pushed out entirely, their body becoming a vessel for the invading spirit. We realized we had to do something drastic. We had to go back to where it all started. We had to go back to 1432 Blackwood Avenue. The house was even more decrepit than I remembered. A yellow "No Trespassing" sign had been slapped on the door, but the police tape was torn and fluttering in the wind. We broke in through a side window, the sound of shattering glass echoing in the silent street. Inside, the air was stale and cold. The dust was thicker, the silence heavier. It felt like the house was holding its breath, waiting for us. We had a vague plan, cobbled together from the pseudo-religious texts we'd found. We needed to perform a kind of severance, a ritual to break Arthur's connection to me. We brought salt, candles, and an old iron railroad spike we'd found, which one of the books claimed could pin down a restless spirit. It felt absurd, like we were LARPing a horror movie, but we were desperate. We went to the living room, to the armchair where he had died. As I stepped into the room, the temperature dropped precipitously. The air grew thick and heavy, and an overwhelming sense of despair washed over me. This was his place. This was the heart of his power. "I can feel him," I whispered to Sarah, my teeth chattering. "I know," she said, her voice tight with fear. "Let's just do this and get out." She began to pour a circle of salt around the armchair while I set up the candles. As I lit the first one, a wind swept through the sealed room, extinguishing the flame. I tried again. This time all the candles flared up at once, their flames burning unnaturally tall and bright. And then the whispers started, not just my name anymore, a cacophony of voices, swirling around the room, echoing from the walls. They were the voices of the dead, the spirits Arthur had claimed to speak to, all trapped here with him. "He is one of us now," a woman's voice hissed. "You cannot take him," a man's voice boomed. The house began to shake. The stacks of newspapers toppled over, sending up clouds of dust. The white sheets on the furniture were ripped off by an unseen force. In the center of the room, above the armchair, the air began to shimmer and coalesce. The form of Arthur Pendleton began to take shape, not as a translucent ghost, but as a writhing, multi-limbed creature made of shadow and dust, his face contorted in a silent scream. "Alex!" Sarah yelled, grabbing my arm. "The spike! Do it now!" I held the iron spike in my trembling hand. The book had said I needed to drive it into the source of the haunting. I looked at the swirling vortex of darkness above the chair. That was him. That was the thing that had been tormenting me. I took a step forward, and the entity focused on me. Its shadowy form lunged, not at my body, but at my mind. I felt a crushing pressure in my skull, a wave of cold, desolate energy that tried to scour my own thoughts away. I saw flashes of Arthur's life. A lonely boy in a big, empty house. A young man mocked for his beliefs. An old man sitting in a chair, waiting for death, not with fear, but with anticipation, with a plan. He was trying to show me his loneliness, his pain, trying to make me understand, to make me give in. He flooded my mind with his own memories, and in that moment I understood his desperate, pathetic plan. He didn't want to just possess me. He wanted me to become him, to trade my life for his willingly. "No," I gasped, stumbling back. "Don't listen to him, Alex," Sarah shouted. "Fight him." I knew I couldn't overpower him. He was too strong here. But as his consciousness pressed in on mine, I felt something else. I felt his fear. He was terrified of oblivion, terrified of being alone in the dark. That was his weakness. I stopped fighting him directly. Instead of pushing back, I focused my mind. I thought about my own life. I thought about the first time I saved someone, a little girl who had been pulled from a swimming pool, her skin blue. I remembered the feeling of her heart starting to beat again under my hands. I thought about Sarah, the bond we shared, the countless hours we'd spent together, the unspoken trust between us. I thought about the sun on my face, the taste of coffee, the sound of rain on a window pane when I was safe in my bed. I flooded our shared mental space with the vibrancy, the warmth, the messy, beautiful chaos of being alive. The shadowy form recoiled, screeching, a sound that was both in the room and inside my head. My life, my connections, my will to live, it was like poison to him. "You are nothing but a memory," I shouted, my voice raw. "You are dead, and you will stay that way." I surged forward, pushing through the wall of cold, and plunged the iron spike deep into the cushions of the armchair, into the very spot where his body had sat. The moment the spike sank into the fabric, the entity let out a final, agonizing shriek that shattered the remaining windows in the house. The shadowy form imploded, collapsing in on itself, and the room was plunged into an abrupt, deafening silence. The candles went out. The shaking stopped. The oppressive cold vanished, replaced by the natural musty chill of the abandoned house. We stood there panting in the near darkness, surrounded by salt and shattered glass. It was over. I could feel it. The presence in my mind was gone. The cold spot on my soul had vanished. I was alone in my own head for the first time in weeks. We didn't stay to clean up. We scrambled out the broken window and ran, not stopping until we were back in the car, speeding away from Blackwood Avenue. We never spoke of what happened in that house. We didn't need to. We had faced the impossible together, and we had survived. I left my job a month later. I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't walk into a stranger's house, not knowing what lingered there. I couldn't touch a dead body without a flicker of that old fear returning, the fear that it might open its eyes, that it might know my name. Sarah stayed on. She was stronger than me. We're still friends, but there's a distance between us now, a shared trauma that we can't ever truly move past. I moved to a new city, got a new job, a quiet, boring office job. I tried to build a new life, to forget the rasping voice and the face and the static. Most days I succeed, but sometimes, on a quiet night, when the wind is blowing just right, I'll hear a sound, a dry rustle of leaves that sounds almost like a whisper. And in those moments, I freeze and I listen, and I pray that I don't hear my name. I broke the connection, I'm sure of it, but I also know that I was a vessel once, and some part of me will always be afraid that I left the door open just a crack, and that somewhere, in the cold and the dark, Arthur Pendleton is still waiting, still whispering, still hoping that one day I'll let him back in. I found a hidden room behind my mirror. Someone was living there. I inherited the apartment from my great-aunt Beatrice, a woman whose life had been a meticulous study in quiet routine right up until the point where she wasn't quiet anymore. It was a pre-war brownstone unit, 3 floors up, with impossibly high ceilings, crown molding that looked like carved icing, and a labyrinthine heating system that hissed and groaned like a sleeping dragon. The whole place smelled faintly of mothballs and old dry paper, and while it was beautiful, it was undeniably old, full of architectural secrets and the kind of strange permanent shadows that modern lighting couldn't seem to dispel. I moved in because the rent was non-existent, and because I, too, enjoyed the quiet routine that the building seemed to enforce. The apartment's master bathroom was particularly strange. It was large and overly ornate for a bathroom, featuring a clawfoot tub and a massive, antique-looking mirror that dominated the entire wall above the pedestal sink. The mirror was huge, framed in dark, heavy carved oak, and it was bolted directly into the plaster. It wasn't the kind of mirror you could simply lift and move. It felt like a fixture, a permanent portal in the room's history. I tried to clean it, but the glass had an inherent subtle distortion, a kind of rippling imperfection that made my reflection seem slightly warped, stretched, or sometimes just out of sync with my movements. I put it down to the age of the glass and the silver backing, but I always felt an unpleasant chill when I stood too close to it, a strange, localized cold spot that lingered no matter how high I cranked the radiator. It was that cold spot that first became a nuisance, and then a horrifying clue. I am a meticulous person, a creature of habit and order, and I hate inefficiency. The draft, or whatever it was wasting my heat. I started my investigation with a thermal gun, the kind used for home energy audits. The plaster wall around the mirror registered a consistent 72 degrees, the room temperature. But the exact center of the mirror, the focal point where my reflection's face usually was, registered a baffling 58 degrees. It was a localized, persistent cold, not a draft, but a chill coming from inside the wall. Intrigued, I tapped the glass. The sound was solid near the edges, a heavy, dull thud of glass against plaster. But as I moved my knuckles toward the cold spot, the thud changed. It became hollower, lighter, an echoing, unsettling tap, tap, tap that suggested a significant, unsupported cavity behind the frame. I ran my hand over the oak frame, feeling for a hinge or a latch, but the thing was bolted down with iron screws that had been painted over and sealed with layers of glossy enamel. I decided I had to see what was back there. It was likely a bricked-up chimney flue, a long-forgotten service shaft, or maybe just a clumsy repair job. I told myself it was for the sake of energy efficiency. It took me 3 hours with a screwdriver, a utility knife, and a lot of swearing to chip away the paint and pry the decorative molding off the mirror's frame. The frame itself was held in place by 4 enormous heavy-gauge bolts sunk deep into the wall. As I loosened the last one, the massive mirror gave a shudder and pitched forward an inch, revealing a shocking amount of dust and grime and a thin, dark line of shadow between the frame and the wall. I slowly, carefully, lowered the mirror onto the bathroom floor, the glass reflecting the ceiling and the frantic, pale image of my own face. What was revealed was not a bricked-up flue, but an archway. It was a small, crudely cut opening in the plaster and lath, roughly the size of a man's torso, almost perfectly centered where the cold spot had been. The edges of the opening were ragged, showing the inner structure of the wall, but there was no plaster dust on the floor below it. That meant the opening had been there for a long time. The biggest shock, however, was what the opening led to. It didn't lead to darkness or a void or the back of a chimney. It led to a space that was clearly a room. I shone the flashlight of my phone into the cavity. It wasn't a standard crawl space. It was a narrow, elongated room, maybe 6 feet wide and 15 feet long, running parallel to the bathroom wall and extending into the dead space between my apartment and the building's main staircase, or maybe another unit. The walls were unfinished brick, and the floor was covered in a layer of old, fine, metallic-smelling dust, the kind that accumulates in forgotten, unventilated spaces. But the dust had been disturbed. There was a clear, swept pathway leading from the opening deeper into the dark. And then I saw the objects. The first thing I registered was a sleeping cot, a simple canvas military-style bed positioned in the furthest corner. It was neatly made, but the pillow was dented, the blanket slightly rumpled, a clear sign of recent use. Next to the cot, there was a makeshift shelf fashioned from a piece of old wood placed atop 2 stacked bricks, and on that shelf a few personal items: a small tarnished silver cup, a worn, paper-covered book that I couldn't make out the title of, and next to the shelf, tucked discreetly against the wall, a 5-gallon plastic bucket, presumably for sanitary purposes. But the detail that locked the horror in my throat, freezing the air in my lungs, was the tray. Placed near the opening, directly facing where the mirror had been, was a small silver-rimmed tea tray. On it sat a ceramic plate with half a tuna salad sandwich, neatly cut and covered with a piece of plastic wrap. It wasn't moldy. The bread hadn't gone stale. It had been left there at most a few hours prior. Someone was living here. Someone had been living here today. I took a step back, the phone slipping in my sweaty hand. The person who lived here was not a vagrant who had broken in. This room was an architectural anomaly, a permanent hidden space accessed through a secret hole in my wall, a hole that was covered by a massive, centuries-old mirror. The occupant had to have known the architecture, had to have a key, or an incredible talent for stealth. Then my eyes snapped back to the opening, and specifically to the inner side of the mirror frame that was now resting on my floor. I ran my fingers over the glass. On the side that had faced the wall where the archway was, there was a patch of clear, pristine glass about the size of a small window pane. The rest of the backing was opaque and silvery, but this one section had been chemically stripped, replaced by a specialized translucent film. It wasn't a mirror on that side at all. It was a cleverly disguised one-way window. The realization hit me like a physical blow, a rush of nausea that made the already close air of the bathroom feel suffocating. I hadn't just been looking at my reflection for the past 2 months. I had been observed. Every morning, shaving, brushing my teeth, staring into the glass, I hadn't been alone. The person inside had been watching me, their cot positioned perfectly so that my face, my routine, the minutiae of my solitary life were their entertainment, their window to the outside world. The slight distortion I had always complained about was the result of the crude one-way film, not the age of the glass. The cold spot was their breathing, their body temperature, their proximity to the pain. I scrambled out of the bathroom, shutting the door and locking it with a desperate, frantic click of the cheap brass bolt. I called the police. When they arrived, they were skeptical. They were thorough, though, and they crawled into the space. They found a cot, the bucket, the shelf. But the sandwich was gone. The plate was empty, wiped clean. The book was closed and pushed further back on the shelf. The police found no fingerprintable surfaces, no documents, no evidence of a crime beyond trespassing. They theorized it was a transient, a squatter who knew the old building's layout, who had been hiding there, and who had fled when I started removing the mirror. They taped off the area, filed a report that mentioned a likely unhoused individual, and left. I knew they didn't believe the part about the one-way mirror, suggesting I was overreacting due to the shock. I didn't replace the mirror. I couldn't. Instead, I boarded up the archway with 2x4s and several layers of drywall, sealing the opening with a thick coat of plaster, the smell of which was meant to replace the metallic dust I had smelled. I tried to convince myself it was over, that the person had fled the building, but the knowledge of the hidden room had irrevocably altered my reality. That's when the sounds began. They weren't coming from the sealed-up mirror room, or at least not only from there. They came from the walls, not the loud, familiar creaks of an old building settling, but soft, dry, insidious noises. A faint, rhythmic scrabbling like fingernails on dusty plaster, or the movement of a tiny animal, but too controlled, too deliberate to be a mouse. A soft, measured thump-tap slide, a sound that seemed to be traveling in the dead spaces between the joists, the service shafts, and the vertical pipes of the ancient heating system. I would be reading in my living room, and the sound would be directly behind the bookcase. I would be in my kitchen, and it would seem to emanate from the space between the cupboard and a wall. I realized the mirror room wasn't the person's only space. It was their observatory. Their home was the entire forgotten, hidden infrastructure of the building, a complex, dark network of architectural dead space that was only accessible to someone impossibly small, flexible, and utterly silent. They were living in the negative space of the brownstone like a parasite in the host's body, and my apartment was merely one visible surface of their sprawling, invisible habitat. The terror became an exquisite, personalized form of psychological torture. My things would be subtly moved. I would leave my wallet on the hall table and later find it pushed half an inch further toward the wall. I'd be certain I'd close the window latch before leaving for work, only to find it slightly ajar when I returned. One evening I reached for my toothbrush and noticed it was distinctly wet when I knew I hadn't used it for hours. These were not the signs of a burglar or a vandal. They were the signs of an intimate observer, someone who had learned my habits so well they could use the briefest moments of my absence to slip out, move freely, and then retreat back into the silent, dusty labyrinth. The ultimate psychological attack came one night when I was asleep. I woke up suddenly with that visceral jolt of someone watching you. The room was black, silent, the kind of absolute darkness that presses down on your eyelids. I held my breath, listening, the frantic hammering of my own heart deafening in my ears. And then I heard it, a soft, dry, almost papery cough that came from the wall directly behind my headboard. It was the cough of a person, but one whose lungs were choked with old dust and the dry air of unventilated space. It was right there. I shot out of bed, slammed on the light, and stared at the beige, innocuous wall. Nothing. No vent, no crack, no seam. Just the solid, painted plaster. I stopped trying to escape the reality. I accepted terrible truth. I was sharing my life with an elegant silent shadow, a forgotten dweller of the city's unseen spaces who used my apartment as a source of warmth and human observation. I went to the sealed-up bathroom. The freshly plastered archway looked solid, but I could hear a faint, high-pitched, scritching sound coming from within the wall. I grabbed a Sharpie and a piece of paper, and I taped the note to the newly painted wall directly over where the one-way mirror had been. The words were a mix of desperation and challenge. Who are you? Please, stop. Why are you here? You need help? The next morning, the note was gone. The tape was still there, a pale frame around nothing. In its place, stuck to the plaster with a tiny, nearly invisible dab of what looked like dried mud, was a small, meticulously folded piece of paper, no bigger than a matchbook. I had to use tweezers to retrieve it. The handwriting was thin, elegant, almost spider-like, a script from a forgotten century, yet completely legible. The message was 3 chilling, impossible words. I am your silent twin. You are too loud. The insult wasn't just in the words. It was in the revelation that my life, my quiet life, was an intolerable racket to this person. My movements, my breathing, the sound of my television, the scraping of my chair, all of it was a cacophony disrupting their perfect, absolute silence. I knew I had to see them. I had to know what kind of human being could exist in such a space. I had to face my silent twin. That night, I waited. I set up my phone on a tripod with the flash off, recording video, and I sat on the floor of the bathroom, a blanket wrapped around me, a heavy wrench lying uselessly beside me. The main lights were off, the only illumination coming from the thin sliver of light beneath the door. Hours passed. The building settled. The heating system finally fell silent. I was a man of routine, and my routine was to sleep. Despite the fear, despite the adrenaline, my body betrayed me. I slumped against the wall, and exhaustion, my old enemy, finally claimed me. I woke with a jolt. The air in the room was suddenly drastically colder. I hadn't heard a sound. I fumbled for my phone, my hand shaking, and looked at the time. 3:17 a.m. I had been asleep for maybe 20 minutes. I stared at the sealed archway, expecting to see a fresh hole, but the plaster was intact. The scrabbling sound, however, was back, and it was loud, no longer behind the plaster, but right next to me. I realized the sound was coming from the air vent near the floor, the old cast-iron grill on the baseboard that fed the heating system. I spun around, wrench in hand, and focused the dim light of the phone screen on the vent. It wasn't just a sound. The vent cover was slightly ajar, tilted outward at a small, impossible angle, and from the thin black gap created by that angle, something was moving. It was a person, impossibly thin, dressed in layers of old dusty gray fabric that seemed to blend perfectly with the shadows and the dirty plaster. Their face was a pale, wedge-shaped mask, their hair matted with dust, but their eyes were the thing that held me. They were huge, dinner-plate-sized, dilated to absolute blackness, reflecting the pinprick of my phone light like twin black mirrors. They were the eyes of a creature accustomed to near absolute, perpetual darkness, eyes that found my faint illumination blinding. They were not menacing. They were terrified. They froze, seeing me, the light, the weapon. For a single, terrifying second, our lives intersected, the man of the light, the man of the dark. And then, with an impossible fluidity, a speed that defied the limits of the human skeleton, the creature slid backward, not running, but smoothly retreating, pulling their thin, dusty body through the narrow ventilation grill. I heard the sound of dry, brittle bones flexing and the rustle of old cloth. The cast-iron grill, which was heavy and usually required a screwdriver to move, pulled itself shut with a soft, decisive click. I sat there for an hour, the light blazing, the wrench still in my hand, staring at the perfectly closed vent. I knew I couldn't report this. I knew the police would institutionalize me. I knew I was not safe. I moved out the next day. I left the furniture, the keys, everything. I moved to a sleek, modern glass and steel apartment tower, a sterile world of new construction where there are no hidden spaces, no old service shafts, no architectural dead zones for a shadow dweller to hide. I live on the 22nd floor, surrounded by sealed walls and new HVAC systems. But I am not free. Every rhythmic thrum of the building's central air conditioning sends a cold wave of panic through me. Every shadow, cast by the city lights at night, seems to hold a shape that is impossibly thin. I jump at the sound of the elevator moving in the wall, and 1 month ago, a letter was forwarded to my new address from the old brownstone. It was a standard-sized envelope, the paper smelling faintly of ozone and old metallic dust. Inside, there was a single, meticulously folded piece of paper, the same spider-like script. I miss the quiet routine of your sleep. The new walls are too thin. You are still too loud. My terror is now complete. He is not in the walls of the brownstone anymore. He is not a squatter. He is a predator, or perhaps a shadow twin, and he has been following me. He has learned my quiet routine, and I know that somewhere in the dead space between the insulation, the vents, and the concrete of my new modern high-rise, there is a pair of black, dilated eyes watching me, waiting for me to be still enough, quiet enough, for him to slip out and finally introduce himself. And I know with crushing certainty that I will never be truly alone again.